Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the most definitive podcast on the Tartaria conspiracy, on the interwoven mud flood conspiracy. Tartaria and mud flood, two of the most mind-shocking, the most triggering conspiracies that just don't seem to be going away. They are gaining steam because, of course, the architecture the world over seems to unnaturally match. And not just that, none of the historical narratives regarding how any of this architecture was constructed with horse and buggy. It's just very, very perplexing. The World Fairs, also the subject of much speculation. I mean, there's just so much here. Very, very difficult to make heads or tails of any of this stuff. Was there technology of antiquity? I mean, we're going to be examining everything in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, in an attempt to definitively weave the narratives together in a single podcast where the structure can encompass all of what these conspiracies entail and touch upon, because there's so much here. Obviously, the victors write the history books. For whatever reason, the coincidence theorists, the authority worshipping cultist bootlicker goofs, they just can't grasp the concept that the victors write the history books. And the victors don't want to look bad. And of course, the victors, the corrupt profiteers, the string pullers, the social engineers, the powers that be, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them. If their goal is to control the population, why would they reveal the truth about any of this stuff? Why would they do that? As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting, informative, entertaining, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcasts, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Or if you are here live with us in the live chat, I will attempt to get to everyone's comments and or questions. So before we begin, I mean, does anybody have any questions before we get started on this deep dive? I have compiled quite a few different clips, podcasts, documentaries that touch upon all of this mystery. Some of them have nothing to do with the Tartaria or mud flood. They're just to illustrate the architectural marvels that seem to be at odds chronologically with the technology the so-called official narrative has claimed existed. So if nobody has any specific questions on the general theory itself, we will just jump right in. Exhibit A here will be none other than Whisperjack's questioning early America. If you haven't checked out Whisperjack's channel, it's quite interesting. A lot of interesting information.
The old stone walls, the uninhabited castles, the craggy ruins bound together by ivy. Such grandeur in the old world, such depth, such history. Alas, I...
The other thing that's kind of strange about a lot of these old photographs are how ancient and so-called modern coexist together. It's almost like there were many, many resets, not just one. If you haven't checked out the entire Altered History podcast series on MINDSHOCK, you can check that out. I go more in depth on that one. But this is an attempt to make a definitive edition of this theory as a whole.
Being from the United States, I'm told that this is the new world, lacking the complex, ancient, scarred and tortured from year after year of conflict, conquered and reconquered. Many Americans travel far to set their eyes on with storied, rich, cultural landmarks like Turkey, Spain, Serbia, Romania, Scotland, Portugal, Hungary, the Czech Republic, with buildings and layouts that boggle the mind, their construction a complete mystery, the craftsmanship unparalleled, and we are told we have nothing on this scale in the New World. Nothing from these time periods. For everything in America is new, built in a flurry of activity, due to labor from the hardiest men the world has ever seen. A new world, a new way. But then one day, you wake up and discover you're looking at a princess castle in New York City. And the year's 1890, and you wonder, what's this? Could this be a special custom commission for some well-traveled New York resident with loads of cash? Someone who wanted to bring a bit of their travels home, paid exorbitant fees to have such a building constructed here in New York, and
Whisperjack's really funny.
such an early period? Perhaps. But then what's this? Another castle? Of amazing proportions. Built when? In the 1800s? With mules, donkeys, with a few hundred men who arrived by stagecoach?
I mean, the narrative is so ludicrous when you take a step back that all of this could be constructed that easily, that quickly, with the transport of all these materials without any kind of real cranes. I mean, I'm sure they had some kind of rudimentary cranes, but the kind of cranes required at this height, I mean, it's absolutely astonishing.
How could this be? And you're told, no, this is not a castle. This is a temple. Yes. You're in Utah, boy. There are no castles here. But, do my eyes betray me? How is this possible? And this, in Detroit, another one. In Detroit, and the year 1890? How can this be? Why on earth, how would Detroit have this? In such an early stage, Detroit is an industrial wasteland. And this is a castle. No, you fool. This is simply a bicycle store. Go.
It is kind of weird how the storefronts at the bottom, it's like they were just installed into the pre-existing building. It's almost as if maybe if the inhabitants were just placed there, maybe the original the so-called original not the original inhabitants, the original inheritors of these buildings didn't really know what they were for either, and they just put in their little shops.
Go big or go home. That's how Detroit rolls. Curiouser and curiouser. And the show goes on, place after place. New Jersey, Boston, Chicago, Buffalo, Richmond, Memphis, and on, and on, and on, and on, and on. And then you're faced with reality. Indeed, it would seem impossible to build something like this in 1890, even if the desire was there. How could it be constructed with the tools at their disposal, which at this point is a rather paltry list? Things like the paper towel, toilet paper, and the paper clip, and the clothespin, and the rotary hand drill, jeans, zippers, and bottle caps were being invented for the first time, we're told. We don't have power tools, and we won't for some time, and this can be evidenced by these babies. So, let me understand something. These are the modern means of transportation. These are the roads. And this is the post office. Am I understanding this correctly? Yes, this is what we are expected to believe about America, that this is merely the post office in the year 1900 in Chicago. They apparently take mail very seriously. But really it boggles the mind. How did the material even get here? How is it even constructed, and why? What is the purpose of having such an amazing post office
with an antenna on the top?
When you rule out the impossible, what's left, no matter how unlikely or ridiculous we have to go with? It's impossible for us to have built this. Therefore, we did not construct this.
Well, let's not appeal to incredulity. If they obviously extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If the evidence isn't there, then there's no reason to believe that this was constructed as reported by the so-called official narrative, by the powers that be, by the corrupt profiteers, by the victors of history that wrote the books, which are obviously the victors would not be revealing the real truth. So, I mean, the amount of theories left over are quite a bit. The found nation. Yeah, these founded cities are founded. Founded. I mean, it's kind of weird. The nomenclature is kind of weird. You found a city. This city was founded. And the other thing that's kind of curious: how come no new cities are founded or created? I mean, when was the last time a new major city just popped up out of nowhere? I mean, the amount of technology that's existed in the past 100 years, they could easily make a brand new city. And yet, they don't. Why?
Not with those tools. Not in that era. Demonstrably impossible. In the year 1900, even to have the budget and the ability and the desire and the necessity to create something so ridiculously huge is impossible. These mansions in New York, same story. Impossible.
And that's another thing, too. What would necessitate the building of such structures, especially with such low population numbers? I mean, the population numbers were low. These people were just trying to survive. Like, what would necessitate the building of these gigantic structures? The amount of time, money, and effort for what?
Even here, fast forwarding 70 years, in 1960, this is a ridiculous building. Though others may have come later that seem taller, they are much less remarkable, much less ornate. These are adorned with angels and Torahs, wreaths of eternity. It's unfathomable to think that early Americans needed this just simply for a federal courthouse, as it later became. Library of Congress, the year is 1900. And I'm to believe that we built this to be a library. Well, then what happened to us? Either I'm expected to believe that we were capable of this and now we're not. Maybe. But more likely is we didn't build this at all. A post office in New York. Very similar. Why? How? Why didn't we do it again? And so it goes. All across the country. You see this. We're told these aren't castles. These aren't monasteries or temples. These are post offices. These are stock exchanges. These are music academies. These are bus stations. And I don't believe it. The ruins in Europe that look like this will last thousands of years. We tear these down. Why? Are we creating something better? Have we got a new trick up our sleeve? We're going to outdo these old things? I don't think so. I don't think we can. I think the idea is to eventually hide this history. Hide as much of it as you can. Like, this is destroyed. This is in New Jersey. Was in New Jersey. Destroyed. Ah, yes, a very believable monument for Civil War soldiers in Maryland.
Yeah, some of these are interesting points as well, even with the World Fairs. Like, why just the choices in the monuments? They mirror, I mean, a lot of them seem to mirror more, I guess you could use the word ancient, although who knows how old they really were. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of clues in the statues and monuments. They don't really seem of the time period.
The crappy little font hacked into the base of this. Atlantic City, of course. These somatic sound wave patterns are not suspicious, nor is the front yard full of sculptures. This is just an everyday scene in Atlantic City in 1904. This is not a castle. No, you're a fool to believe so. No, this is an armory in Boston. We don't have castles. We have armories. We don't know how to build castles. Oh, well, of course we built a basement. Surely if you were making an incredibly complex building of stone block and gigantic proportions, well, surely you would dig a basement and then put windows in it, floor level. Because in case it rains or floods or anything, you want to make sure that you compromise the integrity of the structure as soon as possible. Not just one basement, not just one building. All buildings must be compromised in such a way. We didn't build these, but somebody did. And why don't we know who that somebody is? It wasn't these clowns. Do you see the contrast? Do you see the current capabilities in other technological departments versus the technical skill and ability that you would need to construct this? Much less the money, the necessity, must gather the function. Certainly this served up a function at some point, didn't it? You would think so. These antennas. This is not an Arc de Triomphe. This is a train station.
The other thing I kind of noticed, I haven't heard too many people talking about, in a lot of these photos, If these are that capable populations, why are they not continuing to build like this? Why is there nothing in the background here of them building another structure like this? If they're capable, why are there no half-built buildings like this in any of the backgrounds in any of these photos? That would be one of my major questions.
Everyone knows that. We don't have those here in America. Those wheels brought the material to make this. And if you believe this still, I think you need to reconsider. Now, I understand that that shatters everything. That will cause you to doubt everything. Well, if the shoe fits, I mean, I guess the choice to know the truth is yours. But personally, I find it odd that we've all been lied to. Who built these? I understand this is a bank now in Buffalo, but I can't imagine the possibility that this was constructed in the 1890s by these people. We'll get to you another time. Here's another bank that defies all logic. It looks like the majority of people don't even have...
Again, notice how in the background there are no other half-built buildings in this style. Again, if this local population is capable of this, because go around and look around today, major city, small town, there's always construction going on somewhere, sometimes. In some city, like just go around and take photos in all major cities, you'll see partially built buildings in the same architectural style as the buildings that surround them. Yet in all of these older photos, like there's nothing in the background half built in this kind of style with this kind of ability.
Cars. I don't even think cars were invented yet. This is like 1890. So we've regressed so hard. Or more likely, people came along later and chiseled their name into this, claimed it for their own. We are told, after all, that all the founding members of the country practiced Freemasonry. Perhaps that's a little bit different meaning than what we've been led to believe. What do you think? Think it seems reasonable to assume that these people built this? Put the eagle on everything and the phoenix. Speaking of phoenix, pure and healthy beverage. Yeah, the same people falling for this. You're gonna turn around and blow your mind. Build this, huh? It's not possible. This is a colorized version of that same bank, looking equally as ludicrous. What came first, the rail or the church? Or the castle, I mean. Churches don't need to be like this. You wouldn't build a church after you put this rail here. Not this close. It's ridiculous. This is old. Very old. As old as the ones in Europe. Makes you wonder if they're being lied to as well. After all, there are paintings in Europe with just like this. Little mules next to ridiculous castles. Oh, I'm sorry, post offices. Post offices. My bad, Sacramento. Post office. Yeah, no. This looks completely sunken in to the ground. In order to be symmetrical, which clearly these people knew about symmetry, this needs to go down at least another, I don't know, here, or the third, for this to even make sense. And then that would explain why these windows are so low, wouldn't it? It would appear that something happened here, some event, which drove people away, wiped them out, I don't know. And then we come along, and I don't say we, I guess Columbus or whoever, who knows what's true anymore. They come along and they move right in and set up shop, and well, this is the theater. Well, this here's the post office, and this here's the government library, and this is where I'm gonna sleep, and what about you guys? And now let's bring a bunch of immigrants here and tell we built all this. We're pretty incredible. Pump them all up with debt. And with patriotism, perfect slaves. Use them to do our dirty work. Anytime we need something done around the world to further our interests, we just pump them full of another story about someone from far away doing something horrible. We gotta go save them. It'll work for a while. One day they might catch on, but by then hopefully we'll destroy all the literature and all the books and all the references and they'll never know.
And he mentioned destroying the books. Destroying the books, like all these mass book burnings throughout history. I mean, even the burning of the Library of Alexandria, allegedly, if that happened. I mean, book burnings would be very convenient. I mean, and look at modern day book burning. Internet censoring, like the great purges of YouTube. Like, back in the day, you can find any documentary about any conspiracy on YouTube. All of that's been purged. The equivalent of book burning in the modern day.
Whew, they almost got away with it. This is the Church of Christ Scientist in Boston. Now, forgive me, but that's possibly the dumbest name for a religion I've ever heard. Christ Scientist? What does that even mean? As if Christ and scientists are bed buddies today. Right? Getting right along, huh? The believers of Christ are homies with the believers of scientists. They see eye to eye on everything, from what I understand. Now, if this were in Turkey or Pakistan, you'd call it a mosque. If it were in France, you'd probably remove this top piece and you'd call it a castle or a chateau. But this is America, so it's a church. Could be a Capitol building, but Capitol building was already taken. It's the best building. Starting to see the pattern? This is Indiana. Interesting. City Hall. And I would pay more attention to this, except for there's a Palace of Suites right here. Oh my god. Richmond, Virginia. Well, who knew? And look at them boys done fucked around and constructed. Which is it? Log cabins and adobe huts and stagecoaches? Or this? Because they can't exist at the same time. So which is the lie? Well, since these are here, I'm going to assume all the rest is a lie. Maybe that's why they say these cities are founded by, or the founders, or found dead. Most of these buildings, they don't claim they were constructed. They say they're designed, or designated perhaps, or erected. Maybe what they mean is resurrected. You see, the systems around us they're designed to mock us, to inform us of what's really going on without us picking up on it. It's maddening to watch in politics, insulting really. And this is a whole new level of it. I have studied history with a passion. I wanted to rebel against this and say, this is no way. No way all of that was a waste. It wasn't. It just was fiction, not history. This is in Connecticut, by the way. Exactly what I picture when I think of Connecticut. Here's another building in Baltimore, 1905. Looking very modern until you see this. And I don't even understand what's going on here. I thought that this would be the water, but then what is this down here? Like, what is this? Looks like subterranean levels and buildings down here. Is this why there's a city under every city? Tunnels under every city and capital, university. Is this why they claim they raised the street levels up in Chicago and Seattle and all these places, raised it up, leaving a subterranean floor? Is there
Not just the subterranean floor, but again, all of the countless tunnels under every major city. Another curiosity, then, I don't know if that's been adequately explained, and I mean, what percentage of the tunnels are even known about?
already always there? It's underneath. It's what the basements are. That seems far too clean of a flood. Like the first or second floor of like all these old buildings around the same time period. Seems like they're hiding something that was down there, covering something up they don't want us to have. I imagine it would benefit our lives if that's what they're trying to cover up. But the real amazing part is the ability, the size of the lie that they could get away with it, that they could pull off such a massive deception. It's really ingenious and it's terrifying. Because what else? What else is a lie? If everything we know about ourselves is a lie, who are we? What are we really capable of? Why are we here? And this gives a whole new meaning to everything. And I don't think that I can ever go back. You can't unsee it. You guys think this is normal for this building to exist? And I just don't know what to tell you. I guess keep on. If you don't think that this is some old technology, I don't know. This isn't suspicious to anybody, huh? In America, except the first. Now, where these people went,
I would say it's curious. Very, very curious.
I don't know, but they obviously disappeared sometime in the 1800s. Now this is Chicago. Anyone seen Chicago lately?
So this is supposedly all some kind of paper mache built for a world fair that was quickly destroyed. Definitely does not make a lot of sense.
Does it look like this? Does it look better than this? I don't think anything looks better than this. This, to me, looks like as most of a paradise kind of place that you could ever imagine. Normally, I feel like you go outside, you go to the shoreline, you go to see things of beauty like this. I feel like you could come here every day and just feel inspired and alive and great. And this is what a city should look like. Of course, they destroyed all this. They destroyed all this except for this building over here. I think they call it the Art Museum, and they claim that this is all that was made with cheap materials, made to be destroyed. You know, really, made to be destroyed, huh? Well, even if you made this cake frosting, it'd be an amazing feast. But that's just a lie. You didn't make this out of hemp and plaster. The hell out of here. This was the destruction of the old world in our faces. A reintroduction of specific technologies that they wanted to tell us about. A suppression of the ones they couldn't figure out how to make money off of. And everybody's dressed here to go to a funeral. Their own funeral. Funeral of an old world. And whether or not they knew it, I doubt they did. When hamburgers are 5 cents and you can buy a house for $5,000 and Chicago looks like this, why would you be suspicious about anything? I mean, actually, that's a good reason to be suspicious about everything, but clearly it wasn't really the way people thought, But something ain't right. We know that now. And really, look at this. This is the stuff they sold. Cigars, credit. Like Pleasure Island. It's like Pinocchio. Just, hey, come on in, boys. Take whatever you can. Fucking chill to every buffalo. Shit, you got some people on your land that live there already? Whatever. Drop a deed. Chase them out. Get some rifles. Get a lot of guys. Get them out of here. Those people living in the hills, been there for thousands of years. Fuck.
Also, deed, dead, deed. The deed to a house, dead, deed, dead, deed. Same word.
Manifest destiny. Give me $5 and you can have a piece of paper that says that land's yours. Go deal with it. What a racket. What a joke that they were roped into. And really, this is the end. This is how it works out. All those fires in the 1800s. This looks suspiciously like those Civil War photos have like stuff piled up like, see, what told you we're building this. You trying to act like this is you constructing this? Get the fuck out of here. Who builds like that? Crumb by crumb, scattering shit everywhere. No, this has been destroyed. They definitely didn't rebuild it. Not like that. This is Hotel Brunswick in Boston. Built by these little pilgrims down here. Come on, Mary, grab a shovel. We're going to build a hotel. We're going to make it lovely. We're going to make it so lovely, in 120 years, they'll look at it and be like, how'd they do that? And they'll scratch their butts, and they'll say, we can't even do that now. And lo and behold, here we are. As if these doorways aren't supposed to be taller. This is the hotel in Boston as well. Not a castle, you idiots. There are no castles here in America.
It does look pretty spectacular, I have to say. A lot of this old architecture does look pretty spectacular. Why isn't it being built now? I mean, those are the questions.
This is a hotel. Stupid. And what do we have here? Another 1905 hotel. Nobody here. Very, very believable that they would know how and they would need to make something like this. You know, like this. Now, what exactly is the point of this? What's missing? Surely you don't just build this little, like, housing on hundreds and hundreds of...
Perhaps a large bell is missing. If you haven't checked out the reptilian conspiracy on MINDSHOCK, check that out.
Buildings that serves no purpose. What's the point of the domes? The antennas? Wait a second. Earlier, we saw this in the Czech Republic. We were told this was a European ruin. How does one exist in Boston? That's impossible. Yeah, this architecture was just so that you could put a massive fucking cigar sign on the side of it. This is in Jacksonville, 1904. Wonder what those could be. Certainly could be some sort of antenna. Transmitter, could they? I mean, look at the telephone pole, okay, that we're putting up. Look at the difference between this rustic fucking... It still has knobs on it from the branches. It's not even... This is the telephone pole. But you're going to say that you built this behind it. The same people built that as built this rotten-ass telephone pole.
I mean, I think that's a false equivalency, but yeah, I mean, you know, what are you going to do?
It's literally just wood. Barely. And what a joke. Look at this amazing building. Looks like but we're to believe that this belongs to Keith. Keith's with this shitty-ass sign. And if this isn't a battery, like a lantern, I don't know what is. This is Lexington, Kentucky. It's clear the way they brought us here. What they're really trying to sell us on is this. Pump them full of this, and then they'll be too stupid to...
Wait, what does that say? Child's Brothers Drugs? The Child's Brothers Drugs. Child's Drugs? That's weird.
Realize. This is Ellis Island off the shoreline of New York. It's gone now. I'm not sure why. It's pretty incredible. This is New Jersey, and this is gone. I don't know what's missing from these. I don't know what it was originally. Even though it's very ornate, it looks somewhat gutted, and it's gone. Now why? Who would tear that down? In Europe, they last thousands of years, but we can't make them last a few hundred? What kind of world was this? You can bury your head in the sand on this if you want, but someday you're gonna have to face it. You've been lied to. Proof is everywhere you go. Any building built early 1900s or earlier, you're going to see it. The choice to know is yours, but this world is not what they tell us. Now here's this one. Well, where is it? Well, now you don't know, do you? Before you might have been like, that's clearly Europe. And yeah, it is. This is in the UK. I don't see much of a difference. How about this one? Well, this is Millard Fillmore's house. It's not a castle. Oh shit. Take that sign down. How about this one? This is what we're calling a train station. I'm guessing that all this dirt was pushed out of the way for this. Here's a proper castle with a moat. Look at that. A moat and a drawbridge and a castle. Now,
yeah, that's kind of curious. That is pretty curious. That is curious. Huh.
this is a castle. This is what I'm talking about. This is that old world stuff. This is that old world stuff. This is what I'm talking about. This is in Minneapolis. That's right. Minneapolis. The city hall. A castle with a moat. Or a city hall building with a basement. You run with whatever story fits your version of history, I guess. But then there's this. You know, the actual photographs of cities underneath cities. Underneath Indianapolis here, you have, Native American ruins? No. That's a mystery. You see, anytime you run into something that goes along with the narrative, it's history. Anytime you run into something that defies the narrative, it's a mystery. And there it shall remain. A mystery. I would argue.
History, mystery, story, a mystery, a myth story.
You that it's no longer a mystery. If you discover it, I think it means that the history is wrong and the mystery is more accurate, since it's at least adaptable. But no, they're never going to teach anyone about this. Never. Why would they? MIT building, Montana, 1891. Nashville. Who would have thought? It looked like Gondor. This here's New Orleans. Yep, horse and buggy. And this totally checks out. You know, I would like to believe that the pioneers had magic powers, that they were content with little boxes on little wheels like this, but they were secretly, their superpower was in architecture, and they construct the most magnificent, amazing buildings in the whole world. They lasted forever, and they're highly complex and highly ornate, and we couldn't even copy them today if we tried. That was their superpower. And I'm talking about early New York. This photograph's from 1890, and if you think that could possibly be true, I'm afraid it's you that believe in crazy things. I'm of a much more sound mind, and I'm going to go ahead and say that that's impossible. There are no castles in America. This is a tabernacle. How dare you confuse that with a castle? You know, temple? That's a theater, clearly. What? That ain't no... Do you see the sheer ridiculous idea that this building can be made by the people who are riding in horse and buggy? Ludicrous. This is North Carolina. Just what I expected to see. This is Norway. Norway, huh? I would have thought by now that you were going to show me someplace in Minnesota. But there's no difference, is there? Only the stories were told. Maybe theirs is fake too. This ain't no damn castle.
Yeah, a lot of the architecture is just so similar. It's kind of hard to rectify there not being some kind of worldwide civilization.
Why, this here's a New York armory. We always build them like that. Is that so? Well, since you say, though, it must be. Since you know, the powers that be are so fond of telling us the truth. I mean, why would I doubt anything that the government said? Did you drop off the latest bricks? I sure did. Cool. We're just gonna build a little thing here. Thanks for your help. Just a little thing here.
I mean, absolutely extraordinary. And again, notice how in the background there are no half-built ones.
Just a little bit more. I'll put another thing on it. On the top. Dome, please. Yes, another dome. Okay, sweet. All right, now pole. Yeah. I think we'll be done. If you believe this story, if you think that we built these, man, you'll believe anything. This is in Ohio. This is an old asylum. We locked people in who were political dissidents. Basically, this is your home, Trump supporters. And the early Americans were fond of worshipping pagan gods, whom they spent much time constructing and erecting on the top of their very ornate and complex buildings, of which they are proud of and took great joy. This is them. This is their legacy. Behold the beauty, far beyond anything Rome ever could produce. And we're told it's an insurance building. The old state house, complete with the old statues of unicorns. You know, as befitting a normal, respectable establishment. Or how about this one? Of course there's amazing statues of topless women. This is New Orleans after all. I mean, are they making things like this today? No. We get boxes. Shit drywall boxes. And no one thinks this is interesting, huh? No one thinks that this is suspicious. Everyone still thinks that we are progressing, huh? Even after this stares them in the face. This is the Pabst building in Milwaukee. Pabst building in Milwaukee. Do you get it yet? This is Penn Station, New York, which they tore down for being too dirty. Tore this down. Have you seen New York? Do you think they're really concerned about buildings being dirty? Or do they realize how ridiculous this is? The existence of this it defies everything that they've ever told us about who we are. And they can't have that. The Academy of Fine Arts. Not fine font. No. Chisel font. Crappy. Unlike the rest of this amazing building, we outsourced the sign maker. Philadelphia is a shithole today. My, how far they've fallen. If this was once something that they just threw up in a few years.
I mean, it's just astounding. Like, how long would it actually take to build something like that? Not just, the main structure and foundation, but then all of the rooms inside, just touching everything up. I mean, it would take a long time.
Not possible. This is the legacy. This is what they brought. This is what they promised. This is what they gave us. They are selling us death, distraction, while they destroy who we were and what we are capable of. The phoenix or the eagle, which is it? This is not just happy in America. It's worldwide. This is just the country I know best. This is just the history I was told. And it doesn't jive. can't see it even though you're in it every day until someone just snaps you from the... So you don't have to go to Europe to see ruins, to see ridiculous architecture made by people that are long gone. We need to figure out who we are and claim this land. I mean, all over the world. Claim our rightful place and take it back. Because if we can create this without power tools, maybe we're looking at power wrong. If we can make things like this with a different kind of energy, one that's perhaps wireless, as evidenced by this photograph here in 1890, San Francisco, then I think all we have to do is figure out who exactly benefits from us not knowing that. And there's a lot more of us than them. It's just unbelievable. South Station in Boston again with this Phoenix here. It's unbelievable, y'all. Sky trains in 1905. Man. Castle in the middle of your city. I'm looking at you, Buffalo. I'm looking at you, Atlantic City. I'm looking at you, Symphony Hall, Boston. Syracuse, huh? Syracuse, 1904. Give me a break. Temple of Commerce, Boston, 1906.
That's a Greek temple right there. That looks like the Parthenon.
Mm-hmm. This is Galveston, Texas, in 1890. Galveston, Texas. Now this is gone. Completely gone. Just a sandy beach. Why? Why? Because this doesn't look like something cowboys build. This looks like something out of the distant past, which raises so many questions. Is the past even that distant? And are those people any different from us across the sea in any direction? They can lie about every structure in America and the entire history of the second largest nation in the world. They can convince fucking 350 million people of a lie. Unbelievable, man. I've looked at these pictures for years now, and I can't get over it. Detroit, 1909. Look at Detroit today and tell me you think we're making progress. Yeah, right. What's actually happening is they're destroying them, building new ones. Fine, build a new one. Build a new one that looks like this. They can't do it. They can build these shit signs. They can put flags on antennas and pretend that's what they're for. They can pretend this is a basement and it was intentional. They can pretend all they want. Bye, Earth. I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, quite stunning. That's our intro. Let's go to Exhibit B. So this is a generic documentary. It has nothing to do with conspiracies or mud flood. It's just a documentary on Penn Station in New York. Look how ornate that is.
No one was really convinced that Penn Station would really be demolished.
I mean, look how stunning that is. I mean, that looks completely like a Greek temple. Why would the original Penn Station look like a Greek temple? That's kind of strange. I mean, look at those cabs parked out front. Does anybody find this kind of strange? Two-way militia says Masonic nobility of Pharaoh. The original Masons built them. The New World Order Templar tore them down.
That New York would permit this monumental act of vandalism against one of the largest and finest landmarks of its age. Any city gets what it admires.
I mean, and look how stunning that is on the inside. Like, that looks like an exterior street, but that's the inside of the old Penn Station.
And will pay for, and ultimately deserves. And we will probably be judged not by the monuments we build, but the monuments we destroy. Ada Louise Huxtable.
One of the worst things that's happened in New York's history is the loss of Penn Station. Penn was so traumatic.
I mean, does anybody else think it's weird that there are Greek columns in a train station? I mean, just take a step back. Like try to really be objective. Just remove any preconceived notions of anything and just look at this image here. Look at the people here and look at those Greek columns in the background. I mean, look how gigantic they are. Just absolutely gigantic.
Because this was something that belonged to everybody and that people felt was so beautiful and that they were so proud of, that they just took it for granted and felt that it, it couldn't possibly be torn down. Could you tear down the Grand Canyon?
It was like,
I mean, just look at how stunning that is. Just absolutely stunning. I mean, look at that. And like, again, just looking at images like this, it's like it doesn't match. It doesn't match the people, their vehicles. It doesn't match. That's a Greek temple right there. Did they really just smash all that?
Efficiency, or that the profiting from new construction.
They really just threw all those statues away? That's sad. That's really sad. They just smashed it all up. But yeah, I mean, look at that. That is absolutely stunning. And that just does not match New York City in any way. Alright, let's go to the next exhibit. So this is Lucius Aurelian.
In 1718 by the Kingdom of France at the time, the city has changed hands a few times, being under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Spain, the First Republic of France, and the United States. It's a beautiful city, and it's been with us since 1718, but of course they'll tell us that it was founded, so I guess any year in the United States is just not enough time to say that we actually built a city, or they're just being honest with us in a way. We look at one of the original plans of New Orleans and we see an incredible star fort structure around it from this rendering, supposedly composed in 1763. Very beautiful, and yet fascinating that there are so many plots of land planned out for structures that don't exist yet. And what was the original function of the star fort that was built around the city? Is it still there? Are there signs of it under the ground? It's very intriguing when we consider the fact that we believe that star forts are a sign of earlier civilizations, and we see no lack of it for this composition planning out New Orleans. How was it that the French knew that New Orleans was going to accede to such an incredible city? Regardless, it's very beautiful, and let's take a look at an 1851 bird's eye view. Very beautiful, well built out buildings in 8 position planning out New Orleans. How was it that the French knew that New Orleans was going to accede to such an incredible city? Regardless, it's very beautiful, and let's take a look at an 1851 bird's eye view. Now this is after New Orleans was under the jurisdiction of the United States. And look at this. Very beautiful, well built out buildings in 1851. And not just the landmark buildings that we'd expect to see. We see beautiful columns, beautiful towers. It's very staggering to consider all the detail that you already see in 1851. It's also interesting that we see that all of these buildings appear to be either masonry, stone, granite, limestone. We see beautiful domes. What exactly to make of this? The official historical account will tell us that in the 18th century, the 1700s, there was a great fire in New Orleans, and that's what necessitated the building of all these incredible buildings. Yet I can't help but consider the fact that perhaps we're looking at the remnants of a true old world city. Look at all the pediments and the columns that are already present. And there's also a lot of strife associated with New Orleans. I know that other explorers have looked at it very closely, and I know they've been amazed, and one could spend all day just looking at this 1851 bird's eye view of New Orleans and just being amazed at the detail in the architecture and all the effort that had to be expended to complete all these buildings. It's also interesting in the fact that we consider that New Orleans is a city that has lost a lot of its architecture over time. In other
Well, like almost every other city, as all of this is being erased, of course.
words, many of the buildings have been destroyed, and we'll be looking at that here in the video to consider some of these beautiful buildings that have been lost. Others are still with us, fortunately. However, considering the entire picture of New Orleans, originally founded in 1718, changing hands from the French to the Spanish after the 7 Years' War, the French-Indian War as it was called in the United States, or in America at the time, and then going over to the First French Republic during the Napoleonic era, and then back to the United States after the Louisiana Purchase in the early 19th century, which is where a lot of interesting world events happened. We look at other pictures of the city and we see the same kind of beauty, the very well built out buildings, the domes, the towers in the distance, and it's quite amazing. I'm also forced to consider what happened to the star fort that surrounded the city originally. Was that just something that was drawn in that old rendering, or was that something that really existed? There are some small star forts that still exist around New Orleans, and yet looking at other renderings, we're no less amazed by what we see with the detail with these incredibly beautiful buildings, these tall obelisks, and all these domes.
You know what else is kind of crazy with the star forts? I mean, obviously those deserve their own podcast, but I mean, was Stargate really a documentary? I mean, the more you look at a lot of these Hollywood reveals, so to speak, some of these supposedly science fiction concepts, and the more out there they are, the more it seems there might have been something to it. Because if there was a worldwide civilization, I mean, yeah, maybe they traveled via airships, but maybe there also was advanced travel by teleportation, not unlike the Philadelphia experiment.
They're everywhere at the same time. Of course, defenders of the mainstream account will tell us that there was ample time, that it all makes sense, that 1718 to now was plenty of time, and of course the fire at the end of the 18th century is what necessitated the construction of all these buildings, and it was apparently no problem. And there's even another explanation, the fact that this was supposed to be a prime colonial city for the French. Okay, it makes sense, and yet it sure seems like the French let go of the city, along with the entire Louisiana Purchase, rather easily, despite the fact that Napoleon was in charge. Oh well, make of it what you will. Looking here, we see the beautiful cathedral that we'll be taking a look at later and examining in full detail, and the St. Louis or St. Louis Cathedral, however you want to pronounce it. Supposedly under control of both the French and the Spanish, and the Spanish did renovations to it. The French originally built it. It's been added to it, has a conflicting account with it. Also look at what you see here, though, right off of the Mississippi with some of the beautiful and well-developed buildings. Now, of course, we can always say that these composed pictures could have been done at any point in time, and that's very true. And any artist can paint whatever they want to, or they can depict whatever they want to. So does this necessarily prove anything? The answer is no. But it's very interesting to consider that either this was someone's imagination, or they were looking at something that was real, and they were interpreting what they saw as real. What year did it really happen? Well, we know how many conflicting accounts that we have in the 19th century. If you've watched this channel before, it's quite an intriguing premise to consider. There's never any shortage of things to see where it comes to Louisiana and New Orleans. We see the depiction here of the cathedral, and is this really a picture? Is this some sort of sketch picture? It's hard to say. It's certainly not of the best quality. And yet we see other painted pictures where we see the same thing. Domes and towers in the distance, and yet a very well built out waterfront. What exactly is this reflecting to us? It seems to be showing us that New Orleans was a very well built out city, and that's one of the reasons why I opted for the last Old World city. There's a lot of evidence that New Orleans was perhaps the last fully intact Old World city before it was altered over time. If we go with the Five Eras theory as our primary theory for what we're considering with the presence of previous civilizations that we're not supposed to talk about and we're not supposed to consider. We look at some other actual photos of New Orleans, and we see again the very well built out residential area with the beautiful bell towers and the other beautiful towers, and we look at all this effort that went into it. We're also well aware of the fact that New Orleans, based on its position with the Mississippi and the Gulf of Mexico and the surrounding waterways, is susceptible to flooding. Pretty much anyone who's been around longer than 10 years is well aware of what's happened with the hurricanes in the past, most notably Hurricane Katrina. Here we see another one of these pictures where we have the horses pulling the trolley, and we see this very well built out cobblestone roadway. And these pictures, we're told, are either from the 1890s to the 1920s. Of course, what's the actual time? You can always ask questions. Is this photo from the 1890s or is it from a later portion in time? Of course, when you see horses pulling the trolley, you'll automatically think, well, it must be from before the 1890s.
Again, looking at some of these images, it's obviously very difficult to be truly objective because you have to really literally forget everything you think you know and then looking at it from that lens. Lord Zed in the chat says, I'm just sure there's a connection with the fact that the Moors were defeated in 1492 by Queen Isabella. Then immediately afterwards, she sent Columbus to the Americas. Old Man Chiba says, I wonder how much time and many people would be involved in creating blueprints for those buildings without AutoCAD, electricity, almost no communication, just blueprints for crazy symmetrical buildings, not to mention the complexity of these buildings.
When they electrified the trolleys, as we just seem to have electricity go across the entire nation of the United States in a very rapid amount of time. Beautiful photos, though, and beautiful buildings, and look at this kind of detail. And when you compare the elaborate architecture and detail that went in this one building, and then look at the roadway around it, it's definitely the conflicting account that you see in the picture itself. It paints an entirely different picture from a city that we're told was around since 1718, but had to be rebuilt from a fire, because that's always the story. Isn't this interesting when you see these buildings here and the tracks in the road? And again, it goes back to the question, what came first, the tracks or the road? Here we have President McKinley addressing the august body of New Orleans in 1901 prior to his unfortunate assassination at the World's Fair in Buffalo. Very beautiful building, and yet it doesn't exactly look like what remains there today. There seem to be some subtle differences. And we see other gorgeous buildings, and how many of these buildings are still there in New Orleans, and how many have unfortunately been torn down over the years. It seems to be a situation in many cities across the United States where you have certain buildings that seem to have survived, and yet other ones that have not. And look at this very vast crowd here, and look at some of the buildings that we see with some of the beautiful towers. And look at the variance in the towers that you see. You've got bell towers, you've got some of the more traditional towers that we see, and unique designs. It's obvious, though, that there is nothing within this city that really escapes our attention to detail when we see these gigantic columns in this building. Very beautiful. And how long has it really been there? What was the original construction behind it?
Well, also compare this to all the other buildings that were easy to build, like easier, just the regular buildings next to it. The interior is quite plain. And then you have this building with these kinds of columns and ornate construction. I mean, it's completely different.
Well, New Orleans is known in the United States for the War of 1812, where we had General Charlton Heston, General Andrew Jackson, who led what was perhaps the greatest American victory of the War of 1812. And if you know anything about the official account of the War of 1812, the United States military didn't exactly perform well there. But we'll start by looking at our star forts around New Orleans. Fort Macomb and Fort Pike. Fort Pike is very well preserved, and Fort Macomb is not so well preserved, being grown over. However, it does show us that there are the presence of star forts in the New Orleans area. And we always suspect that star forts represent the previous civilization. Now here's Fort Macomb we'll look at first, and it's very well grown over, but yet you can still see the fine details and shapes, the geometric shapes that always accompany a star fort. And there's a lot of theories for what these smaller star forts may have represented. Were they drains, or were they some sort of valve control system? Here's Fort Pike, and we can see that it's much more well-maintained. And we go back to that theory of drains, and perhaps there's something to that with the fact that both these star forts are right on the entryway of the Mississippi going past New Orleans. Not sure, but it's very beautiful when you look at the geometric patterns, and the preservation on it's amazing.
I'm going to overlay something here in a second that I think is kind of curious. Not exact, but interesting. Interesting, some of these shapes. Very interesting.
We'll be told by the official historical account, though, that these star forts were constructed from 1819 to 1824 because bricks were in abundant supply and transporting these things were no issue. Logistics was just not a problem in the 19th century. Even though you didn't have motor transportation at the time, railways supposedly were limited, and it was also very difficult in terms of logistically sustaining the workforce that would have been required, human and animal, to build such a structure. However, we go with the historical account, and it was only 5 years, and they managed to complete these amazing structures that stand today, even if they're grown over. Yes, they had cannons. Yes, they could defend it. And just look at the detail and the symmetry in this wall. And also pay attention to the ridges there near the top of it. It's quite an incredible image, and it reflects the fact that there seems to have been a previous civilization that was very obviously present in Louisiana. Well, anyway, that's enough star forts. Let's take a look at the city hell. What the hell is this? Brutalist architecture, 1950s building? This is the city hall? How did this get in the presentation? Who's responsible for this? Oh, there we go. Gallier Hall, built 1845 to 1853.
Christopher Lambert, always welcome.
The original City Hall of New Orleans. And the unfortunate tragedy is we see that many of these beautiful old municipal buildings have been replaced by these lovely, and I say that in all sarcasm, brutalist architecture buildings of the
City Hall? City Hell? Hall? Interesting.
1950s and beyond. But here we see a more traditional, quote-unquote, neoclassical building with the columns and the pediment, and we can see that this is a very worthy city hall for any city anywhere in the world. So why exactly did they have to replace this one? Well, you'll find the usual slew of reasons that, well, it just wasn't meeting the needs at the time, it wasn't large enough, or they just didn't have enough rooms for people to sit around and wait for their bureaucratic processes to be completed. Very beautiful building, and very impressive that it was supposedly built in the mid-19th century, although we certainly question that. There's almost though there's something even more gorgeous about this particular pediment, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments. I love the interiors too. Now, even though they're not using this as a city hall, we should be thankful that this building continues to survive. I love the interiors because while they may not be as well decorated, or at least putting as much artistic decoration in this building, it does give the impression though of the quality of this building. And you can get the feeling that this is a building where you would feel that relaxed, inspired feeling just walking in. And yet we still see some of the artistic beauty on the ceiling with the chandeliers and of course the usual checkerboard floor pattern. I also wonder how much of this has been due to the quote-unquote renovations that occur to where they're making this building appear, how shall we say, a little bit more modest on the inside than what was originally intended. I love the entryway here too with the columns and the doorway. Very, very large door, but you remember that saying from an LA story from Steve Martin, you're nobody in the city unless you have a very large door. And of course the old city hall had a very large door.
And I won't get into this here, but I mean, gigantic doorways seem to have been a thing for quite some time. Some believe the Tartarians were very, very tall. Giants, maybe?
I have a feeling the new one doesn't have a large door, but we're not going to look. Very beautiful. Look at this hallway. You can still see the signs of what a gorgeous building this was in its prime. And frankly, it's still in its prime. The fact that it's still standing and they haven't torn it down says a lot. Look at the pillars there integrated in the wall, the chandeliers in the ceiling again, and of course the floor. You know, even the stairways, you can still see some of the details in the banister that survive, and that's something else to look for when you look at these old municipal buildings. I wonder if you could possibly enjoy being in the modern New Orleans City Hall as much as you would enjoy being in this building. Well, I'm sure there are some people who enjoy sitting around having their bureaucratic processes take all day, or several weeks, or months, depending on the case. This is another one of these rooms where you just get that feeling of beauty and decor, even though it looks a little bit modest by what we've seen in some of the other old world buildings. Well, let's move on to the Eleanor McMain Secondary School from 1932. This is an Art Deco secondary school. Now, we've only really seen one Art Deco school in Salt Lake City so far in the explorations on this channel. And I thought this one was interesting to consider as well because this building is still with us, but it's another building, unfortunately, that's fallen prey, if you will, to the Art Deco renovation. Now, we'll be told it's because they had to redo the building, they had to renovate it because it was so poorly made at the time that it just wasn't meeting the standards, and that's always when here you see it with some of this beautiful detail. And Art Deco is always interesting for that very reason. Look at some of these pillars and the beautiful ornate decorations on it. All for a school. And it's always intriguing when we consider the fact that these schools were so well adorned and so beautifully decorated. You could actually see this achieving the purpose of inspiring education, as though education was about how to think and not what to think. What to think being what's only in a book or what's cataloged in a book, and you have to abide by anything that's in a book. We like to think that books represent a time when information was more free and it was more open. But is that necessarily true? That's a fallacy of belief that we have to consider. It was a very beautiful building, and of course we're told that it eroded over time. It started to deteriorate, as all these old world buildings that are somehow miraculously still standing do, and so therefore they had to renovate it. And this is the renovation. Now, it's nice that the building's still standing, but you can get the feeling that there's something about the renovation that just doesn't quite feel right intuitively. It's almost as though I can hear this building crying out in its pain that this decoration just doesn't seem right. I mean, which one looks more beautiful to you? The interior, though, survives a little bit because we still have one of these beautiful auditoriums, and it looks like the ceiling of the auditorium has been unaltered, and you can see the area around the stage there. That's very gorgeous. I always love the auditoriums in these older schools. And what exactly are they telling us? That's something we have to consider. And now we go to the Hibernia Bank Building, built in 1921. So you could say this is Art Deco or a little pre-Art Deco, depending on what the design philosophy behind it was.
And check out the top of that building. It's just, I mean, again with the Greek columns. I mean, just again, all these photos. It's not like there's any other types of buildings halfway built in the background.
Or how they decide to designate the building. However, we see a very unique design with a beautiful building that's decorated. It has a pediment up top, and then there's even the little cupola up top. I wonder if that was originally a dome or something else. This is a rather unique building in the fact that we've seen other buildings like this. This somewhat reminds me of the layout of the Plummer Building in Rochester, Minnesota.
I also wonder if part of the design of all these cathedrals or cathode cathedral, and the domes on top, do they represent the entire world if it has a dome? So then they built, as above, so below. They built the buildings to reflect the bigger building, the entire building of Earth.
However, it's unique and beautiful in its own way, especially with this cupola up top. Not a dome, but a little bit of a beehive pattern, it looks like. Hard to tell exactly. I even like the little parapet appearance there above the columns. Very, very unique. And even the pediment itself looks unique. And looking at it from different angles, we can see that no detail was spared. Again, in the 1920s, this was just no problem to throw up a building like this. And this is even before the time of Huey Long, the very famous governor of Louisiana. Ken Burns did a documentary on him too, by the way. And currently, this is apparently a residential complex, and I could see why this would be a beautiful pool to be swimming at, especially if you have that kind of background image with those beautiful pillars and the pediment there. You can see why that would be a very inspiring image. Although I decided to take a look at what renting a room in this building would be. It's a little pricey. Well, look at that column there and that beautiful decorative detail. And this is what one of those one-room apartments would look like, and if the prices are accurate, for the low price of $2,000 a month, you could rent yourself a one-bedroom apartment in the Hibernia building in New Orleans today. I don't know. I guess it's up to you to decide if it's worth it or not. I think you know where I sit on the matter. Now let's look at the Lakefront Airport. Started construction in 1929 and opened in the mid-1930s. This was supposedly at the orders of Governor Huey Long. What a beautiful airport. Imagine going to an airport like this every day. We think of our modern experiences in airports, and it's just nothing but hassle and difficulty. And yet, just coming to this terminal, you'll say it's smaller, but look at the beautiful decorative detail. The very height of Art Deco buildings. I like all the images and the figures on the front of it. You feel like you're actually going to ascend in the sky, and you can see why this would be an airport that people really want to go to. And then look at the interior of it with the ceiling and the walls and all the beautiful decoration. All this for an airport? I'm not complaining. I would love to have all of our airports look like this today. You would actually look forward to going to the airport. I have a feeling that the process that you have to go through in the airport would probably be more efficient too. Not that I'm saying that things in the past were better, but, at least from an aesthetic appearance, or at least from an aesthetic aspect, things looked a heck of a lot better. So I don't know. What do you think? How would you feel going to an airport like this every day? And of course, it's also used as a wedding venue, which, as I've joked in other videos, that's kind of our test to know if something's
I'll
a true...
skip through a little bit here.
Today, though, gives us that impression. They have the bellhops to help you carry in your luggage from the back of your horse-drawn cart. And again, look at the cobblestones. To be an incredibly beautiful place to see. And to be the ceiling as well. I'm just astounded by the fact that there were 3 St. Charles hotels that were told in New Orleans in the 19th century, and that this was the 3rd one that was supposedly constructed in the 1890s. You'll never guess how the previous 2 were lost to us. Look at this. You really get the feeling for the skylight here. And this is the kind of beauty, these are the sort of things that I enjoy seeing in these old buildings. And of course, we don't have the St. Charles Hotel anymore, because why would anybody want this kind of luxury or this kind of experience staying in a hotel? It's interesting to me, though, how this is cataloged and how many of our modern integral journal sources still keep these pictures and still refer to this as a very beautiful building. So even the mainstream seems to agree with our aesthetic appraisal. And here is the first St. Charles Hotel. Unfortunately, it was lost in a fire. Of course. Always the fires that just seem to strike very specific buildings, except for the other fires that strike more wide areas. Look at some of the beautiful columns there and the interior. And you even have a pediment on the interior. So again, no detail spared. Some of these surviving buildings that harken back to an earlier civilization at different times. And you see the central tower and the 2 subsidiary towers. Originally, they supposedly weren't pointed. They were a little bit more rounded. And yet you see the columns in the front facade and the buildings around it with a pediment on it. And I think this reflects the original old world identity that still survives to this day from New Orleans. And I think this is one of the reasons why New Orleans is one of the most incredible examples of a true old world city. Yes, you might have noticed they've tried to conceal it by building new buildings, such as the lovely current City Hall from the 1950s. But so much of it still endures. And looking at the interior of this cathedral, we're just struck by the incredible beauty. We're struck by the fact that the ceiling is so well decorated, and this building is so unbelievably old.
Riz in the chat says, "Yup, fire destroyed concrete and marble. Totally believable."
Yet it's been renovated and changed and rebuilt many times. But how old is it really? And I'm still wondering, in the design and construction of it, you don't really see many other cathedrals like it, at least in the United States. But of course people say, well, it's because they were inspired by the decoration in Europe. Of course they were. Here's a little bit of a video from it. Of the South in the United States. And keep in mind that this was only 20 years after the U.S. Civil War. Expo are very difficult to come by, but this is supposedly one of the photos of the main building. And that's right, made out of your balsa wood and your leftover popsicle sticks. No problem.
Yeah, I don't know. That whole narrative that it was basically paper mache that made these world fairs and expos. I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of weird, especially that certain buildings still survive today that are solid stone and marble. So clearly they weren't paper mache.
So easy to construct and so easy to tear down because we just had all the time and resources in the 19th century. Again, something unique when it comes to the design and construction of religious buildings. The Parish Prison, 1834. Very nice prison. Although I think of the one that we saw in Anamosa, Iowa, while it may not compare completely to that, it's still very impressive with a little cupola over there. And why do you need that on a prison? Very interesting. This looks like a state capitol. And of course,
Yeah, that looks quite stunning. That looks like another stunning Greek temple there. Wow.
of course, this is one that was lost to fire. Beautiful dome, columns all over the place, and the beautiful pediment. It was stated that this is one of the most beautiful buildings in the United States at the time. Of course, that's the official account. And who knows what the ground truth reality is. Still, a hotel. They're saying this was a hotel in the 19th century.
That seems kind of weird.
Imagine if we could get a hotel built like this today. Well, this one vanished by fire, supposedly in the 1850s, so they replaced it with this one, the second St. Charles Hotel. Looks just like the first one, minus the dome on top. So, what's really going on here?
I still can't get over how it doesn't match. Like these giant Greek temples, they don't match the horse and buggy people in the front. They just don't match.
Again, another conflicting account. I'm not sure what to make of this. The second St. Charles Hotel, though, was actually used during the Civil War as the headquarters of the military governor of New Orleans, and that's Major General Benjamin Butler. Yes, Benjamin Butler, who was the military governor, dictator of New Orleans during the Civil War. And he had some very controversial policies, although his authoritarian and oppressive leadership style did help reduce the outbreak of fever in New Orleans, which it was supposedly susceptible to. This guy looks kind of familiar. He almost looks like someone took actor Dennis Franz and melted him in the microwave for a few minutes. I have to wonder if Benjamin Butler ever served in some sort of official capacity as the governor of Wisconsin or perhaps the mayor of Madison. His authoritarian policies would go very popular there. What's he wearing there? Is that supposed to be some kind of uniform? That's very interesting. Where have I seen that before? Oh yeah, those dress uniforms in Star Trek The Next Generation. I was wondering where they got that idea from. Quick, number one, put on your butler uniform. Luxana Troy is coming again. All right, back on topic. French Opera House, 1910. And again, we see the surrounding roadways there, and we always have these opera houses that seem to be in every large city and small town across the United States from the 19th century. Everybody needed to have an opera house. Even if your town only had 300 people, you needed to have an opera house. You weren't getting in the stagecoach and riding over to the nearby town. Oh, no. You had to have the opera house there. How could you even have enough acts to go around all these opera houses?
In these semi-deserted cities. Yeah, that's a good question.
Gilbert Academy, 1888. Look at the tower on that. That's very unique. And, of course, the central construction there. You know, if this was in another state, we'd probably be told this is a school for the blind or a school for the deaf. Because, you know, if there's one thing blind people need to help them get around, it's multiple floor buildings. Yes, don't question that one. And the Horticulture Hall, one of the remnants, lost buildings from the Cotton Exposition or the Centennial Exposition or whatever name you want to assign to it. Very beautiful building. And again, something else that unfortunately we've lost because of the natural progression, the renewal as we'll call it, in the United States. The Inn Terminal, 1902, very interesting.
And why are they called terminals? Are they terminals?
We have this large, what looks to be a hangar. Of course, we'll be told that this is just a cover area for a train station. Wonder why this one was lost. Very interesting tower, and you know, you need to have a 3 or 4 floor tower so you can actually run a proper train station, I guess. Well, let me know in the comments what you think this building really is, because I always enjoy hearing your opinions on it, because I think you're very accurate with some of your impressions. And now looking at the Moresque building. Built in 1859, but they had to stop it during the Civil War, and I guess
Moore-esque building?
Benjamin Butler was not giving any authoritarian or oppressive orders to continue construction on this building, but they managed to complete it right after the Civil War. Very unique and very beautiful. And what architectural style does this represent, I wonder? Not something that we see a lot of. The Public Library in 1908. Yes, little dome there, pediment in the columns. You know, the only public library I've seen that really matches this one in bizarre factor has to be the one I looked at in La Crosse, Wisconsin, way back in one of the early explorations, the one that looked like it was lifted from some sort of fairy tale. And I like, again, how you have the stairs that go up to the main entrance. So why don't all public libraries still look like this today? Not sure. The Orleans Parish Criminal Courts, 1880s. And look at that beautiful clock tower and numerous towers on that. Well, of course you need a court building that looked like that at the time. It gives all the people that are coming in there to have their judgments read to them the feeling that they're going into a building that reflects authority. And of course you have a large clock tower on it at the time. And people tell me, well, it's so people could check their time, because nobody had pocket watches in the 19th century. Got a video coming up on that as well. The second Masonic temple, built in 1892. Wonder what the first one looked like.
The Masonic temple. They're not even hiding that one.
Again, no detail spared there with the beautiful large windows and the incredible towers. Again, many different architectural styles, and you know, for this particular exploration, I'm not so concerned about what they're labeling these as, whether it's Gothic, Victorian Revival, Imperial, or whatever. Southern Rail Depot, 1908. Look at the intricacy with this one. And you see some of these large mason stones and the interesting foundation, and then look at the front window on this. This isn't exactly the kind of building that I'm certainly used to seeing. Very unique. A railway depot that looks like that. And the Toro Shakespeare Almshouse, 1882. Almshouse was basically the way they said poorhouse. And of course you need a very well-built and unique poorhouse or almshouse with the large portal windows. And looks like it's 3 floors. I wonder what the foundation's like, and I wonder how deep in the foundation it really goes. Very intriguing. And Temple Sinai, built 1872. 1872. Gorgeous building like this being built in New Orleans. Very tragic that we don't have this building to still go see, because I would love to see the interior of this. And
Doesn't it just look weird having that vehicle in the front there? I mean, these are two different. They're from two different realms. I mean, these are two different realms here.
I could not find any interior photos of this beautiful building. But what do you think of it? Well, that concludes our exploration of New Orleans, and as General Charlton Heston, Andrew Jackson said, we have an incredible city here, and he successfully defended it in the War of 1812, one of the few American victories from that war. You know, I wonder, am I going to be lampooned for my poor pronunciation of French words for the rest of my life? Thanks for joining me. Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Wow. All right, let's go to the next exhibit here. And this is from a non-conspiracy channel. It's just from a standard channel. It is Kings and Things, America's Lost Architecture. Get a few different perspectives here.
Been founded about 250 years ago, the United States of America is a relatively young country. In line with this, it's also got a fairly modern image in terms of architecture, exemplified in the gleaming skyscrapers of its great cities. But on a closer inspection, many of these skyscrapers are in fact built in traditional styles, and you could say that they make up the tip of the iceberg of America's rich classical tradition. From the monumental architecture of Washington, D.C. to quaint country houses and regional revivalist styles, the United States has a lot to offer. Even so, some of its greatest works of classical architecture have unfortunately been lost, and in this video I'm going to be showcasing a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, again, the original Penn Station, I mean, it looks like it could be something out of, you know, ancient Rome, Petra, the Middle East, Egypt. Just look how ginormous this thing is.
In the late 19th century, Chicago was growing at a rapid pace, and many of the city's public buildings quickly became used beyond their intended capacity. One such case was the structure known as the United States Custom House, Courthouse, and Post Office. It had only been erected in 1880, but
So again, this Kings and Things channel is it's just a standard official narrative, coincidence theorist, authority worshipping cultist type channel. I just thought this video was quite interesting, documenting this,
Since the
so you could see how obvious
city's population more than doubled in
the
the next decade,
differences
it
are
was
here.
demolished in this was the Chicago Federal Building. Designed by local architect Henry Ives Cobb, it was constructed over a steel frame with exterior walls of brick and was sheathed with 500,000 square feet or 46,000 square meters of grey granite from Maine.
They shipped the granite from Maine? This is supposedly the official narrative here.
Laid out in the shape of a Greek cross, it featured Corinthian porticos in each direction and was capped by a 100 feet or 30 meter tall gilt dome. In total, the building was 16 stories tall. On the inside, it was richly decorated, and the four wings met under the dome to form an octagonal rotunda, which was actually larger than the one in the United States Capitol.
Has anybody been able to find any kind of photos of the construction, or even drawn diagrams?
Having been finished in 1905, the Chicago Federal Building would eventually meet its end in 1965 when it was demolished.
Why would it ever be demolished?
The site is now occupied by the Federal Plaza, designed by Ludwig Mies van der Rohe in the International style. In 1896, the wealthy Singer Corporation, best known as a manufacturer of sewing machines, decided to build its new headquarters at the northwestern corner of Liberty Street and Broadway in New York City. The 10-story tall building was made in the elegant Beaux-Arts style, with a facade of stone and red brick, and was topped by a mansard roof. Although an impressive building, it had been turned into a true icon through an addition made between 1906 and 1908. Its architect, Ernest Flagg, was brought back to design a tower, which would give the structure a total of 41 stories, and at a height of 612 feet or 187 meters, it had become the tallest building in the world. Flagg deplored how modern skyscrapers grew upward from the very edge of their plots, making narrow ravines of the city streets below. Thus, he decided that the tower should be set back from the street, giving the building its unconventional, narrow shape.
You know, it's weird. In a lot of these photos or diagrams, it's really hard to tell what are they doing here. Are they really building, or are they making improvements? Like, what exactly are they doing?
Its top included a 50-foot or 15-meter tall dome capped by a lantern where visitors could pay the equivalent of $14 in today's value to enjoy views of the city. Especially noteworthy was also the lavishly decorated lobby.
I mean, that is quite the lobby. I mean, wow. Wow.
Which was said to exude, quote, celestial radiance.
Celestial radiance? Interesting.
But the Singer Building was only the world's tallest for about a year, losing the position in 1909. By the 1960s, the Singer Corporation had decided to move out of the old building, and its small floors made it unappealing for redevelopment at the time. Thus, in 1968, it gained a new record, becoming the tallest building ever to be demolished.
Why would you ever demolish that to put up some kind of crap like this? I mean, it just doesn't jive. Why would a building like that ever be demolished? I mean, it seems like you'd want to preserve that for all time.
Since its completion in 1973, the site has been occupied by One Liberty Plaza. Another of New York's great lost landmarks is Pennsylvania Station.
Again, that's just absolutely stunning. I mean, not just the design, but the sheer size of this thing. I mean, this was an entire city block. And not a small city block, a New York City block. I mean, wow.
Originally opened in 1910, the vast structure was widely praised for its majestic architecture, and in its heyday it served 100 million people a year traveling to and from the city by rail. It featured an imposing facade of granite equipped with sturdy Doric columns.
Again, how did they ship all that granite in there? Like, how did they construct how did they how did they construct the building with the columns? I mean, this is horse and buggy times.
The main waiting room was inspired by the baths of Caracalla in ancient Rome and was the largest indoor space in the city. Covering 1.5 city blocks, it was clad in travertine marble and drenched in sunlight through its great vaulted windows.
That's all marble? I mean, wow. Wow. I mean, it almost looks like a palace for giants, doesn't it? Because why would you need indoor space that big?
Soaring 150 feet or 45 meters above the chamber.
150 feet?
The concourse, by contrast, was made up of a forest of undecorated steel columns expressing its utilitarian function. Trains arrived through tunnels and were therefore by necessity driven by electricity instead of coal. It also made use of an innovative vertical layout in which inbound and outbound trains were stacked.
Shelby in the chat suggested an airship hangar. That could make sense. I mean, it's certainly the space is there.
To prevent congestion.
And the fact that it's just one open area instead of many different floors. So if there was an airship, they can kind of float up, I guess.
The man who had envisioned this temple to transportation was Alexander Cassatt, the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. Up until the early 20th century, they lacked direct access to New York, with the lines terminating on the opposite banks of the Hudson River. This problem was finally solved by the construction of underground tunnels, allowing them to reach the city and to construct this grand terminal. Designed by McKim, Mead & White, one of the country's leading architectural firms, it was intended as a monument for the ages. But it would only last for about 50 years. The decline in passenger traffic following World War II made it increasingly unprofitable, and despite public backlash, the building was demolished in 1966.
Yeah, why would you ever demolish a building like that? Again, there are people who protest the demolishing of smaller, crappy buildings just because of historical value. I mean, is there anything more historically valuable than a building like that?
Its underground concourses were then remodeled into the modern Pennsylvania Station, while Madison Square Garden and Pennsylvania Plaza were built above. The City Hall of San Francisco stands as an impressive example of the beauty and grandeur advocated in early 20th century urban planning.
I mean, look, that looks like a palace from St. Petersburg or some of these major European cities. I mean, just an absolute palace. Why would that ever be used as a city hall?
But when it was built in the 1910s, it actually succeeded an earlier, even grander building. The old City Hall was a massive structure covering 2 blocks and inspired by France's opulent Second Empire style. Rising above its meandering facade were 5 separate towers and a giant dome topped with a gleaming statue holding a torch. In front of it stood the Pioneer Monument, now moved to a different location, and there was also a separate dome structure called the Hall of Records.
The Hall of Records. I wonder what was there in the Hall of Records of this just astonishing building.
The complex was designed by Canadian architect Augustus Laver and stood more or less completed in 1899 after 27 years of planning and construction. It had by then gone far over budget, and the project was tainted by corruption and incompetence. It had also taken much longer to build than planned because the city refused to take loans, meaning that construction stopped whenever they were short on money. Furthermore, the quality of the building was highly questionable, and parts of it had begun to break even before it was finished. As a final bad omen, it was constructed over the city's first cemetery, the resting place of over 8,000 dead who had to be moved.
That's kind of weird.
When the 1906 San Francisco earthquake hit, the building came crumbling down, having stood finished for just 7 years.
So they're saying the building was only stood finished for 7 years. I mean, it's very difficult to corroborate any of this stuff going this far back. But again, one can only wonder if all these earthquakes are simply HARP in an earlier form. Just weather manipulation of the realm.
Damaged beyond repair, it was replaced by the current City Hall built a few blocks away.
I mean, the current City Hall looks pretty spectacular as well. So that was an official narrative channel. Let's go to the next exhibit here.
Today we'll look at
This is the one and only John Levi.
sights seldom seen. Thanks for being here. God bless and welcome. One of my favorite things to do is check out maps. And this map tool is probably one of the greatest things they've given us. In a lot of parts, especially around the edges where they don't permit travel, things get kind of blurred out. A lot of the oceans blurred out, but otherwise, pretty good. I don't think these images come from satellites. I don't believe in satellites. I don't see them, and I've looked at the stars intimately, the sky, for 20 years now. Just part of the landscape. But one of my favorite things is these grids, the old footprint underneath the cities. The cities take advantage of these layouts, many subdevelopments built on this circuitry. As we can see here in Pahrump, Nevada. Just a wasteland, but yet something surviving. Even here we can see flowage, and it doesn't intrude with these patterns. There's some more over here in California City. California City, the middle of this cooked out wasteland, and we can see that same circuitry. And they're trying. They have been trying for 100 years to get people to move out here and cover up this circuitry, sell it off as neighborhoods, but it's not happening. Here they've packed a little section, really packed them in like sausages, now providing a charge. And these are some of my favorite examples because they're just pretty clear, in my opinion. No fool would lay out a subdevelopment like this unless they were mad. No, but I like it. I mean, it's intelligent design, and it would be very difficult to lay out and to survey, but once it's here, there's no reason not to develop it in the same pattern. No shrubs or trees grow on these lines. And here we can see a super straight Peruvian line jutting out from the city by the dump, of course. Dumps, golf courses, mines. Really a small dump. It doesn't look so dumpy. But anyway, this Peruvian line shooting out from out of the town, and we can follow and follow and follow, and here we go. We start to see a little more undeveloped, pretty much buried and cooked out, but we still see the circuit pattern. And then here we go. Boom.
Yeah, it is really crazy how a lot of the Earth's surface really does look like some kind of electric grid or even a computer motherboard. I'll put up an image of a motherboard here as well. It's uncanny. I mean, it really is uncanny, almost as if there is some kind of purpose to the layout of cities to somehow conduct electricity across the entire surface of the Earth. And we have to wonder, I mean, what role do lightning storms, just lightning, has in all of this? I mean, it is uncanny how just the surface of the Earth does look like a circuit board.
this mega undeveloped circuit footprint. And I don't know, this is so mind-blowing that I feel very comfortable saying I don't know. I always feel comfortable saying I don't know. But anyway, nobody can say they came out here and did this, especially when it exhibits the same pattern as we can see all throughout the realm. And these first examples are just some that I found on my own. There is a master by the name of Gary Shunung, and we've looked at the work of Gary before, but maybe it's been a year or two. And I think Gary somehow, either through curiosity like myself, or through assignment, discovered thousands upon thousands of sites like this. Super anomalous sites. God, I should stretch this out a little. Forgive me. It's a little better. So instead of telling you what I think, I'd rather tell you what Gary has to say here. Gary the man. And I'd rather just play some of his video in the corner here in fast speed so we can impress as much of his discoveries into your being as we just read what Gary has to say. Now that people have had some time to look at the material I've posted, I will share my analysis of what all of this could mean. The videos are pieces of one large video titled From the Brink of Extinction, Ruins of Old Earth. The reason that we can't understand how ancient people with no technology, machinery, or even decent tools could have accomplished what they seem to have been able to do is very simple. They didn't do it. They occupied and used what was available to them from before a near extinction event occurred. And that's it. And this is from August 2012. Here, Gary has come up with the same conclusions. In 2012, a reset inheritors, primitive inheritors that could have not built the sites and wonders and cities that they now occupy. Some of what they used had become exposed by time and erosion, and he talks about the same things we do, the way we look at the Greco-Roman buildings and then push that even further back. Same hand building the same way. He says what is left at Stonehenge could be the center support structure of an ancient dome-shaped building. And I agree. All the ruins, even what is almost unrecognizable, are more advanced than they should be for the time period, for the people occupying the areas. Here he says we've wondered why we can't find evidence of what hit ground in Crater National Park, but have we ever wondered how it could blast a square hole in the ground?
I mean, this is really crazy, just the symmetry of whatever, just these aerial shots of what was here before. It's so perfectly symmetrical. I mean, these clearly are not natural formations in any way.
And this is 2012. It would be interesting to talk to Gary. Is he still on board with the flying bull? Here he's showing us what is advanced grid systems. And these create water, almost as if they were water distribution points, now just cooked. We have them in Utah. Of course they're everywhere. And that's what I love about this man's work. And here he's showing us what looks like New Mexico. Chaco Canyon. Oh, definitely Chaco Canyon. Here a site, another. And what he may not have realized, and he may, is that the very mountains and rocks are also structure, rendered. And I think he does, and that's why he's showing us this. He is absolutely seeing the intelligence in this now looking cooked out site. Now let's look at something else. So next I want to talk about a few ancient sites that have really been underappreciated in my opinion. This is not it, although this is unappreciated as well. The complex engineering we see over the border here is the same thing that we're talking about today. An old grid, an old circuit board. And here we can see that. I mean, just bustling. Everything south of the border is laid out even more complexly than just north of it. And we can again see traces of the same thing that hasn't been covered up. We see the covering up of Star Fortage with golf courses, not even very nice ones. What is this, trash in the middle? And here again, everything showing signs of something that's been totally wiped out. I had planned on jumping back in and going south and exploring all of Mexico. I mean, it really took me on a wild ride how absolutely everywhere this is. But for a quick moment here, I want to look at some of the ruins of Cambodia. Now, we've seen it before, but have we really appreciated how absolutely advanced and in ruins these works are? So there's this place called the Plain of Jars. Giant pots, or what they're calling jars, or what? I think it's not what they tell us. It's been proposed by giant tree theorists that these might be like petrified fruit or berries, and I can appreciate that and have suggested it in the past. But when we look at this one here, we see this intelligently made bevel like a vessel. But of course nothing in this realm is what it seems, because everything has been petrified or rendered something else, some other material, through intense baking or a past reset. And it's not so crazy. I mean, all the pieces to the puzzle are here. Oh, how did it get so hot and cook? Well, there was a campaign. Again, just putting their puzzle pieces together.
I mean, another question I kind of had was also, what is with the rollout of, let's say, Google Earth, Google Maps, just to be able to view all this? It's almost like it's all hidden in plain sight. Was this released by design? Kind of like some speculate the flat Earth theory was kind of, it was a controlled release, regardless of whether true or untrue. Like, the powers that be could have totally censored, I mean, as they do. I mean, there are certain military facilities that are censored on the aerials. Like, they could have, like, smooth mapped all of the overhead and in the satellite mapping and not shown it. But here it's kind of clear for anybody to see, almost like it's hidden in plain sight. I mean, again, is this all revelation of the method where it's some kind of a requirement to have this public?
Here we have this beautiful, but kind of unknown, plain of jars, and just megaliths everywhere. We're just getting started. And then we have this Operation Barrel Roll. Look here, the History Channel, maybe. Why has this country been cooked more than any other country? Why? They're asking this question in 2023. And I made a video on it. I'm not sure which one it is. In between 1964 and 73, the Americans dropped over 2 million tons of cluster bees over Laos. More than all the bombs dropped in WW blank combined. And in my past video, I remember it was around the clock carpet cooking for years. Several years around the clock. You saw it there. More than WW combined. The most blasted in history. So what the hell? What are you doing out here? What the hell? Here you can see it today. Little shacklings. Really rough. And here some of the litter left behind. I don't remember it being called Operation Barrel Roll. But this all was concurrent with NAM. Here we go. And we know NAM was a false flagger. Oh, they bombed a ship. The NAM. So NAM, we have the same thing, just spraying and destroying a nation. And right next door, a little side hustle, always the side hustle. Side hustle is 260 million being dropped on poor little Laos. What's going on in Laos? So here we can see NAM, North NAM. Here in the middle is the site of the largest operation of cooking and terraforming. And I have no doubt the cooking and terraforming is going on everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty weird. This is definitely pretty weird. Definitely begs the question, what's so special about that Vietnam area?
Even here in Utah, it was going on before people would have time to realize. North Nam.
Gulf of Tonkin right there on the map.
Down here we see South, we see Thailand, and then down here Cambodia. This was a very important use of tax dollars. And here we are today at the site of the plane of jars. I mean, what could be left after 200 million devices being dropped all around here? Surprised it's so green and looks so nice. But otherwise, nothing should exist. At a quick glance, it looks like what we would be told are rice paddy fields. There we go. That's the excuse over there. Everything rice paddies. So much rice. And I don't know. Here we see this area, and really a great area, and we really wouldn't think anything of it, were it not for the recent tourist type of discoveries, these megaliths, these giant pots, and there is no part of this realm where I haven't found this to be the case. Even out here, in what would seem to be the middle of nowhere, we discovered in a past video that this area was victim to a great cooking. All of these islands, what they call the Marshall Islands, and today there's elitists living out on these islands. And if satellites were real, this would be a very, very sad display of their capabilities. So all of this is a region. According to old maps, this would be east of Tartaria. And not far away we have Indonesia. Well, it's pretty far away, but essentially this area is just a absolute paradise. This is probably some of the greatest land. And what can be revealed out here? What has been lost? What stories will they give us? Here we go. Here we go. So this is just waiting for a history, for a people, for development, and yet this is all the footprint, just as we see everywhere. Even out here in the middle of nowhere, we find these complex grid systems.
I mean, again, this is really tough to make heads or tails of. Again, it's as if the Earth has its own electricity and cities, so there was some kind of a knowledge of that in order to build cities a very particular way because of that.
And in this case, totally uninhabited. Here, this was a mega city at one point. Here we go. Laid out, engineered to perfection. And let me just show you again where we are in the middle of Indonesia. Let's zoom back in and drop a pin. I think I spelled Indonesia wrong, but who cares? Now let's look at some of the ruins and megaliths of Indonesia. Here, this is titled The Mysterious Ancient Pyramid. Okay. These really interesting characters all over. Here we can get a closer look. Here, more structures that resemble the clay pots I was just showing you in Laos, a place that was heavily bombed. So here again we have giant clay pots. These are clearly not berries, and very advanced out here in the jungle, and a lot.
Boggin in the chat saying if Anatoly Fomenko is correct, we've been lied to about the whole of history, basically, and I think he is, yeah. I went over Fomenko in the Altered History series, referenced him quite frequently.
Of sites like this, almost looks like basalt, but I think basalt is a condition, again, aftermath of a reset. And we're not going to spend all day, but I did think it was important to tie some of these puzzle pieces together, because it does all tie together. What is revealed in
Old Man Chiba has a point here. If we are told lies about what happened yesterday, I mean, or even today, I mean, you watch the mainstream news, how much of that is true? So why would, I mean, the further back you go, obviously, if we're going by that metric, the less likely it would to be true.
one little corner of the realm seems to be the case everywhere. I hope that my videos are upbeat. I try to be. I mean, there's so much in the world to bring you down, and I always try to look at the bright side of life. I think whoever discovered these ruins and removed the dirt from them was also looking at the bright side, not building a golf course on top of them, but revealing them for us to ponder and make sense of. And I like to continue their work, essentially trying to make sense of everything. I found this place a couple hours away from my house. I didn't quite make it out here, but I got pretty close. Maybe I approached the gate of the old city. Definitely on my bucket list. And this is kind of the gate here. Back here you can actually see the I-70, this line here. We see a truck or a van, and it cuts through the most amazing landscape, cooked out ruins in my opinion. And I think it ties in beautifully with this video. When you see the way that this road winds through these, what we would be told are sandstone formations, there's no way. Let me just show you a peek. So this is it. Cutting through this. No way. The cut was already here. And Chief and I were right at this rest area. Once you cross this rest area, you will not be able to turn around for 30 miles. Legally. The next turnaround point is right here. And that's exactly what we did.
And of course, I mean, I don't know if we're going to go into it here, but there's also the quarry theory, that the entire Earth was used as a quarry at some point.
We stopped here for a little bit. There's a nice view of this mountain. I believe it's called Temple Mountain. And this was another great rest area right here on top of this mesa with a view of all of this. I'll inject a picture if I can. I thought of camping there for the night, but ended up driving back to Green River here. So for today, I thank you for joining me. I love you all. God bless. And
See, we've got one more exhibit here. Or actually two more exhibits here, which we will take a look at, try to make a comprehensive, another John Levi video here, comprehensive, definitive overview of the Tartaria mudflood theory for newbies.
Blank mind? I know I can't say everything, but I know I must say something. Welcome. And when I first became aware of this subject, I found myself looking
say everything, but I know I must say something. Welcome. And when I first became aware of this subject, I found myself looking at ancient sites all over the world, and very often I wish I had lived anywhere else but America. And the more I continued to research this subject, it eventually became clear, and it was staring me right in the face, that the same architecture, built by the same displaced people, was found all over America. And in fact, this lent to the next part of the puzzle. If the history of America is so young as compared to the rest of the world, then this displacing of a prior civilization must have happened less than 200 years ago. And so we all began looking into our past for old construction photos and evidence to support the mainstream narrative. And what we have found is very little to support these claims, seeming pretty clear that there was a past civilization on this continent before our people arrive on the scene. And in fact, we see at least two eras. One that is badly damaged, it seems to have been hit with heat and water, and one that seems to be in pretty good shape. And when I say in pretty good shape, I mean the buildings, lending to the idea that the last reset was one of catastrophic consequences, removing the inhabitants of this prior civilization, but yet leaving these glorious buildings behind, perhaps the greatest proof lending to this theory. And of course, these being redesignated as hotels and libraries, post offices, capitol buildings, schools, and
they're so out of place. I mean, look how out of place this column is versus these other buildings around it.
many other designations. And oftentimes, people ask, what about the Native Americans? What do they have to say about this theory? Surely, they would have seen these ancient...
You know what else is kind of weird? Doesn't that look like a space shuttle? A space shuttle with a rocket? I mean, look at that. I'll put an image of just a random space shuttle rocket here. I mean, it would be from a slightly different angle, but yeah, interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
Cities would have lived amongst them, would have stories to tell. And in many cases, they do have these stories. Recently, I was told of a Navajo creation story, and of course, we have the Hopi creation story, telling us that we've done all of this at least 4 times over. Civilization has risen to great levels only to be reset by one catastrophe or another. And of course, many of the traditions and oral stories of the Native Americans have been buried through forced education programs, a great tragedy in our early history. And no matter where you go, even the most recent parts of the Americas, being Alaska, Hawaii, Nevada, the Old West, these exact same buildings can be found. And recently I was watching a video on the inception of Las Vegas, and even the story as they told it was supposed to be crude buildings and tents and makeshift hotels. And yet when you looked at the background in these pictures, you already had glorious buildings in the style of the old world with the quality and craftsmanship not expected of old cowboys. So here I just wanted to take a little tour of Capitol buildings of America. And Capitol buildings are a good example because oftentimes
Capital, capital punishment, capital of or pertaining to the head. Huh. Also, in the 1500s, capital crimes. Capital had a sense of deadly or mortal. So you have these city halls, hells, and capital buildings, capital deadly mortal. Head and life mortality existed in Old English. I'm going to etymol online here. Hafod guilt means deadly sin, capital offense. Haftes Polian, to forfeit life, capital punishment. To forfeit life. So are these the buildings that remain after the builders forfeited their lives, and that's why they are the Capitol buildings? Capitals? Some
of the most glorious buildings are designated as Capitol buildings, and typically always having this same style, with a dome in the center and a grand entryway. And so here we begin with Alabama, constructed in 1851. A true wonder. things.
Tiffany in the chat saying all roads lead to Rome. Interesting, but where was the true Rome? And was Rome some kind of worldwide civilization?
Seeming to serve another function, and we see many of them having 4 smaller domes surrounding the main dome, seeming to be a functional role, and perhaps very simply powering the building. Completed in 1915. And here the California State Capitol, completed in 1874. Arriving on horse to mine for gold, and within 25 years, inconceivable to consider these people building this. And here we have one of my favorites, a golden dome, absolutely amazing, overlooking the Rocky Mountains, the Eastern Gate, a true wonder. And this baby is located in Colorado, completed in 1894. And mind you, the population of all of these states at the time, so minuscule in comparison to present time, the means to construct are just not available yet.
And why would they even want to construct these incredible buildings for such small, tiny populations? I mean, just like, I know in Australia and South America, I mean, there's some places in the middle of the desert that have buildings like this. Like, what would be, like, it's just kind of weird.
The ability to do everything, even heating and cooling. Even in modern times, we see a window fan here. That's another issue. 1894, no cranes, maybe electricity. Just arriving on the scene, perhaps for 10 years. And why wouldn't people build something a little more practical, a little more suited for the times? It doesn't make sense to do the most difficult thing at the most difficult time. What is this, a glass ball on top? Absolutely mind-blowing. In the late 1800s, there's snow on the ground half of the year, and realistically, impossible. And this has nothing to do with hard work and the determination of people in that time period. Connecticut, 1879, just an absolute mind-blower, very castle-like and ridiculous.
1879.
Georgia, 1889, looks like a gold domer. Idaho, 1912. Idaho, most known for its potatoes, of course.
Yeah, a bunch of farmers just decided to construct this one day.
And this was the choice for a state capital in 1912. Illinois, 1888. Illinois, of course, having no shortage.
Groupthink Skeptic in the chat said, grit. With grit, you can do anything. Yeah, how could I have forgot about grit? Well, that solves that. I mean, there's that mystery. I mean, they had grit. I mean, obviously, the potato farmers had grit. We can't deny they had grit. So I guess that settles that. I mean, should we just cut this off right here?
Of glorious buildings, and unlike the amazing World's Fairs that they put out and eventually demolished the buildings, this beauty is absolutely permanent and essentially in the same style. 1888. And again in 1888, right next door, we have the Indiana State House Capitol. So at the very same time, in the same year, just due south of Illinois, Indiana is constructing a very similar work of wonder. And here is the Iowa State Capitol, one of my favorites, the only 5-domed capitol in the nation. This dome made of gold and absolutely over the top for a state most known for their excellent corn. 1886. And here we have the Kansas State Capitol, and perhaps this is where the Wizard of Oz resides.
That's a pretty incredible building as well. Wow. Wow.
And Kentucky, 1910, appears to have a concrete dome.
Kentucky. What was going on in Kentucky way back then? I mean, did it really have that much of a population?
And in fact, the whole thing seems to be cast of concrete. Very beautiful. And Louisiana in 1932 at 350 feet.
Did you guys see that ad? The ad says absurd planet. A little bit of synchronicity there.
This baby resembling the Nebraska Capitol building. And here in Maine.
A Netflix original series, Absurd Planet, while we're going over Tartaria mudflood.
In 1832, very early time period, very busy in Maine. 1797 in Maryland, rather modest, made of brick, but again a very
Yeah, that one's semi-believable here in Maryland because it's just brick.
early time period.
Well, actually, 1797. I don't know. 17. Yeah, for like the 1890s, it's believable.
Period. Less than 25 years after the inception of this nation.
Yeah. Yeah. For the 1890s, that's believable. For the 1790s, I don't know.
In Massachusetts in 1779. Again, our nation is created in 1776. This is 1779.
Wow. What kind of cranes were available in the 1700s? Like a little wooden crane? How did they get all that up there? How did they transport these big columns in the 1700s?
George Washington would have been around, probably visited this baby.
I mean, horse and buggy?
If we're to believe this silly story. And here we go. This would have been one of the first glorious buildings built in our fine nation. And a complete joke with the means.
I mean, weren't there mostly cabins around at that time?
Of the time. This is completely over the top.
Absurd.
People do not start out
that ad keeps popping up. Absurd planet.
Nation in this fragile and early time period with buildings like this. 1879 Michigan. Very interesting. The narrow type dome. And not one or two or even 3 stories would suffice. But in 1879, they needed 4 stories. Plus all this on top. Minnesota, 1905, one of my favorite domes.
Groupthink Skeptic asks, is there any place left we can show up and get some Freemasonry? Perhaps Antarctica or the lands beyond?
And again, clearly a cast concrete. Mississippi, 1903. Missouri, 1918. And Montana, 1902. Montana, way up there.
What was going on in Montana in 1902 that they were constructing this? Wow.
1902 Montana, probably not much more than cowboys. And this is the capital of choice. And here the Nebraska state capital, sitting at 400 feet.
I mean, this almost looks like some kind of sci-fi alternate reality, doesn't it?
With what appears to be a copper dome. 1932. And Nevada in 1871. I was recently watching
in the Nevada desert in the 1800s. In the Old West Nevada, they're building this? What?
A video on Nevada and especially Las Vegas and how they had to set up tents as hotels and saloons. And yet in the background of the photos we could see beautiful buildings and block work that completely was contrary to the narrative that they were giving us. 1871, the Old West. New Hampshire, 1819, very early time period. A lot of gold, very intricate. And New Jersey in 1792, again.
What? 1700s? They're constructing this in the 1700s? What? With horse and buggy?
The Golden Domes.
How did they transport all of this?
Very weathered. 1792. And the New York State Capitol, 1899.
Ah, yes, grit. I forgot about grit. Whenever we're at an impasse, logically, we could just invoke grit.
Really looking like a parliamentary building. I actually wasn't expecting this. Looking very royal.
Yeah, this is the palace right here.
And similar to all these Capitol buildings. Very un-American. And here we are in Oklahoma. A massive, what seems like a Native American statue on top. And again, seeming to be
Whoa! I mean, that is stunning.
cast.
And what's going on in Oklahoma? I mean, was that really that much of a population powerhouse?
Concrete. And here in Pennsylvania, in 1906, very impressive dome. Not sure what the covering is here.
Aaron's Energy 313 says, so pioneers are building plywood shacks, well, and log cabins. Meanwhile, at the state capitol. I mean, it is kind of silly. It's kind of silly when you really break it down.
Super impressive, and a first for me. I would love to get inside the top of one of these.
Lord Zed says, they say Abu Bakr, king of Mali, sent a fleet of ships to the Americas in the 1200s. Even if he did, and even if all this ornate design was, and huge pillars and columns were on the ship somehow, how did they transport any of it?
Have a look around. Pennsylvania. And here Rhode Island, completed in 1904. Again.
Whoa. That's big.
These time periods and dates, very busy, as if this is the beginning. Everyone just realized they needed to build capitals all at once, and all in the same style.
And where did they get the money, anyway? Like, where did they actually get the money? I mean, there's no income tax back then. I mean, they took out all these loans for the Revolutionary War, and after the Civil War, I mean, a lot of places were straight bankrupt. Like, where's the money coming from? I don't think has anybody actually followed the money in terms of construction cost, material cost here for any of this? Because where's it coming from?
And here we are in South Carolina, seeming to have a copper dome. Just a real work of art here.
I mean, none of this stuff can be cheap.
Unlike any others that we've seen. Completed in 1907. South Dakota, 1910. Again, a first. And
South Dakota? Is South Dakota really like this major destination where they need to build this stuff and they have the manpower to do it?
And again, seeming to be copper, completely mind-blowing. The intricacy, and just to set this baby on here at this great height, having it fit like a glove.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking up the South Dakota State Capitol building. It's in Pierre, South Dakota. So the population of Pierre... Wait, this doesn't make any sense. It was only even founded in 1880. And within a couple years, they construct from the founding. So from when the first couple people rolled up in horses and shacks and cabins, within a couple years, they construct this? How? The population in 2020 was only 14,000. So we're talking a couple people with a wagon. So even if they brought in more people, like what would necessitate the need for this kind of state capitol? So this is crazy stuff. According to the Wikipedia census, in 1890, there were 3,235 people here in Pierre, South Dakota. There were actually less in 1900. There were 2,306. So people actually left since it was founded. So there are literally 2,000 people in the entire town. So who's building this? And of these 2,000 people, I mean, how many of them are out farming? How many of them are doctors? How many of them are school teachers busy with other stuff? Like, how many people were left to build this? Like 10 guys and a couple horses? Kill the Bank says, grit, damn it. I mean, yeah, I mean, 10 guys and 2 horses build this building in a couple of years? Why would a town with a population of 2,000 people need to build something like this? Like, let's say they could. Let's say they were rich and they had the money. I mean, what is the justification for a town of 2,000 people to build this? I mean, it's kind of weird. Does anybody find it kind of weird?
Perhaps cast in one piece off-site? Not sure. Absolutely impressive for any time period. And here in Tennessee, 1859.
Let me look up the population here in Tennessee. Built between 1845 and 1859, allegedly. 14 years. Let's see what the population here in Nashville was. So, Nashville, allegedly founded 1779. At least that allows for more than a couple years to build this stuff, unlike South Dakota. I mean, that was crazy. Okay, hold on. I found a photo here on Wikipedia. I have to share this. I have to share this. This is totally bonkers. So this is a photo. This is a photo 1865 from the Capitol building. So this is from the Capitol building. So you have this ornate Capitol building. And what else is in Nashville? These tiny little houses. So, and not even that many. I mean, this is Nashville, 1865. There's not that many people here. I mean, there's just a couple of clusters of houses and like a little dirt road. And then this Capitol building. And look at the statue work here, too. Astounding. And there's like there's a tent here. I mean, they got tents and little buildings here. And we can look at these little buildings in the background. I mean, these are non-remarkable buildings. I mean, it looks like, I can't tell, maybe a little bit of brick. And like little shanties in the background. Look at those little shanties in the background of Nashville. So it's some shanties, a dirt road, and then this building. I mean, this is almost comedy hour. I mean, is this just ludicrous? Is this absurdism? Some kind of satire absurdism? Revelation of the method? Combination Illuminati humiliation ritual? Is that what this is? Couple of shanties, a dirt road, and then this state cap. Oh, man. Oh, man. Wow. Wow. So let's look at the timeline of Nashville here. Also from the wiki, let's look at their population. So in the early 1800s, 1818, the population was 3,000 people. By 1830, it grew to 5,000. Okay, 1840, 6,000. So a little bit more. It's a couple thousand people. Interesting. Still not that big, though. I mean, this is some crazy stuff here. I mean, this is crazy.
It really doesn't matter if there's a 50, even 100-year gap in the construction of these buildings. When we're dealing with these buildings, they always have this flawless and exceptional quality of construction. Whereas nowadays you can tell the difference of construction from a 1950s home to a 1970s home.
I mean, they were shanties. A couple of tiny little brick buildings and mostly shanty. Groupthink Skeptic says, I think Genghis Khan style Mongols built it all with advanced tech, and American Indians are the survivors of the advanced civilization. Jess says, I lived in South Dakota. It sucked. Nothing where I was except a Walmart and a college.
To a modern day home, whereas these buildings are timeless, no matter where in this realm they are found. And here in Texas, 1888.
What? What? That was not built in 1888.
And here in Texas, 1888.
That is massive. So it's in Austin, Texas. So, Austin, Texas. So it was settled in 1835. So from supposedly nothing at all, so again, shanties. So here's a diagram here from 1873. So from this layout of Austin, Texas, so what do we have here? There are some bigger buildings, but mostly small, tiny little buildings. And I can't tell what this is. Can't tell. That's pretty big. But within a couple years of this, they're building this. And also keep in mind, I mean, there's wars going through here. Like, where do they even have the time? Yeah, I don't know. In 1860, there were 3,494 people in Austin, Texas. By 1870, there were 4,000. By 1880, there were 11,000. So not tiny, but yeah, how did they build this in the 1800s?
Again,
With what?
a popular
With what?
year for
I mean, it was only settled, just a couple decades prior with zero technology. A couple people with a wagon putting up tents. just a couple decades before this was built.
Capital constructions all throughout this nation, and just an absolute beauty. Again, Texas, cowboys, ranching, 1888. Completely contrary to anything that we would imagine. And here my Utah capital, looking absolutely top-heavy, and in the past...
Yeah, I mean, that's gigantic as well. So this was... Construction started 1912, opened 1916. They built this in 4 years in Salt Lake City. So it was founded in 1857. So a couple Mormons with a wagon showed up, put up a couple of shanties. And just a couple decades later, they're building this. Not to mention it looks like there's a bunch of measles outbreaks. A lot of struggling here. A lot of struggling here. So I'm going to bring up an image of Salt Lake City. This is a photograph of Salt Lake in 1880. So they go from this in 1880, you know, some shanties, shanty-style homes, to this in 1912. What a difference 20, 30 years make. From shanties to that, and they constructed this entire state capitol building in 4 years. With what?
I've mentioned that just this dome and upper ornamentation could easily double the price of this building. And how could a government ever justify this to the people that they represent? But I suppose the excess of spending continues to this day. An easier part of the narrative to swallow. Built in 1916. In here, Vermont, 1859. Somewhat modest and top-heavy little capitol building. In Virginia, 1788. And the Washington state capitol. Real beauty, matching these flowering trees. And the West Virginia state capitol. Very ornate dome on this.
So a couple miners built this?
Capital, and really reminding me of a stupa in India. Kind of next level with this look. Almost having a religious, spiritual feel, unlike all the others. Very impressive. Completed in the late year of 1932. Should have a ton of pictures of the construction of this one. Wisconsin in 1917. Typically, we think of Wisconsin as fine cheesemakers and having a fine capitol building. And if you notice in all of these, if you've been peeking, the architectural style is always different, and yet the style of building is always the same. And here we're looking at Wyoming. Again, an absolute beauty for the cowboys of rugged Wyoming. Recently, we looked at a beautiful pyramid in Wyoming in a past video. And here the state capitol in the late 1800s. Remarkable. So I think I'll cut it there as far as capitals. Sorry if I missed your state.
And we have one final exhibit, Tartaria before the reset.
One of the most obvious pieces of evidence to me is whenever we go across the land and we see beautiful buildings like this, such as the state capitol in Iowa. This is the baseline building for my research on this channel, and the reason for that, it's a building that shouldn't exist there. I think of civilizations as running up a tower. You're always looking to get to the top of the tower as fast as you can, and you're expending a lot of energy to do so. But think of all the previous civilizations that have
So this is Lucius Aurelian again.
existed in our lands. I suspect there's 5 eras, but there could be many more. What happens when they reach the top of the tower? Are they able to stay at the top of the tower, or do they fall? Greetings. The 5 eras theory is one of the theories that I use to try to formulate and visualize how the lands could have looked in the past. We have no idea what the actual history is. Yes, we're given a historical account, but we have many inconsistencies in it and we see many contradictions. The portion of the 5 eras theory that I bring up here, though, is dividing it up into looking into how our civilization came to where it is. We start with the Golden Age. And the Golden Age consists of the first 3 eras. Now, there are many cultures that have a division of 5 eras that are across the land, and this is the reason why I picked 5 eras. I don't know. There could be many more, there could be many less. Many things were possible in the Golden Age. Human beings were much more advanced and much more developed spiritually, and they could achieve great architectural achievements. I also believe that in the 3rd era is where the star fort builders came from. We're now in our contemporary age, or what others might call the Iron Age, or we jokingly refer to as the Plastic Age. And we call it that because everything is very disposable. And it seems as though we can feel internally that this era that we live in now does not match what was in the past. Although we'll be ridiculed for this, even though there's a lot of evidence that suggests otherwise. Today we're going to be looking at the Tartarian Age, or the 4th era. Now, I call this the Tartarian Age, and there are many alternative researchers that are saying we shouldn't be using this term all the time. It's just a name that's associated with it, a worldwide civilization that existed before our own. But what did it really look like? Well, we have to go back and revisualize the other eras. The first era, the Golden Age, where pretty much anything was possible, where human beings lived exceptionally long lifetimes, and they had an infinite spiritual health. They understood themselves, they understood their environment, and they existed in a wonderful balance with it. Not the promises of balances, but true balances. And their architectural achievements were stunning. They could build buildings that reached to the very clouds, and who knows, perhaps the very nature of the land is very different than we can imagine. It's not just buildings, it could have been vast flora and fauna that existed. And there's a reason why they try to tie this in with explanations of things existing many millions of years ago. But who knows what the actual timeline is? Was this first era of the Golden Age 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, or 5,000 years ago? We don't really have any way to know. And the only remnants we see of this are in great rocks and in certain areas of the land where we have hints of once great buildings that existed in the very distant past. Or maybe it wasn't such a distant past after all, because the forces that destroyed these buildings and leveled the land are things that we cannot understand. But we can certainly speculate on them. The whole point behind the first era of the Golden Age is to understand that in the very beginning, we believe that human beings were exceptionally developed. Now, this theory could be completely wrong, but the evidence that backs it up is whenever you go across the land and you find evidence of melted buildings, vast structures that once covered the land. And on this channel, we explored the Castle Rock ruins in Wisconsin, and we saw that there were hints of vast structures that once existed there, that had to be larger than we could possibly imagine. We also see structures such as Devil's Tower. It may have once been a large tree, or it may have once been a large structure, or something else. In the second era, we postulate a civilization that existed, rising from the ashes of the first era. Now, others may call this the Silver Age, and we'll review what this really was when we look at the Greek theory of the 5 ages. However, the second era, this is where we suspect the pyramid builders really came from. And we think of the original pyramids, or the Great Pyramids on the Giza Plateau. They were simply smaller satellite pyramids. We have evidence of much larger pyramids that are built across the land. And in my theories on this channel, I believe that this came from a second era, or a civilization that was still in a golden age, but in a different portion of a golden age. They constructed pyramids because it was a geometrically sound structure, and it also showed their connection to the land. And we don't fully understand what kind of technology that was available both in the construction of these pyramids.
I bring something up on some of the older podcasts on different civilizations existing simultaneously and overlapping. Like, for example, in some of the rainforests, there are so-called primitive civilizations that are just, hunters and gatherers. And if you go there and you arrive there in a helicopter and show them a cell phone, they're going to think that's some kind of wizardry or sorcery or magic, because their level of attack is really low, yet there's many different types of civilizations existing simultaneously I suppose that would be that's probably how it always was.
And then how they factored into the overall society and the use of such technology. But we suspect that these buildings also developed the internal human being. They supported the spiritual health of the person and not just provided a structure for societal use. It's a very interesting balance to think of. A building that serves society, but at the same time serves the individual. It seems as though our modern buildings oftentimes deprive us of our spiritual health, and they're very, how shall we say, not even remotely aesthetically pleasing. They're just there to be there and serve a function. The third era, which is another era in the last era of the Golden Age that followed the pyramid builders. And this was an era where we believe that the civilization advanced to building the great star forts, where they could manipulate the land and the structures and integrate them accordingly. No one really knows what heights this civilization reached, but we can speculate that they had tremendous capabilities to build towers to the very sky. They also had the ability to form and shape the land in geometrical configurations that endure to this day. We can see the remnants of this civilization everywhere we look across the lands. There are star forts everywhere. There are also star forts that are integrated in the very land. We also have the theories about how the land is shaped in many places, where we see large sandbars that extend for many miles on the coasts in many lands across the realm. Now we look at our current era, the fifth era, the plastic age, and we see that none of what it is really compares to what we had in the past. We have tall towers of glass and steel, yet they give the impression of being very cheap and disposable. They also show us the fact that our civilization just seems to be something that's readily thrown away and can be thrown away. We also have to remember that we have many, many images of destruction from films, television shows. But today we're going to look specifically at the fourth era, the Tartarian civilization, or the civilization that preceded ours. We want to get an idea of what heights they reached, what was the maximum extent of their capabilities. Because this is the civilization that we see the most defined and detailed remnants of, such as the Iowa State Capitol, the many...
Does anybody think it's kind of weird that more of Tartaria hasn't been shown in Hollyweird? Just revelation of the method?
other beautiful state capitol buildings, the Art Deco buildings, all these buildings that we look at and all these city explorations that we do, they reflect the remnants of the Fourth Era. Now, let's look at the Tartarian Fourth Era civilization. And remember, Tartaria is just a term that I assigned to it. The civilization could have been called something completely different. Here's a possible timeline. Break it down into 3 eras, if you will, or 3 portions, 3 phases. An inception and a rising phase, an ascendancy in the height of their civilization, and then a decline and a fall. How long were each of these phases of this Tartarian civilization? We just don't know. They could be 1,000 years. They could be 100 years. We seem to have a great obsession with 1,000 years, and it's probably because it's a nice round number. What did this really look like, though? The main component of this theory is we have to consider the society that existed in this worldwide civilization, their culture, their values, their capabilities, and then ultimately their vulnerabilities. How was it they fell? When they rose, it was clear that they had remnants of the previous era, the Third Era. But we suspect that the Third Era endured a great reset or some sort of cataclysm. Looking at what this civilization looked like during its height, we have to think on the integration potentially of pyramid buildings, great towers and domes that reach to the very sky. They had energy capabilities and the ability to generate energy, both from the atmosphere, and then we've also speculated that they had some sort of crystal power source. They may have had many other sources of energy that they were able to draw from, because it's energy that allowed them to build a great society and civilization. Yet at the same time, we speculate that they had a balance that they achieved between the society and the individual. Harvesting this energy may have well reflected that balance in the fact that they were able to understand the energy that they could harvest from both the land and the very air in the atmosphere, and at the same time the energy that existed beneath the land. It seems as though this gave them the capability, along with their developed cultural and societal understanding, to achieve great constructions beyond our wildest dreams. We only see the bare bones remnants of...
In the chat, people are bringing up orphans, orphan trains, incubator babies. Yeah, a lot of that stuff's really creepy. That definitely needs its own podcast. I went over a lot of the world fairs in an episode of the Altered History podcast series. Thanks, Bear.
Many of these wonderful structures. Think on the fact that we have diagrams and sketches that show us these incredible buildings at their very height. Yet we take this to even what many would consider a science fiction imaging or imagery of what the society may have looked like at their very height. They had airships, they had vast tall buildings across the land. They had cities that stretched for many, many miles, much larger than the cities that we see today. and their structures were built to be enduring, to last. And of course, you'll ask, well, exactly how did such a large signature of such a civilization fall? Why is it not with us? We don't understand the capabilities that were used to destroy it. We suspect that there was some sort of force or threat that arose in the land.
And I'm not sure if this was related to again, some people think it's just mythology. You have the Atlantean Lemurian Wars, and in the Mahabharata of ancient India, you have Vimanas and all this advanced tech, laser weaponry destroying the world. I mean, it's really tough to make heads or tails of this stuff, but it does seem it seems like there really could have been many different Armageddons and resets, as the Mayans say. Just the world has began and ended many times.
That either defeated the civilization internally or externally. A lot of the hints that we have, though, indicate that it was defeated internally. Initially in the conflict, the civilization won in an external conflict. Now, what do we mean by an internal conflict?
Yeah, Sphinx Bear, if you go to playlists, there's an altered history playlist. Quite a few episodes there. Even went over an episode of whether or not they went back in time, got Jesus' blood off the cross, and cloned him.
This adversary found some sort of way to infiltrate the very beings of people and turn them against the civilization. We look at the great beauty at the very height, imagining a civilization that was in total balance. And it's not just the balance between society and the individual, it's also the understanding of the many cultural groups that no doubt existed in the civilization. They were able to exist in a harmonious nature. And we might reflect on the fact that it seems as though everything in our current civilization operates to turn us against each other through any visual difference or any sort of difference, be it a perceived economic, political, or whatever, to keep us at each other's throats. We look at some of the other possibilities of the previous civilization. Great airships with no limits in their traveling capacity. Great airships that could travel the land very quickly and efficiently. There's been a lot of speculation about airplanes recently, and perhaps the reality behind airplanes and jets is that they use some remnant of this technology, and that's why they appear to take off and land so slowly, almost as though they're hovering in a way and they don't operate in the manner that we're told. Yet we look at these great images of these airships and their vast hangars, and again we still see the remnants of this technology scattered across the land. This is what will be shown airship hangars looked like in the 1920s. The fact being, though, is that this did really exist. It causes us to question if the capacity behind this, though, is far greater than we're shown. That this is merely the bare bones remnants of it, the only portions of the technology that they could return to operational capacity. It's interesting to me that we even have accounts that question the existence and the veracity of these airships docking with tall buildings and tall structures. Some cities, such as Tulsa, even completely deny the account that an airship ever docked with any tall structure in the city. Yet there are other accounts within the history of aviation that shows that this is very true, and this was far more commonplace than they'd like us to think now. We consider the fact that there's been a very defined attack on airships. Now we visualize the decline of this previous civilization. If we suspect that they won a physical external war against...
I mean, I'll have to do a dedicated episode on the airships. But the airships are fascinating because some of these luxury airships, I mean, they had movie theaters and restaurants. I mean, it seems like a much better way to travel than in a cramped little aluminum airplane. I mean, has anybody ever seen the inside of some of these luxury airships? Let me see if I can bring up some images here. I was just looking at this maybe a couple weeks ago. Totally forgot where I saw it. Hmm. See if I can find it here. Okay, here we go. Here's a schematic here. There was even a promenade where you can go walking, get exercise. I mean, how is this not a better form of travel than cramped airliners? I mean, look at this. There's a lounge, a promenade going all the way around. And there was even one with a movie theater. Let me see if I can find that one. This is the LZ-130 Zeppelin. I mean, just check this out. I mean, look at the size of this. You have lounges, smoking rooms, gigantic dining rooms like restaurants. I mean, just really incredible. Just looks like a really luxury mode of travel compared to today. Here's some photos of Zeppelins docking and people boarding them. I mean, you could see the people getting on there. Very, very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. I mean, and who knows how even more advanced they could have been the further you go back.
And some unknown enemy. We have to realize that the unknown enemy changed its tactics and infiltrated the civilization itself by corrupting human beings from the inside. As a result, they began to corrupt the very facets that kept the civilization propped up, considering the fact that the civilization was based on an effective government that actually worked in the interests of the people. That was probably one of the first things that changed. The government then became self-serving, or serving the purposes and intentions of the exterior force that infiltrated it. Therefore, they began to turn the civilization against one another, emphasizing every single physical, social, and economic difference, whether they were real or not. Even the perceived differences, the ideals, caused these people to begin to distrust one another, and gradually their civilization began to erode from the inside out. The great buildings were no longer maintained, the energy systems were neglected. People began to even question their once great purpose in life, and achieving the very pinnacle of human being. They began to turn away from that. And you can find evidence in that in every single account from every civilization and culture that exists on the land today, that people were corrupted. Eventually, it became a point to where the civilization could no longer defend itself from an external threat, and either using some natural cataclysm, or perhaps an unnatural cataclysm, an artificial attack using weapons beyond our greatest imagination, they were able to destroy and wreck many of the greatest structures of the civilization that preceded ours. And we have numerous stories of destruction of great edifices in the past, wondrous cities that were reduced to nothing, melted to ash and rubble, and we really don't see any remnants of it today. We think that perhaps the great fires that we read about that seem to dot every single city in the 19th century may have been the finalized destruction of the great structures that remained. We also consider the fact that we have many tales from both biblical and mainstream accounts of vast destruction in the past, even as recently as the 20th century, considering the Tunguska event in Siberia, and even the destruction of the Bronx, which occurred supposedly as late as the 1970s and the early 1980s. Yet the concept of fire from the sky is something that we have to take a lot more seriously. There had to be some great force that was employed, and that's how many of the greatest structures that once existed were utterly annihilated. And here's an image of what remains of the Castle Rock ruins, as I called it, in Wisconsin. Yet you can see it's the remnants of once great buildings. Now I suspect that this is from an earlier era.
Wait, are people saying that those are natural formations somehow? Just these random rock faces where you could see the lines in between the stones?
But this could be as recently as the last era, the Fourth Era, or the Tartarian civilization. We just don't know. So we have to operate on speculation and try to put the pieces.
Yeah, D-Town Books, ABQ, he did say the destruction of the Bronx. That's a fascinating topic. I'll have to do a dedicated episode on that. But apparently there were a lot of skyscrapers there, and then it just looked bombed out in the 60s and 70s, 1970s. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. We don't have time to get into that now, but yeah.
Together to put together the overall story of what really happened. And why do I suspect that these ruins are much older and are actually the ruins of these great buildings? Well, it's because of the fact that you can't really get an idea of the structures, but you still see signs of symmetry in these ruins. And these signs of symmetry and the vast magnitude that they reflected had to be the once great structures of the First Era. The structures that reached to the very clouds, the legends that we have of such edifices as the Tower of Babel.
I believe the Mayans say this is the 8th iteration of a civilization cycle. So that would mean that either we're the 8th or the 8th is starting if we were previously the 7th, but much more than 3 or 4.
Yet there are many other accounts that indicate that there were once very large structures that existed, again through societies and cultures across the land, and we'll be told it was merely the work of the gods. This is a idealized depiction of the Golden Age from the Greek account of the Golden Age, and they have a different breakdown of the 5 eras, or the 5 portions of civilization. The Golden Age, the human beings lived amongst the gods, they lived for hundreds of years.
Oh, no, D-Town Books, not unexplained mounds of rubble. The buildings were reduced to rubble. The previous buildings, possibly Tartarian, because the Bronx looks completely different, let's say 1950s to 1970s. Something weird happened in the Bronx. Yeah, no, we're not talking about some kind of ancient ruins in the Bronx.
And their spirits endured even after they died. They never grew old. Now, is that a reality, or is that just something that we're told to convince us to believe in it? It's ultimately up for you to decide. Of course, now we'll be told that a golden age can be reached again with our technology, and we've always been promised this great future. Although as time passes, we see that no great future is ever delivered to us. We can see that our society continues to grow more disposable. It continues to be something that just feels as though that the quality of service and the quality of life is decreasing. Of course, you'll be told that you're wrong and the quality of life is increasing. However, anybody who has any self-awareness and is capable of thinking for themselves can see that the quality of life is declining. It's not the Garden of Eden, it's not this idealized existence. That just seems to be a false promise that we're given in our current state of being. Did it exist in the past? Well, it must have, because we have accounts of it. And we are constantly detracted or deterred from even trying to visualize this. And we are not encouraged to think that this existed in the past. As though someone doesn't want us to even be able to visualize how great society can be. We have numerous depictions and allusions to things such as a fountain of youth. And why is that so alluring to us? Why is it we fear aging and death so much? Even in the Golden Age, death was a part of life. Apparently aging was not, according to the accounts that we have. Now, whether they're true or not is irrelevant. We still have this perception that the fear of life comes from the ultimate fear of death and the fear of aging. And you can see many examples of how both these fears are used time and time again. We also have accounts of great civilizations that may or may not have existed, such as the legendary kingdom of Prester John. We're told that this was merely a myth that motivated European explorers to go across the land and try to attempt to locate what they believed was an ally to Christendom in the distant past. Yet, looking at some of the accounts of Prester John, it almost feels as though we're given accounts of a remnant or an enclave, an organized enclave of the Tartarian civilization or the Fourth Era that somehow survived the reset and continued to exist, and may have existed much closer to the contemporary era than we like to think. Naturally, it was targeted and destroyed over time, and perhaps these are what the Great Campaigns or the Massive Reset War that we speculated occurred in the 19th century may have been all about destroying. These enclaves that existed across the land, and perhaps the enclave of Prester John, or whatever the real name was of the individual or society that existed there. Yet looking around, we still see many of the bare-bones remnants of the previous civilization, and it's everywhere. Such as here in New Orleans, where you'll see a lot of accounts and a lot of images that show that great advanced buildings existed there. Defenders of the mainstream account will tell us, well, it was simply part of the great French presence that existed in North America and that they forfeited it when they sold it as part of the Louisiana Purchase because of the Napoleonic Wars, which are a very questionable event in and of themselves. Yet we see many of these buildings, and while they may be smaller in scale, we suspect that these buildings are the remnants of the previous civilization, that they reflected their greatness. Now, this is a building that supposedly preceded the Art Deco era in Cleveland, and yet we see such beauty and amazing architectural achievement with it, with the pediment and the columns, and even the height and the beauty and the artistic desire of it. Perhaps this was just a small administrative building that existed in the previous civilization. Or the Marble Room, going back to Cleveland. A beautiful, amazing place to dine, which, again, displays the connection between a society and an individual. A place where you can go and interact with other individuals, and at the same time, feel your internal being strengthened just by being present in this room. And during the exploration of this particular room, I joked that even a McDonald's hamburger would taste like fine dining if you had...
Kill the Bank says, now that I'm thinking about it, these victors that wrote the history were not very good writers when you really look into it. Unless it's all by design as some kind of revelation of the method combined with Illuminati humiliation ritual laughing at the goofs that believe this narrative.
This kind of atmosphere and environment that you're eating it in. We also see the remaining state capitals. And we have no doubt that these are clearly the remaining buildings of the previous civilization. Perhaps they were low-level administration buildings, or they were regional administration buildings that survived whatever targeted effects of the last reset occurred, whether that was some sort of artificial weapon, a directed energy weapon, or some other power means that we don't understand. Perhaps the very technology of the previous civilization was subverted and used against it, which we speculated was cymatics. We see images of the current age, also called the Iron Age, or what we call the Plastic Age, which states that people are born with gray hair, that people age rapidly, and they live a very harsh lifestyle, and that the only people who aspire to greatness are the people who are the most proficient at lying. And we see a lot of truth in this. We see a lot of truth in this in our contemporary society, and also in the accounts that we have of the past, where a society or a civilization is subverted by its own ruthless desires. We also think of all the images that we have of utterly destroyed cities, which again reinforces the notion that the previous civilization was completely annihilated, that many of their great buildings were destroyed, and only certain buildings managed to survive this reset. Of course, this is from St. Louis, and we have a mainstream account that's utterly silly in my mind, that a steamboat or a paddle steamer started this fire because it crashed into other boats on the river, and then it crashed into buildings somehow and started a great conflagration. We also have the Chicago Fire, and we see immense images of apocalyptic destruction from the Chicago Fire. Somehow the city was quickly built in a short period of time. The Chicago Fire occurred in the 1870s, and then they quickly rebuilt it, to the point to where they were ready to have the greatest World's Fair of all time in the 1890s. Now, if you want to believe this mainstream account, that's entirely up to you, and maybe you think this is credible. Maybe you think these kind of amazing feats in logistics are possible because people worked hard, and if they didn't work hard, they starved and they died. Yet, I find this account very hard to believe. And I find it much more likely that these are images of the last phases of destruction of the previous civilization, where they were targeting any buildings that would be too difficult to explain, or buildings that they could not convincingly repurpose and put in a presupposed narrative. Now, yes, we say narrative, and that term gets a lot of derisive attitude towards it, and rightfully so. However, it is a narrative. It is an account that we're supposed to believe. And the whole point behind it is to cause us to not have any understanding of our true history, because if we don't know our true history, then we don't know our true identity. Our identity can be shaped to whatever power that truly rules the land wants our identity to be. We're simply nothing, we're creatures who have no greater spiritual health or existence, and we exist for their very pleasure, to be used and discarded as soon as we're done. And they'll openly admit this too in mainstream accounts. Yet we look back to the Golden Age, and we realize that there was something much greater. There are accounts that our civilization and our people and our identity was much greater in the distant past. That's the real purpose behind these explorations. It's a journey inward to rediscover the strength that lies within every human being. That's why my approach is not to tell you what to think. You have to decide for yourself what to think. You have to decide for yourself what to believe, who to listen to, and what's really true and real and what's not. And I'm not ever going to insult anyone by insulting what they believe, and if you believe the mainstream account is correct, well then go ahead. It's not going to bother me whatsoever. However, going back to the previous age, there's no doubt that it seemed to be a return to the glories of the distant past. At its very height, the Tartarian age did reach that, with a balance between society and the individual, with a true cultural understanding. Perhaps the story of the Tower of Babel is not so distant or legendary as we like to think. Perhaps it's not reflecting the differences in languages, but simply reflecting the differences in civilizations and cultures, as they've now been inherently divided and are encouraged to be divided by the current ruling powers of the lands. Because it's a lot easier to retain control when you keep people divided. You keep them unaware of what their past is. They live in a state of amnesia, or much worse, they live with a fabricated past. And that's the question people always ask. Why would anybody go to the trouble of doing this? Because you can achieve total control. Now, we haven't really explored who the enemy is, or who really caused all this, the previous fall of civilization and humanity. We're going to explore that in an upcoming video on this channel called The Ancient Enemy. There's going to be some theories.
So, yeah, and again, not just, trauma-based mind control really is the way to control the masses, so they never actually do wake up if they don't have that mental wherewithal. So, yeah, I mean, we went over quite a bit, so that's, I wanted to put something together that kind of encompassed the whole theory. Some kind of cataclysm, some kind of mud flood possibly, and just this architecture that does not match the chronological timelines. Obviously, plenty more to come, but I hope all the MINDSHOCK listeners out there found another edition interesting and informative. If you want to help support the channel, help logic and reason return to a world that is quickly going extinct, you could donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And we are launching our Watch Party series. This will be the first film, documentary film, or any kind of film, to have a watch party on MINDSHOCK. So, as requested by listeners, this will be part logical analysis, part watch party. So it will not be an in-depth point-by-point logical analysis like in a logical analysis on MINDSHOCK, but it will be more of a laid-back, chill stream watch party podcast. So, I actually have not seen this before, so this will be a blind watch or first time watch for me as well. So, yeah, I'm just looking through the comments here. Justin Johnson stating, "ScrewTube loves Bruce. This should go without a hitch." Oh man, we need to have a poll. I need to put a poll up real quick on who thinks we're actually going to make it through this. So, vote in the poll here. Will YouTube shut this stream down? Welcome, welcome. Kill the bank. Use your illusions. Haley, Alien, Big Cat, Tsutsaka, our favorite Dunning-Kruger goof in the house. Jeff's Wig. Globe Thrusters. Also, first time going to be watching Old World Order. Christopher Allen in here. Null Order. Sam Pedro. We got a lot of people in here. Yes, Christopher Allen, this is fair use, as we will be logically analyzing and commentating in edutainment fashion for logical veracity. I will not be stopping it every second, though. There is no logical fallacy counter. Okay, the poll here, will YouTube shut this down? 53% yes. Oh, 56. So it's edging that way. I'm not sure though. I haven't seen the content of this documentary, so I'm not really sure, but just given the general nature of anything anti-establishment, anything not peddling the mainstream narrative for the corrupt is generally messed with, shut down, or censored in some capacity. And this channel in particularly, ever since I did the top secret occult NASA patches, that stream got shut down, and ever since then there have been quite a few glitches, shall we call them. But before that podcast, there really weren't any. I mean, some lag here and there, which I'm sure is normal. YouTube servers aren't perfect, but no major issues until that occult NASA patch podcast. So, oh wow, jumping to 59%. Oh, back to 56. Okay. Okay, so anything we gotta go over before we jump into this? I don't really know what this is about. I'm assuming it's some kind of Tartaria mud flood. I don't know how much flat earth overlap there is. We watched the teaser earlier in the week, and apparently BJ Penn is in this, which definitely piqued my interest. Most MMA aficionados are familiar with one of the pound-for-pound greats, the Hawaiian BJ Penn. Fought all the way from featherweight to heavyweight throughout his career. I am not sure any other MMA fighter has done so. Certainly not any other MMA fighter with the amount of titles that BJ Penn had, both official and unofficial. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll. 58% think we will get shut down, but we will see. I mean, I'm not sure. Again, I don't know the exact content here. But let's jump right in. So this is Sean Hibbler, for those familiar with him. I haven't seen a lot of Hibbler content, I have to say. I am not that familiar with him, other than he's a flat earther, and he's on a number of podcasts. Also, call me crazy, I'm not sure I know who Stu Peters is either. He sounds really familiar. Is he on a lot of podcasts as well? You know what they should have done here, though? So, I mean, this has been translated a few different ways. History is a pack of lies agreed upon, is what I have seen stated. Allegedly attributed to Napoleon, and that's what we should put here, allegedly. Because how do we know, especially if history is a pack of lies agreed upon, how do we know that this quote isn't a lie from Napoleon? How do we know Napoleon even existed?
From every corner of the earth sits glorious architecture. Magnificent structures that allegedly have no connection, yet very similar designs. This style of architecture, riddled with elegance and purpose, can be found in your neighborhood or in the middle of nowhere. And when you walk in, you are overwhelmed with a vibrant feeling of serenity, a feeling that modern-day architecture does not provide. The concept of a timeline that once existed where structures were created with a completely different purpose. Yet, when we take a look back at who they told us built these structures, considering the timeline and the lack of technology, the story begins to crumble. And that story was taught to us all during a time when we were too young to question it. But when you shine an unbiased light upon the history books, you'll quickly uncover the lies of his story. But even before Rockefeller and his goons started the Board of Education, they already had our ancestors. And anyone who questioned their narrative would soon find themselves an unwilling resident of the original indoctrination camps. And where did they come from? Where did we all come from?
This is actually really well done. I didn't, from the teaser trailer, I didn't really get that good of an impression. I mean, it didn't really reveal the production value, but this is actually really well done. I thought it'd be more amateurish, but it's quite professional. Quite professional indeed. And for those who don't know how the American school system, aka indoctrination facility camp, started, it was actually Horace Mann imported this system from Prussia, where they specifically wanted soldiers willing to die on the front lines, and also factory workers who didn't ask questions and then just worked at the factory bell to bell to bell in a very structured fashion.
If knowledge is truly power, then maintaining such power must rely on the absence of knowledge. Are you aware that every major city in America experienced a great fire? Candle fires that turned stone to dust, leaving behind a...
No surprise the Tootsaka goof in the chat thinks a word used has something to do with production value. He thinks it has something to do with editing, or the music, or any of the composition. Oh man, I hope Tootsaka sticks around for this whole thing. We love the Dunning-Kruger stylings of Tootsaka.
crime scene that resembles a war zone. Let's take a giant step back, perform our own investigations, question the history that was written by these victors.
I do recall that CIA document. I remember seeing that, I think even on the first or second episode of MINDSHOCK Altered History. If you haven't checked out the podcast series here on MINDSHOCK Altered History, we go through everything from Fomenko's new chronology to Mudflood, Tartaria, etc.
With a growing nationwide lack of trust for our leaders, it's time to discover the extent of the deceit and where the lie truly began.
I mean, this looks like it could easily be a History Channel documentary. I mean, the production value, I am really, really impressed here. I mean, again, the teaser trailer didn't really reveal what the production value would be. I mean, it didn't look like garbage or anything, but it didn't look like the production value was this high. I mean, this is pretty good.
What's being kept from us is huge. And you're talking earlier about the architecture. I really like to encourage people to do their research in their own communities, because you really do not have to go far to start chipping away at what they've told us and ask yourself a question: is this even possible? Is it possible that X building was built in the 1890s? And they're giving us timelines of like a year. It was built in a year. They want us to believe we didn't have the technology, that we were low tech, and yet we're building all of these amazing structures.
It's almost like it's some kind of humiliation ritual to see what kind of goofs believe that this could have been built the way the so-called powers that be, the corrupt establishments, maintain and purport. If you haven't checked out the definitive Mudflood Tartaria Altered History podcast on MINDSHOCK, I did a long deep dive live stream a couple weeks ago on this, where we actually looked up the population of some of these small towns. And again, let's say they did have high-level technology. Why would a small town of a couple hundred or a couple thousand people even need buildings this gigantic right next to their wooden shanty? where they parked their horse and buggies. Yeah. Like, let's say they magically had the tech. Why would they use it for that to put next to their shanty?
This disparity between what the narrative says and what's actually there.
You have places, cities in America that look as though they were constructed in medieval Europe, when nothing was here and people showed up and just got started building, from what we're told. One would assume that they would build with the means that were available to them. Wood, nails if they were lucky. What we get is this narrative that people were showing up and really making do with what they had.
What we learn about in school is there was nothing here. This land was free for the taking. The only inhabitants were wild Indians, and we built everything here. Everything you see in this country, in North America, because we're talking about Canada too, was built by us. After we got here, nothing here. They had to change the narrative. They had to destroy the evidence. They had to come up with an explanation for who built this, why they built it, when they built it. And they had to do that for a lot of buildings.
We are told that during the 1800s, the consensus of North America was low.
I mean, look at these graphics. I mean, this is impressive stuff. I mean, this could legitimately be aired on the History Channel.
Extremely low. Too low to justify the infrastructure within the timelines they've provided. Too low to have the experience or knowledge on crafting these glorious buildings.
They're the most exquisite buildings I've ever seen, and there was only a population of a few thousand people at that time. And then I'm looking and there's mud roads and wooden sidewalks. And then I'm looking at this building that is just, it could be out of Paris or Prague. It's not computing. And so I'm realizing there again, there's a whole bunch of stories that have to be dug into, rethought, reconsidered, and in some cases completely discarded.
We no longer build like that. How does that happen in a realistic timeline? Wouldn't you be progressing year after year to have incredible buildings? Today, we would be building massive pyramids, massive courthouses that last forever. Instead, we have the complete opposite. And they're very cheap. The tools have upgraded supposedly, yet our construction has gotten worse. It's completely backwards.
There's evidence of a worldwide culture that existed in the not too distant past, and the evidence is everywhere. It's an interesting thing because, like, I've spent a lot of my life looking into ancient history and traveling around the world searching into the past, and it isn't until recently that I realised that it's actually, I don't have to travel to Egypt or anywhere. It's all right there in Sydney and in London and in San Francisco, and it's all around the world. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. All you got to do is look at the civilization you're living in with the right type of eyes, and you're sort of looking around your city and you're going, well, hang on, what's this building doing here? And why is there a building just like that in the Philippines?
What really gets me are these single-piece stone columns. 'Cause, I mean, did a horse and buggy really transport these large single pillars? I mean, just the weight. I mean, not just the weight, but the length and the bulk. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Especially in these small towns and deserts so far away from anything, and they just magically transported it there just to put up these types of extraordinary Greco-Roman type buildings right next to their wooden shanty. And the gullible coincidence theorists like Tootsaka, they just say, nothing to see here. It all checks out. Nothing strange at all. This kind of building next to a wooden shanty.
Why is there one in Japan? Apparently Japan's borders were closed, weren't they? Why are we finding what we're told is Greco-Roman style architecture in every country on earth? Was it really Greco-Roman style, or is it evidence of a culture that existed, a worldwide culture that existed right around the world in a not too distant past?
If I took a picture of this building behind me and asked any of these people, where do they think this building is in the world?
I guarantee you most of them would say Rome or Europe somewhere. But no, it's right here in San Francisco. We have buildings like this all over the country. And they want us to believe that they were built in the early 1900s or the late 1800s with horse and buggy. And there's just no way that's true. These buildings were built by the prior civilization, master builders, the old world order.
This is the architecture I'm talking about. You'll find this anywhere. New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, North America, South America, all over Europe. It doesn't matter where you are. This architecture is replicated. The weird thing is, they akin it to being all built around the 1870s to 1900 mark. So all of the world just shit out of nowhere at the same time. There was nothing before it. Does it make any sense? I don't think antiquity is a long time ago. I think this civilization went just before us.
Was Martin Leitke, was he the crane operator who said it all didn't add up, or was that somebody else who was the large crane operator who operated some of the biggest, most powerful cranes in the world, and then they started questioning the official narrative based on that? I don't know, was that Leitke or not? Does anybody know? It was one of those original guys. It was Philip Druzadin and Martin Leitke and one or two other guys years and years ago. They were the first guys putting this on the interwebs. But plenty of other architects and construction workers have come out and also said the same thing. It doesn't add up.
You know, the Edwardians are supposed to be around the time of the First World War. So within grandparents' living memory, yet we know nothing about them. It's the control mechanism that covers it up with the education system. They got the news, they got the narrative, they got, you know, the mainstream to tell you how things are, but the reality is completely different. History goes to the victors. Okay, somebody invaded this place and took over a beautiful through jealousy, using trade routes, using the sea, and they took over this place. They covered all of this fine architecture with their iconography. So there's literally been a cover-up of history in more than one way.
If you look at Capitol buildings all over the earth, they look the same. They do. They've got columns, they've got domes. It was not random. And every story we're told in our historical narrative about how a place got started was some guy was the first settler there, bought some land, subdivided it, sold it, and pretty soon you have a city.
What's also strange is that there aren't new cities. You would think there'd be a whole bunch of new cities popping up, just with all the tech. And even the population and economy booms, you know, throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, post-World War II. You would think there'd be new cities popping up everywhere. Yet it's the same 30-plus thousand cities and towns that there have always been. It's weird in the U.S. anyway. I mean, I assume that's, I mean, in other countries, are there new cities popping up all the time? I don't know. Justin Johnson in the chat saying, cathode and node, the buildings were machines themselves, harnessing the ether energy and distributing it. The castles, cathedrals, or cathedrals, and churches, generators, resonators, and batteries. Yeah, I mean, there was something going on. And of course, the victors do write the history books. It's amazing how many coincidence theorists, how many of these authority-worshipping, gullible goof bootlickers. I mean, I'm sure they've heard the expression, the victors write the history books, and yet they put their blind faith in all the history books. It's weird. Or like the history books stamped with the approval of the corrupt establishment. Like, they can only bootlick the corrupt establishment. It's like they can't bootlick any neutral sources or alternative sources. They can only bootlick the known corrupt establishment. It's an interesting thing, but that's the way coincidence theorists operate.
But the whole narrative is based, especially in North America, that there wasn't anything there. And we built it all.
You could look at it, the whole building was a work of art. So there was obviously some pride that went behind that. It wasn't just about making money and throwing shit up as fast as you could. It was about building with a purpose. and that there was symbolism behind these things.
They built them to last. They built them with a certain level of artistry and attention to detail and customization. You see, now you'll go through a neighborhood and every home looks the same. This neighborhood, perfect example. But everything had its own identity and it was steeped in customization and ornate attention to detail.
We don't get that now.
You don't get that now.
Even when you look at the beauty of the buildings from that Tartarian era, if people were actually paying for labour, and you had to get carpenters in there, no, you'd never build buildings like that if you're working by an hourly rate. You'd just be getting it functional. People used to build that stuff because they love to build, because beauty is actually a function. Beauty is actually a function of a creation. When you're living in a world of beauty, your soul expands, and it's expansive. You can create. You can become all that you can be. And if you can become all that you can be, you sure as hell don't need rulers. So that's why they don't want you to know about any of this sort of stuff. No, no, we're at the pinnacle of our civilization now. This is the best it gets. The best we've ever done. Look at the quality of these walls. Hey, fuck that Gothic shit. Look at this. You know? I mean, yeah.
When I was like 8 years old, I started researching the pyramids and stuff because no one knew how they were built, you know? So I started looking into ancient history. And as I said, I'd spent most of my life traveling around the world looking at all these ancient sites, and then suddenly you see this civilization that's right there under your nose. It's been there the whole time in all of our Western cities. They covered everything up. It wasn't just inserting the Dark Ages, they changed everything. So when we start even trying to piece it together through the history that they've given us, how do we know any of these places are even the names that we're told they are? How do we know any of these things? How do we know any of the history is true? Because it's not they just put it all together and just shuffle the deck and throw it out to a bunch of countries and name them whatever they want. So it's become extraordinarily difficult to try to trace it through any mainstream history records. All we've got to really go on is the architecture itself.
I mean, just look how absolutely stunning this is. I mean, it's almost like it was built with just the intention to inspire awe. I mean, this is awe-inspiring. Unlike, you know, the boxy garbage or the shanties. I mean, that doesn't really inspire awe. I mean, but these buildings, I mean, these truly inspire awe.
It wasn't thousands of years ago. It was just hundreds of years ago. Even if you go down to South America and look at some of the temples down there, the edges on them, the beveling on them, this is only a few hundred years old. This is not old ancient structures. These are new walls. I've gone there and looked at them myself. You know, nothing is what they tell us. You know, everything is a lie. It's just how big the lie is.
Rob in the chat saying, hey, MINDSHOCK guy, I'm glad you're considering this old world stuff. Have you checked out the Altered History podcast series on MINDSHOCK? I've been going over this stuff for years, and I've actually been researching it since way back. It actually, I don't think I mentioned this. I might have mentioned this in the Tartaria Mudflood deep dive a couple weeks ago, the deep dive live stream I did. Maybe you didn't see that either, Rob. But I wanted a single definitive stream where we kind of went over absolutely everything in as concise a fashion as possible. And back, even just examining Atlantis, I first saw this theory that Atlantis was a worldwide civilization. I want to say maybe around 2008, maybe, if I'm just randomly pulling a year. Around 2008, there were theories circulating online. Ancient Aliens might have possibly even touched upon it in an episode. Kind of hazy. I haven't watched Ancient Aliens. I've only seen the first couple seasons. I mean, I know they've been pretty extensive, a lot of disinfo on those as well. But they do touch upon some interesting topics as well, especially the earlier seasons. And this whole topic of a worldwide civilization, I mean, I was looking at this stuff back in the 2000s, and then as soon as Anatoly Fomenko's new chronology kind of got popular, around the time of Philip Druzadin, who I forget when his YouTube channel came up. I mean, it was a number of years ago now, maybe 7, 8 years ago. And they kind of connected those dots. So that was kind of the foundation. All of this Tartaria stuff kind of makes sense if you're familiar with worldwide Atlantean civilization theories, as well as Fomenko's new chronology. Like, coming off of that, this really isn't that shocking.
And the bigger the lie is, the easier it is for people to believe it.
There's a lot of architecture in the world today on every continent of buildings that are much, much larger than you would think people of our height would build. And so I gave the example of the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C. as being one of those buildings. The Basilica, the National Shrine at Catholic.
And just to add real quick, you say you're new to the channel, as well as any other new listeners, if you haven't heard of Fomenko's new chronology, Fomenko was, I believe he was the youngest math professor, was at the University of Moscow, some university in Russia, or the Soviet Union rather. Then he got exiled for his theories, but Fomenko was this super genius who also studied astronomy and history, and he noticed that the records of astronomical events like eclipses, etc., they didn't match the written historical record. And this also connects to whether there's an I or a J, and whether or not this I or J was in front of the year. So, for example, 1300 could have been I or J 300, 300 years post-Christ as opposed to 1300. So there might be literally 1,000 years added to the timeline. So anyway, and then Fomenko also identified just these regurgitation of common stories and just the funny business and the historical narrative in general. So he was exiled. I believe he was allowed to return back to Russia, and possibly did after the collapse of the Soviet Union. If you haven't checked out the AI analysis on why the Soviet Union collapsed and all of the great conspiracies regarding that, I actually have a custom AI analysis as well on the channel. You could check that out. But yeah, just a quick background on Fomenko for those not familiar with him. He's been going over this stuff for years and years and decades and decades.
University in Washington is another example. A huge, huge building.
Look at the Texas state capitol. It's incredible. You've got these pillars around the whole area. It's kind of the same thing as the Vatican.
I do wonder about Iolani Palace. How old is it? And one thing to look at is it took them 2 years, from 1880 to 1882. How did they build that beautiful, beautiful building? Was it building here longer? Was it here before Captain Cook? There's no construction pictures and there's none of that stuff. So no power tools, horse and buggy. How is that even possible?
When you have St. John's Cathedral in New York City, that's not a style of cathedral. That's the real McCoy.
Could you imagine that being built today? I think that everybody would go crazy.
They have no legitimacy whatsoever, except to trick us and convince us that they do. And that's how they've managed to get away with this. So they could insert themselves in and set themselves up as overlords.
Stone building is not just something you can pick up and teach a convict in a matter of weeks, like we're told about Americas and Australia. Truly, that's how we're told these countries were built.
Just extremely sophisticated and technical engineering involved. And you know, there's so many questions that come to mind. How'd they do it? If they were our size, how could they even accomplish this with the technology we were told we had at the time?
You'll find many of the banks, post offices, government centers, especially 100 years ago, were facilitated in these large, glorious stone structures.
You know what else is kind of interesting? Why are these never non-government buildings? It's like all of these are government, mind control, governmentalis, the mind, mental. All of these mind control, aka government buildings, it's always government buildings that these are used for. I mean, why wasn't this either some kind of non-profit or some kind of private bill? It's always the government buildings. I mean, isn't that kind of weird? Mathy shit with 3 Z's. I remember a conversation with a construction guy saying here in Austria we are not allowed to build or dig deeper than 20 meters. Why is that? I've heard similar things in the US as well, that there's a limit to how deep you can go. I don't know why that would be in terms of allowed, or is that just like typically permitted? And if you have billions of dollars, you can do it anyway? I mean, I don't know.
So, number one, the rulers wanted the stronger, more durable, more imposing structures for themselves. That sends a message to the people you're ruling over. We're going to play a little game here with 2 alternatives, right? And you or I, whoever the person deciding between these 2 is, I'd like for you to pretend you're a world leader. You're not a good one. You're evil and you'd like to rule the people underneath your thumb. Or you're looking to maintain control over people. Bear with me and envision these 2 alternatives. In the first, we have the opinion, the theory, the teachings, the paradigm that man is nothing but a carnivorous monkey in outer space, floating on a rock for no reason.
Magically manifesting, just sprouting from manifested rocks in space. Okay, hold on a second. So I'm going to give my main question here. This is my primary question, what I find probably the most fascinating regarding all of this. If anybody in the chat can come up with a plausible answer, feel free. But I don't have much. I just have questions here because, of course, this is MINDSHOCK. I do not claim anything is true or untrue, and the motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So here's my primary question. So throughout all this time period, like before the Freemasons took the Freemasonry and found the nations, foundations, and founded cities. They found the cities and founded them. So before that, now was 100% of the current civilization population simply orphan trained clones or whatever? Or were there random people who did walk around these abandoned cities and just continued walking? Now, this primary question cannot be asked without considering native or aboriginal populations. So, for example, even Native Americans supposedly living the same way off the land for thousands of years. So did they occasionally go through these empty cities, and what did they think about them? Was this some kind of Walking Dead situation where natives knew about these cities? Because they do have them mapped on certain Native American maps, have these cities on them. It's actually quite fascinating. And sometimes they even draw like some of the buildings. Were they empty? I mean, and like even let's say the natives of Brazil or Australia, I mean, these native populations that supposedly had nothing to do with Tartaria or Tartarian populations or Atlantean populations. So how many different groups of humans are there? And I mean, this is one of my primary questions, because even today you have people living in cities using computers and advanced tech, while there are aboriginals or native populations living in the jungle with spears the same way they're ancestors supposedly did for thousands of years or longer or whatever. These populations exist simultaneously in parallel. And if you fly a helicopter to the Amazon and land it and have a cell phone, a black mirror showing you something, showing you a video on the other side of the world live, these native populations will think you're a sorcerer. And this is some kind of crazy magic and sorcery because they're just not used to it. So that's really my primary question. How many different groups of humans are there? So the people that eventually moved into these found nations, are these the orphan trains or clones, or, I mean, are these, whatever, Cabbage Patch grown kids, populations in incubators, clones, whatever, and these are completely different populations than natives. And obviously there was some crossbreeding going on, but how many different groups of populations are there? And, I mean, this is my primary question with all of this, because it's so fascinating, and to this day, there are still uncontacted tribes. There's not that many left. There's only a couple left around the world, but it's tough to think about that. And I think the answer to that question could solve this riddle. Wendy Howard in the chat says maybe it has to do with our actual blood types. There's definitely something to that. There's definitely a reason why people have different blood types. We may not know the reason, but there's definitely one. And yeah, that would answer a lot of questions. Perhaps not all of them, but that could answer a lot of questions. Matthew Schmidt. True knowledge passed away with our ancestors. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of Native American shamans and some of these shamans from all over the world and native populations, they might have known the truth, which is maybe why the conquistadors and all of these conquerors wiped out native populations, because they knew the truth. Perhaps there's something to that as well.
In the middle of nowhere by accident. And this all got kicked off 43 bajillion years ago on a Tuesday at 6 o'clock p.m. And they can determine this with their color star charts and moon dust and things like that. And going on to a long, vast existence of nothing, just surviving by instinct, on par with an animal. Justification for any morals, ethics, no real pursuit of true happiness, no pursuit of harmony and understanding here on the earth. And this is all what we're living in today. There's no spiritual accountability. There's no understanding of beauty. Well, on the other alternative, on this side, we have a purposeful creation, a purposeful design to not only the human being, but the entire earth, the laws of nature. No theories, only laws ingrained into existence, woven into the fabric of reality by the designer, the creator, not in a linear sense, not, back then, this many years ago or that. It doesn't work that way. This is the fabric of what we live in. There is a value placed on beauty. Why? Because God has a beautiful creation. In order to return the favor, mankind has an impulse to create beautiful things.
I'm going to drop another mind-shocking theory here. And especially they had Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata playing there. I think the truth and history and all of the true knowledge of our past is actually encoded in the frequency of the music, of classical music. And that's why it's classical music, the classics. Just like I think classic literature has all these clues, fairy tales and folk tales, there's all these clues to the past hidden in them. Almost like they're hidden in plain sight. And yeah, so I think the resonance of the frequency of the classical music reveals the truth, but average people don't know how to process that. They don't know how to understand it, but it's there. And I don't know about other people, but when I hear certain pieces of classical music, like Beethoven especially, it's like it moves you, but you don't necessarily know to what. But again, your body's mostly water, and water responds to frequency. So if there's a way to read the frequency using your own body or physical or mental state, maybe that knowledge is lost or can somehow be revealed. But I think they might have encoded it in music as well. Because it's definitely encoded in language. And I've gone over that many, many times. Like even the Freemasons getting the Freemasonry and the found nations, the foundations of everything. I mean, it's all there. Language, you know, I mean, even the phonetics, the phony phonetics of the Phoenicians. When you talk on the phone, being all phony. I mean, it's all there. It's all encoded in plain sight or plain hearing.
In recent times, this has been robbed from us, but nonetheless, it's in the soul of every human being to not only value beauty, to seek it out, to place a high, high emphasis on it. This is how the ancients maintained their ways of life. Geometric, proportional laws of beauty.
There's never been anything like it in the whole world.
It's right in our own hometown. Grandpa, they'll never tear it down, will they?
Well, they better not.
Well, they didn't tear all of them down. Not that they put them up in the first place. The World's Fairs showcase many of our ancient structures in their grandest form. Yet, we are sold the story that these are alleged temporary buildings, all being built in record-breaking time for the purpose of a worldly gathering. A gathering to showcase new technology, or perhaps just taking credit for the old. With so many lights on display, one would only assume that power plants and electrical resources such as wiring and even electricians were widely available. However, during this time period, that wasn't the case at all. Therefore, how were these vast areas in the late 1800s able to light the evening sky? Like a modern-day theme park? Or was there a different method for harvesting energy? Now ask yourself, what part of these magnificent buildings look temporary? What part of these buildings look rushed? And most importantly, what part of these buildings look new?
I had another thought, too, just talking about the secrets or the true knowledge hidden in classical music. What if it evokes a feeling in humans? Again, there's another word, human, H-U-E, as if we are some kind of light beings. Man. But if there is some kind of truth hidden in the music, perhaps it evokes the feeling of the way things are supposed to be. Like there's a balance, and before the statist cults took over, the powers, the corrupt powers that be, whatever you want to call them, there was a state, whether it was the 1,000-year millennial reign, or however you want to describe it, or just the natural state of humanity, the way it's supposed to be. And the music kind of evokes that. That's why it makes you feel good or happy, as opposed to, let's say, death metal. Not that there's a problem with death metal. I have to admit, I've enjoyed a bit of death metal myself in the past. I don't listen to it anymore, but it's fun, whatever. Or rock and roll. But the classical music, it almost like it evokes a state of being that is the way it's supposed to be. And it's almost like everybody's soul is longing for it. It's some kind of bittersweet nostalgia that one can't quite place due to the collective amnesia of the human species.
Or you can just believe these guys.
With these World's Fairs, it was all brand new. This is what they tell us. It was meant to be temporary, so they used plaster of Paris and wood and all these other structures. And if you look at the pictures, that's not what you see. You see these massive masonry structures that look like what you see in Europe. They have these in places like Chicago, Omaha, Portland, Seattle, Guatemala. They have them in Tasmania.
Georgia, Louisiana, Ohio, Canada.
Each one of these fairs, each one was built in 2 years or less. Each one was magically populated by millions of people that came from all over the realm to participate in this event.
They started with the Crystal Palace exposition in 1851. So what they tell us in 9 months, from the moment they conceived of it to when it was built, it was 9 months of getting it all together in this gigantic plate glass structure with fountains and trains and all the bells and whistles. Now, supposedly, they moved that entire structure to a different location in London in 1854, and that in the 1930s, that burned down. So
I like the pause at that narrative. Like, what a narrative that is. You're just moving that building just unimaginable distances, and then it just magically burns down. Because it's so easy to move giant buildings like that.
show pictures of this Crystal Palace structure, which is massive, and all the things that are there.
I mean, who's buying that? That they just up and picked this building up and just tossed it somewhere else thousands of miles away? I mean, it's almost like they make these narratives as preposterous and silly as possible just to see what kind of goofs just believe it simply because a supposed official source said it. And, like, that's the joke on what kind of goof would believe that.
Oh, we have to move that. No problem. Oops, it burned down. Which is typically what happened to a lot of these World's Fair structures.
If you could erase it from history, people don't see it as a potential future. And I think that in itself is, for me, the moral of hiding history.
I mean, they did legitimately move like mansions, sometimes brick by brick. Nothing like those buildings, like a small mansion, maybe like an 8-bedroom home. I mean, not that small, but rich people did move. There were stories about mansions being moved brick by brick, and it took years and years and then reassembled. I mean, that might be plausible if somebody was that rich and they had that much labor to put all that on ships. And I mean, they definitely didn't do it in a year. I mean, it took years and years for them to do it. But if they really wanted to move their home from, like, England to the U.S., there are stories of that. I don't know if they're true, but it seems plausible for a smaller building if they had the money and the labor. But something like this Crystal Palace, I mean, that's kind of preposterous, especially if there's no evidence of that.
About hiding the old world. It just doesn't make logical sense to me to build something so grand and then just destroy it.
Really, those was an excuse to take existing infrastructure, build some little bullshit around it, and then when you're finished with your so-called fair, it gives you an excuse to tear everything down and nobody questions.
They might have built a couple of these buildings.
Well, even the word fair, like, what is fair about the fair? Is a lady fair? My Fair Lady? Fair ladies? An affair? Is that fair? Having an affair? I mean, that's an interesting word, fair. And you gotta pay the fare. You gotta pay the fare to go to the fair with your fair maiden, who you might have an affair with. I mean, again, just the words and the language. To think it's all coincidental. I mean, how much of a brain dead coincidence theorist must one be to think that that's all simply coincidental? From the 1300s, this is etymology, etymon so fair is according with propriety, according with justice, equitable, impartial, just, free from bias. So were these world fairs simply a way to establish certain populations and power centers for different countries and states, and supposedly some kind of way to do it fairly? From 1300, it was also used as promising good fortune or auspicious, fair, promising good fortune. And of course, there are fair haired people, people with fair hair, light hair. Then there's the fairer sex, which are women. Then there's fair game, aka legitimate targets in hunting. I mean, the word fair, I mean, we have to say here, the word fair is one of the most diverse words in the English language, without question. I mean, it's quite mind-boggling, mind-shocking, if you will. Yeah, Rob in the chat says fairy, fairy. Yeah, fairies. Oh wow, you just opened a can of worms there. Now you got the whole supernatural thing going with fairies, possibly from other realms. Wow, you really had to go there with fairy. I mean, I didn't even think of that, but yes. Wow. That, again, to think it's all coincidental. Fair also means beautiful. A fair, a stated market in a town or city. A regular meeting to buy, sell, or trade. So, were they buying, selling, or trading humans at these world fairs? The humans that were to be the populations of this particular state that the fair was being held in. A fair can also mean a religious festival or holiday. A fair is a festus. Festivus for the rest of us. A fair festus. Festus. And also, if we're going festus, you gotta go fetus, don't you? Feast, fetus, festus. Fair, fairy. And also fire. Fair fire. Once you go down the fire rabbit, I mean, this really is, wow. The word fair, I mean, this really might be the linchpin here. Fair, fire, festus, fetus. I mean, wow. I mean, this is quite a diverse word. Also, the word fairing, like a ship fairing, F-A-I-R-I-N-G, to make fair, level, to make regular. So if there were airships, there were ship faring, F-A-I-R-I-N-G. I mean, this just goes on and on. There's also fair-minded, fair-spoken, fair ground, the grounds that the fairs go on. I mean, wow. I mean, we might do a whole 5-hour podcast just on the word fair. There's also the fairway, a navigational channel of a river, also used in golfing by 1898. The fairway. I mean, wow. Oh, this just, wow. I mean, I'm on Edom Online. It just gets crazier and crazier. Late 14th century, pleasing to the sight, fair, good-looking, beautiful, fair. Also, showy, pretended, plausible, specious. So fair is a synonym for specious. Appearance, form, figure, beauty from species. Seemingly desirable, reasonable, or probable, superficially fair. Just or correct. So now we have fair linked to specious of species, literally the entire human species. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, how much hidden truth is in the word fair? Huh. I mean, I'm not going to keep going through this, but I mean, there's a lot here. This definitely needs its own podcast just on the word fair. Oh, Rob in the chat with another good one. Warfare. Yeah. Fear. Oh, wow. Salt in the chat with fear. Fear, fair. Yeah. I mean, fear, fair, fire. Fire, fair. Everything seems to derive from the word fair. What? I mean, this is really the most mind-shocking thing of it all. World fairs and the word fair is literally linked to everything. Fear the fair. You fairy.
And you can actually tell the buildings that they built because they look like dog shit. Now, we have buildings that can hold 10,000 people, huge, giant buildings that look like they were made for a larger race of people. Where they say they built it in 2 years, 600 acres, which is, I think, something like 27 million square feet. It's absolutely insane, the amount of architecture they say they built in 2 years.
As an architect and somebody who's been building my entire life, designing houses and building.
Also, the ferry, and you pay the fare on the ferry to get to the fair? Yeah, fair and square. What does the square refer to? Does that refer to the surface of the earth?
For 20 years or so. The time frames that they allow for just the planning. The idea that that could just be planned out in 2 years begs credulity.
They had these ornate buildings with all kind of moving sidewalks and crazy technology. They had ill things with so many lights, electricity, when electricity was supposed to be a new thing and all of that. They had shit that was like something out of a dream, bro.
Well, this is the exposition thing. We're fully electrified. You know, some of these examples, they're electrified before electric was a thing. You know, the first electrified city was supposed to be Buffalo. First electrified building was supposed to be J.P. Morgan's in New York, all attributed to Edison. But these things, you know, some of them 1890s, fully electric, and it would have been free energy. They didn't have massive plants to generate electricity.
The first one in America was in 1876, and that was the Centennial World's Fair in Philadelphia. The one in 1901 in Buffalo was a major one. The 1904 in St. Louis was the Louisiana Purchase, and then the Lewis and Clark was in Portland the following year. If you define the word exposition, it's telling a story. It's setting the stage, the narration. So these World's Fairs were used as, this is the narrative that we want people to believe and go home with.
The World Fairs served to get people with the new program. They said, trains, incubator babies, this is the new norm. Fast forwarding people into the modern industrial age. Everyone's wearing the same beaver hats. Everyone's wearing the same three-piece suit. You know, it seemed like individuality had ceased to exist. The World's Fairs served the purpose of indoctrinating.
The World Columbian Exposition was one of the most superb. In Chicago, Illinois, formerly known as Chilaga, had some of the most beautiful stone masonry in the world. The area was nicknamed the White City, as each building was strategically painted bright white in an attempt to hide the inevitable aging of the structural entity. The mainstream narrative would lead you to believe that these megastructures were designed by the most educated and experienced architects. Right?
The architect, he didn't have any formal training.
What on earth would give you that idea?
Isn't that what the website said, right? So your website.
Your website said that the architect of this building has no formal training.
That's.
Here.
I find that implausible.
This is your website.
We all do. That's why.
I'm not sure if there were even any schools of architecture back then.
How did they know how to do this then? That's what we're asking.
This is not built for dinosaurs, the Field Museum. It was built for something else. It's not to show off the fake dinosaur bones. It was for something else. When you walk inside, you can see the doors are much bigger than the size we are. It's nothing like what we build today.
The Museum of Science and Industry, which was the arts building, the fine arts building. And they make the argument that that was a temporary building like all the others, and the public liked it so much that they rallied to save it. So what they did is they went and rebuilt it out of granite and marble and copper and all the permanent materials that we see now. I think these are children's stories that they give us. I don't understand at all how serious-minded people can accept a story that says this building was built exactly as we see it now, but with temporary materials. And then because we liked it, it got rebuilt out of granite and marble and copper and glass. To me, that defies explanation and is much more of a fanciful tale.
Yeah, and why would they only like that building? I mean, the whole thing is quite spectacular. I went over that on the World Fairs episode of the Altered History series. If you haven't checked that out, you can check that out on MINDSHOCK. But yeah, I mean, why would they only like that one building? It's kind of weird.
Then the idea that that building was already there and was repurposed for a fair.
This one connects to the Shed Aquarium, I guarantee it, and it connects to a lot more buildings around this area. And it's not just here, it's in every single city in the world.
You know, we on top of water.
We're on water.
We on water. So we on top of water. You go in the basement, you will hit the water, hit the wall, and then sometimes when it rains, because the sewer be flooded sometimes, the water come in the basement, flood the whole basement.
Oh my God.
Thoughts on
That's exactly what we're talking about.
Before we leave it, press them on that. What do you got on that?
Okay, so there's massive tunnel systems throughout all of these buildings everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
So you're telling us right now that there's tunnels. Basically, there's a basement here. This building is much bigger than we can see on the ground surface.
It's a basement. It's a basement here. When the war, when you go in the basement, we do grounds. What we call our rounds called the ground level, and then we got upper level. So we go downstairs to certain hallways. You will hear water hitting the walls.
Wow. You have seen the tunnel systems underneath these buildings?
According to the information gathered from my grandfather, who got here in Chicago in 1969. Well, before that, as far as for what we have here from the museum we're in now, from the Field Museum to the Shed Aquarium to Soldier Field, there are the pathways underneath that are all connected.
It's like if you go to McCormick Place, if you go, they got the little tunnels over there too, because they be flooding over there too.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's connected, you think?
Yeah. So this whole campus, the whole campus is connected. And it's tunnels. I was told there's tunnels, you know what I'm saying? It's like the tunnels along the lake that you can go down in. And then it leads you into like a little path, but you know, that's...
You know what's kind of crazy, too? The coincidence theorist denial of just these extensive catacomb tunnel type systems that are under just about every city in the world. Wendy in the chat says, in my city, too, old buildings mixed with new. I believe the tunnels go from continent to continent. Inner Earth series, Inner Earth cities. Our whole Earth is connected. So, yeah, if you haven't checked out the Hollow Earth podcast on MINDSHOCK, I did an extensive deep dive into Hollow Earth mythology, all of that. And there does appear to be something to it. That maybe there is some kind of Hollow Earth under the surface, miles and miles below, and it's all connected. It's very, very possible. I mean, certainly every ancient civilization seems to have mythology of such. Is it all coincidental?
I heard that from somebody that he was working for 43 years.
Really?
Been here for 43 years. He been here for 43 years. He retired, I want to say, like last week sometime.
Have you ever been in them?
No, sir. They won't allow access to the public.
Okay.
And then they only allow access to very few of their actual workers here.
So you think that dirt in that picture downstairs, you think the dirt is actually there and we put it there to cover up this building to make it look like it's not as big as it really is?
That's a good one. That's good. I feel like we did though. I feel like he made the picture to fake like. I feel like the building was here already.
What do you tell your child when you're coming to a new location and they're asking you questions and you have no answers? You will start to create so that way you have a way to answer those questions, or your child will grow up with no answers and forever seeking. So
Now we're here to give answers.
there you go.
When they say that these buildings were temporary, what they're basically suggesting is that it's a full-scale model. That is going to be occupied by thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that are coming in and out of these fairs, where they're going to hold together through brutal winters, through hurricanes, through potential earthquakes, with hundreds and thousands of people occupying these spaces. The liability on that alone would have shut the whole endeavor down from the beginning. It wouldn't have been permitted. It's not the kind of thing that's permissible when you're talking about the building trades, when you're talking about a public facility where you're going to be bringing so many people.
Now, this takes a huge infrastructure, and it takes a huge amount of people to do something like this. When you see these ridiculous construction photos where it's like popsicle sticks, clear manipulation.
All right, so right here you can see they just put the scaffolding up, just like they've done in the past in the original pictures of the construction. Yeah, and they're doing it right now. How hard would it be to just make it black and white and then make it look like they're doing some construction right now? NASA's not the only company to fake a photo, guys.
With a lot of these old, glorious buildings, regardless of where they are, you'll find supposed, alleged construction photos. Now, many of these will show simply scaffolding around an already constructed building. If you take an old cathedral and put scaffolding around it, and you're the first person ever to have that cathedral photographed, well, you are ripe to make a case for yourself that you may have built that to begin with, whereas you might have just been renovating that cathedral, repainting it, fixing it, old, primitive photo manipulation techniques.
Wooden sidewalks and mud roads, you have to be able to bring all the stone and brick and glass and copper and all the component parts. You have to be able to bring that to the site. And so just the roads alone, like you can scratch and sniff any aspect of this and the story starts to crumble. But if you're printing these in books or you're presenting them like on maybe a TV documentary, let's say, and it's just an image that's going to come and go, and 99.9% of people looking at them are not even going to scratch their head. They're going to just say, well, there it is. There's the construction photo, and I don't need anything else, because why would I question that? That's absurd.
Also, you'll find good old-fashioned cut and pasted, someone with an X-Acto knife out in a early primitive darkroom slapping together photos that actually don't belong together to begin with.
This technology of its day was a sure way to make multiple images and combine them into one. There was no way the rewriters wouldn't need this for faking construction pictures. And no, it's not Photoshop, but the layering process is very similar. Victorian photography manipulation, using pencil markings and scraping techniques to draw, erase, and touch up any image desired. The easiest way to achieve your goals is to have a
Also, Victorian, the name Victoria, Victor, the victors of history, the Victorian age. Who are these victors making the Victorian age?
white background that you can remove later in the darkroom. Not uncommon for others to create trick photography and show off their masking and etching skills. For back then, this was the cutting edge of the start of this fraudulent society they've built.
They take an already completed building and they whitewash the skies. They call it vanilla skies.
They'll blotch out the sky and cut away from what they want to leave in the photo. They can cut away what was there and replace it with a gray or white vanilla colored sky.
Vanilla sky, where the background is cut out and you can see the crop marks. You can zoom in and see where the edge of the building there's a little bit of a blurry edge. The sky that would have been the background has been disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, in some of these images, that is very, very obvious, the manipulation. I wonder what the coincidence there is. Think about that.
Why would they do that? If you see one construction photo that's off, where they've peaked in scaffolding, or they've taken out backgrounds, you have to stop. Why did they go to the extent to do this? You have to ask a question. And if you see hundreds of photos that are done this way, you have to realize this was an industrial scale effort to create a narrative. Exquisite masonry buildings were built in 1 or 2 years. These take time. I mean, you put 1 or 2 years just into the planning. Well, before that, you have the engineering piece. You have the design. You're not just getting a bunch of artists and builders together and knocking these things out. There's architects involved, so there's design. Then there's the engineering of it. All of this takes time. These buildings are years in the making. And especially when you're crafting every single corner of it, like what we're seeing every doorknob, every cornice over a window is celebrated. And this is why the architecture is so beautiful. It's an architecture of celebration.
You have to ask yourself this. Why is there such a lack of construction photos from the inside of the buildings? The outside's incredible, but the inside is built like a palace. There's such a lack of photos from the inside of these buildings, and they're incredible. When you had the Kleksinski building in Chicago that took 14 years, and then you come back and you look at the one before that, the Federal building, built in 7 years. How is that possible? They're not gonna be able to bring these things all the way up to the top, get these people that have no training, and actually create this amazing thing that lasts forever. In a timeline where they tell you they were riding around on horses and wagons, where this should not be accepted.
I also kind of just thought of another theory. So this could go into the category of McGuire theories when it comes to all this stuff. Because he said the word timeline, and it got me thinking. What if there are literally different timelines, different dimensions, and the horse and buggy people, somehow the timelines either merged or glitched, or possibly there was some kind of intentional technology to merge or jump or traverse dimension timelines. And people that didn't belong in this timeline or dimension got here. And those are the horse and buggy people. So if there isn't just one timeline or dimension, does this make sense? Because if there are multiple ones and they intersected, or there was some kind of glitch, or maybe it's related to the Large Hadron Collider or something like that, where CERN, something similar to that in the past, glitched or merged timelines or dimensions. Does that make sense?
It's just not going to happen in the amount of time that they're telling us.
We know people cook the books in other areas. We know people have manipulated photos for the sake of deceiving people, just like NASA does. This isn't a new thing. It's an old thing, but it's still being done today. You find photo manipulation. Now, CGI, the techniques have developed substantially. But back then, they thought they were at the cutting edge. They didn't think that they would be caught on to.
Or maybe they didn't care. Like, by the time they figure this shit out, who cares? We'll be long gone, and Who cares?
They have their stories. Everything has something to explain it within the last 100 to 200 years.
I even called the Illinois State Archives building, and they didn't have information on their own courthouse that's located within 1 mile of itself.
Illinois State Archives, how may I help you?
Hey, I was just transferred to you because I was looking at the Supreme Court when it was built, and I was just trying to find like records on it, and it said it was saying like on their website it was saying that it was built in like a year. So I was just trying to figure out if that was true or not.
I would have you tried contacting the Supreme Court?
Yeah, and they sent me over to you guys.
Okay. I don't know what we would have on the building itself. Let me look here.
Yeah, it was saying on their website that it was the keys were given over on February 4th, 1908, but 1908 they also said that they were moving out of the old state capitol building, so I don't know, 2 months, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that sounds kind of odd. Let's see here. I don't know if we have anything on the building itself.
So the entire Illinois State Archive doesn't have any information on the Supreme Court. Does anybody else find this funny? So there are just magically no records on any of these buildings? Does anybody find that weird?
The stories that we've been told are basically just that. They're stories that we're repeating over and over, and we're just regurgitating what they've been telling us. You could either choose.
I mean, and for the coincidence theorists who don't find that strange, I mean, I actually still have the blueprints of a home from, I don't even know how old it was, but some old blueprint. I mean, people have blueprints to old family homes, you know, even if they were just rudimentary sketches, but they have those for just a random small home. And yet they don't have any records for some of the biggest, most expensive buildings at the time that were built. I mean, this is kind of hilarious. I mean, is this like losing the telemetry data for the moon landings? I mean, as I mentioned, there were like I knew a bird watcher who had all of his data from bird watching on those old magnetic computer tapes. He had every single one on something as inconsequential as his own personal hobby of bird watching. And yet, with billions and trillions of dollars, they can't keep the telemetry data from allegedly the greatest accomplishment in the history of mankind, when even bird watchers can keep a record of their data. I mean, it's just so comical.
Choose to believe it, or you could choose to research and see the truth, that these are buildings from the past civilization.
I'm standing in front of the sunken ship parking garage, which is in the exact spot as the Occidental building. Now, the Occidental building was built supposedly in 1882 and was destroyed in the Great Fire. That was that giant masonry, massive 3-4 thick wall of just solid brick and stone that was somehow burned down in a fire. So this is what the modern era rolled out for us. We have the sunken ship parking garage, which is just kind of a thumb in the nose of this world that we're living in now. Yeah, salt in the wound, but I think it's just good that we remember the past and know what used to be there and the glory of the old world as it was.
On a lot of these old glorious structures, you'll start seeing old cheap banners, signs just kind of get slapped.
I'm going to throw in another McGuire here. I actually did a podcast episode on the Old World Order. I think I even called it the Old World Order in the Altered History series. Let me double check which episode that was. It was Altered History, Episode 6, Old World Order and World Fairs. I did this one 4 years ago, so quite a while ago. This is 4 years ago I did that episode. And I went over the theory that the Old World Order was similar to the New World Order in that it was all about controlling the masses, and that the Old World Order were not the good guys. It was simply the power structure before the last reset. And so maybe these buildings are not by some kind of benevolent beings, but it was just a previous system of control. Now, maybe it was a lot better than this one, but that doesn't mean it was good per se. Because these still might have been rulers and controllers of some kind, and I think that's important to keep in mind.
To these old, glorious stone buildings. They simply don't fit together.
These buildings were not intended to become money-driven establishments, and those they kept turned into such. It's funny that we never hear through the passing down of generations stories regarding any of the difficulties a nation would face building a magnitude of stone and brick palaces.
Why are none of our grandparents or great-grandparents ever speaking highly of these buildings? If they were truly built in the early 1900s, do you think one of our grandparents would have been like, yeah, I was at the site and I'm so proud of building that? Or my friend, I knew somebody and he was over there building that building. Not one time. Does that sound odd? In order to build some of these buildings in a year, you'd have to have hundreds of people. Like,
That's actually a really great point, because I do remember friends talking about how their family member worked on the construction of a stadium or something, like a big extraordinary construction project. There were always friends of friends or friends of family members. There were some degrees of separation of someone who literally worked on the project, or at least was across the street watching it being built. But that is a good point, where that doesn't seem to exist with any of this. I mean, is it even mentioned in any of these journals from like hundreds? Because people used to have their private journals, just like they do now. And is it ever is the construction of any of these buildings ever mentioned in any journal of any of the thousands of people living in any of these towns or cities?
daily, sleeping there. You'd have to have people with houses located on site because they got their horse and their wagon. Are they traveling home at night? Where are these horses staying during the day when they're building these buildings? And it just, the story doesn't add up. If it was really true.
Wow, major mind-shocking comment here from Heracles. I think we are a lot closer to the Great Flood than we are told. And these buildings might be the Babylonian buildings. That's curious. That's curious, Heracles. I didn't put that together, but that's very, very interesting. Because was the Great Flood the last mud flood reset? Was Noah's, were there multiple great floods and multiple resets? And if this was Babylon, does that explain why it was all destroyed, so to speak? Or was this another civilization post-Babylon that suffered the same fate? If history repeats and there are many, many cycles, was Tartaria simply another Babylon?
Truly built, like they say, then there would be so much proof. And sorry, but saying that a photo wasn't available or hard to take back then, that's not going to cut it. You've taken a photo before. Why couldn't you take another one? They transported all these materials from hundreds of miles away, and it got there perfectly. There was never an issue. It just isn't logically possible.
As an architect of 20 years, I have a pretty good understanding of how materials react to the elements over time. The modern infrastructure of Seattle is at best 140 years old. There's no room in that narrative for a building to be showing the type of weathering that we're seeing beyond. So just to me, that one building alone is further evidence that this city was here for a long time. To me, it's been there for centuries. I would give this building 300 years. I like to look at a building as telling its own story.
I mean, this opens up a can of worms, too, because if buildings remained from previous civilizations and previous resets, like let's say these buildings were Atlantean, so if Babylon was a worldwide civilization as well, were there also Atlantean buildings around during the Babylonians? And then after the destruction of the Babylonians, were there both Atlantean and Babylonian buildings? And then if Tartaria was after that, were there still Atlantean and Babylonian buildings remaining during the reign of the Tartarians? And now in our modern times, there's a combination of all these types of buildings. Let's not fall for false dichotomy logical fallacies.
I'd like to say that stones don't lie. Stones are always going to tell you the truth. And if you look at it through that lens and you let it tell its own story, then something else emerges entirely.
There are blocks, stones used in some of the constructions of places like Machu Picchu, even St. Augustine, Florida, just sitting there, a hewn stone that no amount of men could have dragged. It would have taken something larger, something more technologically assisted. That is, of course, unless we're talking about people of substantial size.
In many ancient books all over the world, they speak of giants that existed and alongside what we would call regular-sized people now.
People who were larger might have had an easier time hauling, hewing, placing, arranging stones of this size that we see in the megaliths of the Americas, that we see in the megaliths of the whole world, may have been the result of giants.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm sold on the giants building everything narrative. Maybe some things in some areas, yes, particularly the so-called ancient civilization sites. But in terms of some of these modern, or more modern, possibly Tartarian buildings, I don't know, maybe they just used levitation, sound frequencies to manipulate matter and all of these things. Advanced tech of some kind. I'm not sure that it was simply just giants building stuff. I know that's a popular theory, but I'm not, if they had this other tech, antiquitech or otherwise, it just seems like they would use that. And were there really that many giants? I mean, I don't know. Yes, something else is here. They could have had some secret tech like what is said to have been used to build Coral Castle. Yes. I mean, that's kind of where I'm leaning, just because I think in the more distant past, maybe giants were used to build things, possibly also with other tech as well. Let's not fall for false dichotomies, of course.
If you're using critical thinking, it just doesn't make any sense as to why build at such a large scale for people our size.
That's the weirdest part, is when you have doorways in random buildings that are too big. They're 20 feet high. Why?
Yes, use your illusions. I'm with you. I think the larger size is to help accommodate giants, but not built by them specifically. Yeah, I'd be leaning in that direction as well.
Why would you build a door frame that's 20 feet high for a population that is so small?
Why would a regular-sized human...
Or even if giants did build those buildings, they didn't necessarily use they still used the advanced tech to do so.
Not just why, but how would a regular-sized human make something so massive? It just boggles the mind.
Why do 6-foot men and 5-foot women need that?
We don't do that. We build door frames that are proportionate to our size.
They're just absolutely huge.
Right, this makes sense.
No sense whatsoever. Church is exactly the same. They have just massive doors, and just like you go through a little door here to get in there. I noticed when I was in Europe last, they had some doors I took photographs of, and the lock on the door is up here. Yeah, for taller people.
You have these door frames that are in stone. You can't take them away. And they're 20 feet in the air or taller. And then you have our door frame that we build inside of the door frame so that we fit through normally. We're much shorter than they were as a civilization.
Think about it. You'd have to be a fucking moron to build a door that's 30 or 40 feet high if you're 6 foot tall, and you can't even reach the doorknob.
Across this plain, we find much evidence, abounding evidence of giants, not only in the major city centers of this world, but in the burial mounds and ancient ruins of the old world. And what you find around the major city centers is giant doorways.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. I mean, that is a massive door. Also, the word giant. Ants are tiny. Giants. Antarctica. Andes Mountains. The land of giants. I did an early podcast on giants. It was actually one of the first podcasts on MINDSHOCK years ago, where we went over some of this stuff, but not all of it.
We had giant books. We had giant helmets. We had giant knives, giant samurai swords, giant rifles.
Yes, Rob. Antiquity. That's a good one. Antiquity. Yeah, and even anti anything, the opposite of. Giant, the opposite of a tiny ant, is a giant. Anti-ant is giant.
We had giant shoes.
Gigantic. Antic, the antics of ants.
We had giant crowns. We had giant typewriters, giant bells.
Giant this and that, things that don't seem suited.
Antiquity, anti-quiet, antiquity, not quiet, not quite, antiquity, quiety, quiet, quite quiet. Antenna, yes, connected to electricity, yeah. Interesting. Current, yeah, interesting. Yeah, Joyce, that did remind me, if you haven't checked out the Reptilian podcast, where some people suppose that the bells would reveal reptilian shapeshifters due to the frequency of the giant bells, and they were all destroyed.
For the average sized person, even on the taller side, it just doesn't make sense. And to think that large communities of people got together and built structures that were excessive, costly to begin with, but then you're adding the factor that they're building for a greater size than they need. It's not very cost efficient. It's not in line with what we're told about frontier America.
So even just compared to me, right, in terms of a hip placement, my knee is up here and I'm 5'11". So these are really large individuals.
And then when you think about it, it's not even that big of a deal, really. Like, what's the big deal? There was giant people.
I mean, I've seen some of the unearthings of skeletons of giants and all this type of shit. Like, and what's so funny is, you know, people will dismiss giants even though there's a myriad of evidence to it, at the very least, suggest that they existed, right? But there's nothing that would even suggest that dinosaurs fucking existed. And y'all motherfuckers believe in them, okay? If you were to find giant bones like that. Oh, give me that. That's yeah. That's the femur of a velociraptor. Get the fuck out of here. This is bullshit.
The Smithsonian Institute has the bones. They found this at Cahokia. And there are articles saying that they took these bones from St. Louis area and put them in the Smithsonian Institute. They're not telling us that they have them, when really we know they're either in the basement or they destroyed them or threw them away. There's so many news articles from the 1800s and the early 1900s of them destroying or disposing of these bones into the ocean.
They had to cover it up. There's no room for giants in their new world, and they have to lie to us about it. They had to write the storybooks telling us that we came from monkeys.
I think everything was bigger. I think everything was much bigger. I think there was more oxygen in the air. The trees were much bigger. The places were much bigger. They were better. They had all the technology. These people may have left or may have been killed off. My opinion is that they went for more land. I don't think they're allowed to be here. I think this is all an operation to repopulate this place and to be controlled by the leaders, so-called leaders.
Okay, I'm going to stop this right here. We'll finish this up in part 2 tomorrow night, hopefully. But I just want to give this final thought here. Is it possible that this realm is meant as kind of either level 1, or who knows, maybe this is level 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 20, and then there's the next level where civilization cycles. Once you reach a certain civilization level, you have to go to the next outer circle, possibly. If Antarctica is some kind of circle that encircles this whole realm, perhaps these beings, once they achieved a certain status in this realm, whoever controls all the realms, now they're no longer allowed to be here for whatever reason. They achieved a certain civilization status, and now they have to move to the next realm in the outer lands of Antarctica or whatever. And perhaps our current civilization, when it achieves a certain level, then we would have to do the same, and then there would be a new civilization group that would come and inherit all of our technology and all of the technology that came from before in this realm, in this particular realm. And then once they reach a certain level, then they migrate to the outer lands as well. And this is just the natural cycle of things. Perhaps either related to blood type or not, maybe Native American populations or Aborigines or whoever, maybe they're exempt for whatever reason from these cycles. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's definitely weird, but this last point made in the documentary here regarding them having to leave after achieving a certain status, I do wonder if that's just the natural state of the realm here. But hope everybody enjoyed the first watch party on MINDSHOCK, and we'll be finishing this up tomorrow with plenty more discussions. So thanks again for joining us. If you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. And you could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is our part 2 of the watch party of Old World Order, Hibbler's pretty high-end documentary on faked and manipulated history and what could be one of the most vast and far-reaching conspiracies of all time. That including, Tartaria, mud flood, whatever you want to call it, just the faking of history, the missing pieces of the real history. What are they? I mean, that's what we're all here for. And in this watch party, part 2 of the inaugural MINDSHOCK watch parties, it's not a point-by-point logical analysis. It's simply watching this, giving some musings on it, hearing what people in the chat have to say, and logically analyzing some points here and there. But the style here is, of course, watch party style. Welcome back to all the usual suspects up in here. Dave Begotka saying, party not like Manitowoc County party, I hope. Wow. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK series on Stephen Avery, make sure to check that out. I'm going to try to have Dave on, actually, for an episode. We've been kind of trying to schedule that for a bit. Got plenty more guests coming as well. So let's pick up right where we left off here. And of course, if you do enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Or if you are with us here live in the live chat.
Called the Illinois State Archives building. Thing during the day when they're building these buildings, and it's just this. The places were much bigger. They were better. They had all the technology. These people may have left or may have been killed off. My opinion is that they went for more land. I don't think they're allowed to be here. I think this is all an operation to repopulate this place and to be controlled by the leaders, so-called leaders.
If you go back to the biblical scriptures, when the Nephilim came about from the fallen angels breeding with the daughters of men,
Boggin in the chat saying the Aboriginals of Australia think this is the dream, and when we sleep, we experience reality. Yeah, I've heard that before. So there's actually a nursery rhyme that has just been embedded in my brain. I mean, it definitely mind shook me as a small child. And it's time for a nursery rhyme right now. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Now, this is I didn't want to really get into some of these nursery rhymes, but I think we have to. I think there's a lot of hidden truth in some of these old nursery rhymes, and that's why they were made nursery rhymes, so they would be embedded forever in all of the cultures, so the truth would somehow be there, even if people didn't fully grasp it. There's another haunting one, which is ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. And that one is haunting for a whole bunch of other different reasons. But in terms of rowing your boat gently down the stream, so I'm not going to go too far down the rabbit holes of etymology, but everything seems to have to do with water and navigating the water. Water's above, water's below, whatever. You're born, you have a birth. What is a birth in naval terms? Coming into existence, the origin or the beginning, such as where a boat departs from. Now, what else do you use in life? Currents, the currents of the ocean, currency, electric currents, and also currency, like money, used to navigate the world. So you have all of these references to maritime terms, so to speak. I mean, it's definitely weird. It's definitely weird. We're not going to go, I mean, we could spend hours on this. I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole for the purpose of this watch party. But in terms of dreaming, if you when you're awake, is that the real dream? And then of course the Aborigines, they also have dream time, the dream time. And just real quick from the wiki, the dreaming, also referred to as dream time, is a term devised by early anthropologists to refer to a religio-cultural worldview attributed to Australian Aboriginal beliefs. The dreaming is used to represent Aboriginal concepts of every when, during which the land was inhabited by ancestral figures, often of heroic proportions or with supernatural abilities. These figures were often distinct from gods, as they did not control the material world and were not worshipped but only revered. The concept of the dream time has subsequently become widely adopted beyond its original Australian context and is now part of pop culture. Translations and meaning: every when, world dawn, ancestral past, ancestral present, ancestral now, unfixed in time, abiding events, or abiding law. The concept of the dreaming is inadequately explained by English terms and difficult to explain in terms of non-Aboriginal cultures. It has been described as an all-embracing concept that provides rules for living, a moral code, as well as rules for interacting with the natural environment. It provides for a total integrated way of life, a lived daily reality. It embraces past, present, and future. So, yeah, I mean, again, it's difficult to directly translate anything from so many different languages, including languages that don't have words that match other languages. Okay, so let's continue here.
For giants, it's in black and white, it tells you.
Yeah.
There's plenty of evidence physically. We had a race of giants. We are not that race. We are a different race.
Yeah.
We are a different set of people.
I think we're cohabiting. I think they were doing the same
Yeah,
time.
most of them play basketball.
Yeah, man. Well, that's it. They're in the Harlem Globetrotters undercover, aren't they?
Talk of the Nephilim going into, having sex with regular people and creating some sort of mutants and all of this type of shit.
Training Shaq's grandpa. Yeah.
You're right.
Big ass tall. Yao Ming's
Listen,
grandpa.
Yeah, we see a lot of tall people in the NBA and all of that. Is this a remnant in the DNA?
It's a fact that there were giants. It's not a conspiracy theory. I mean, we have proof of this. What makes more sense? You have a civilization that's short and tiny and riding around on donkeys, or you've got a tall, very strong population that's smart and capable and have experience that are building these cathedrals and basilicas. The places that are built are massive. It's proportionate to their size.
You find skeleton after skeleton exhumed from the mounds of America, from the mounds of Florida, South America. Go over to Mesopotamia and you'll find the same thing. Giant people buried under the ground. And these were whole races. These were not, one guy who gets gigantism by accident.
There's still giant skeletons, giant skulls that are being uncovered randomly, and the push is really to completely discount that and say, nope, not true. But the 19th century is full of the findings of giant bones. Didn't happen a long time ago. This happened recently.
Human history is framed as to convince the average Joe that all of the luxuries, the benefits, the technological advances in their life, all of those things are the mere fruits of the industrial age and an industrial way of life, and the banking systems that followed, the methods of travel that became cemented after the industrial age.
In the 1800s, all of the world's inventions just shit out of nowhere. Okay, so you got literally everything from the Underground Railway to the railways, the transport system, modern shipping, the modern trades, banking, the whole thing. Everything just arrives, around maybe the 1850 mark. When records started, coincidentally, because all of our birth records were never official until 1850. Before then, they were in church parishes and they were highly controlled, as is the information in the church. So nobody can really look that far back into the past to find out their ancestry.
And that's a really good point too here by Lightkey here, because a lot of authority worshipping cultist goofs, they hallucinate that everything can be known going back so many generations through birth paperwork or whatever. But when you're talking about, again, this is something coincidence theorists have a really hard time with. Humans are fallible and or corrupt. It's not rocket science, but these poor goofs, the mental capacity or the mental strength, it's just not there to grasp that there could be some fallibility or corruption. Because even if there's no intentional corruption, humans are fallible. Records aren't perfect. Even this is kind of a mind shocker for most people. It's estimated that somewhere around anywhere from 0.1 to 3% of people might not be the biological children of the parents that they think they are the biological children of due to mistakes at hospitals. Babies getting switched, labels getting switched. So even if on the low end, even if you go 0.1% or whatever, or even if it's 0.01, but the points I saw were actually 0.1 to 3%, because obviously you know, there's third world countries where, I mean, even in first world countries, mistakes are made. It's not rocket science. Humans make mistakes. It's kind of crazy how this even needs to be explained. But some babies get switched and the parents don't know. Because how many people actually get a legit DNA test? A paternal or maternal DNA test at any point in their life, particularly if they're part of a supposed happy family. Like, what's the need to do so? But the ones that do, they just extrapolated the data to show statistically it's anywhere between 0.1 and as high as 3%. But even if you take 0.01 of the entire population of the world, you're still talking countless. I mean, so many people who think they're they're legitimately the children of their parents biologically when they're not, due to hospital mix-ups. So why would all these authority-worshipping cultist bootlicker goofs hallucinate that all of these records of family histories going back generations and generations and generations are accurate? It's a weird hallucination.
We are convinced that to be human today is a result of ingenuity in the industrial age. This is not true.
Another element of history they've conveniently helped you forget about. A luxurious form of travel that was promptly removed from our skies.
Airships are the oldest form of air travel. They're the most time-tested. Now, they've been taken out of circulation. A lot of people have the false misconception that if you were traveling on an airship, you would be confined to the little cabins that were suspended from the bottom. You know, like the pilot's cockpit. You'd probably feel a little iffy about those coming down, being on the bottom of the ship. It's coming down, you look like you're gonna get smushed. Well, that big blimp is not just a balloon. In many, many airships of the old world, you had access into that large cavity of the blimp. There were restaurants, there were bars, there were dance halls, things like this. This is all a matter of fact.
Why would they build such a big thing and not put anything inside? So it's basically like a cruise, but a comfortable cruise where, you know, you're not sitting in the bottom part of the airship where they normally show you on a blimp. You're sitting in the airship.
And we actually went over this on the comprehensive, definitive Mudflood Tartaria covered up history podcast stream on MINDSHOCK, where we went into these airships. Very interesting stuff, to say the least. Very, very interesting stuff. Was the entire Hindenburg disaster all set up to put the kibosh on airship travel? But I mean, look at the luxury here. I mean, even if it travels a lot slower than a 747 or 757, I mean, the luxury alone here. Some of these places had theaters, movie theaters. I mean, they had entire like boardwalk circles where you could walk around. Full restaurants. I mean, that's awesome. Not to mention the storage space. I mean, it just seems like a truly superior way to travel, and with improved technology, they can get them traveling a lot faster as well.
It's a beautiful place.
A beautiful, easy, graceful method of travel, flushed down the drains. They're actually safer than airplanes. And what we had was a mass media event in the form of the Hindenburg, which actually scared most of the world's population away from ever getting in an airship again.
It's starting to rain again. The rain had slacked up a little bit. The back motors of the ship are just holding it just enough to keep it from... It's burst under flash. Get it started. It's right, and it's crashing. It's crashing terrible. Oh, my, get out of the way, please. It's bursting into flames, and it's falling on the mooring pads, and all the folks between it. This is terrible. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the world. Oh, it's like 400 or 500 feet into the sky, and it's a terrific crash, ladies and gentlemen. The smoke and the flames now, and the flame is crashing to the ground, not quite to the mooring mast. All the humanity and all the fans are just screaming around it. I told you, I can't talk to people. There's friends around there. It's
Now, for the coincidence theorists who hallucinate that false dichotomies have to be necessary, they don't understand false dichotomy logical fallacies, that doesn't mean the announcers were in on it. I mean, maybe they were, maybe they weren't, maybe they're not that great actors. But if you were the Illuminati string pullers, so to speak, would you really trust actors? Or would you set up a controlled event where you didn't let people know so their reactions would truly be genuine? You don't have to worry about them slipping up. You don't have to worry about bad performances. You don't have to worry of them becoming whistleblowers later on since they don't know anything. I mean, again, coincidence theorists, they just can't grasp the absolute basics of logic or how any conspiracy would actually be carried out. And obviously, they don't learn from any of the proven conspiracy theories.
I can't talk, ladies and gentlemen. Honest, it's just laying down massive smoking wreckage. And everybody can hardly breathe and talk and screaming. Lady, I'm sorry. I can hardly breathe. I'm going to step inside while I cannot see it. Johnny, that's terrible. Listen, folks, I'm going to have to stop for a minute because I've lost the voice. This is the worst thing I've ever witnessed.
Oh no, can't do this. They're dangerous. With the footage of the flaming Hindenburg, falling out of the sky.
People in the chat asking what was filming the flying blimps. I'm assuming camera from another blimp? Or a plane, right? I mean, they had planes at the time as well. Planes or other blimps. I mean, when somebody's filming a helicopter these days from the sky, or let's say before drones were popularized, if there's footage of a helicopter or a plane, I mean, it's taken from another helicopter or another plane.
Nope, no more airships. But there's a lot of evidence, shall we say, that's available to show that, yes, there were airships and they were a pre-existing technology. And one of the ways that they get rid of things is to say, like, it's unsafe, safety hazard, we can't do this anymore.
And I don't want to be flying in that again because there's just fire up in the air and there's no way I would ever travel in that again. So I'd rather pick to be in an airplane.
Let's stick with our helicopters and our airplanes, and we're gonna can airships.
What's a more tranquil form of travel? Airship or airplane? You can't tell me that everyone isn't terrified getting up on that tarmac and...
You know, the other thing that's kind of weird. Has anybody else thought about this? Like, there's either private jets or sardine-packed airliners. Like, yeah, they have first class or business class, but why is there no other middle ground? Why isn't there, like, a large 757 or 787 that actually has reasonably spaced seating? I mean, it's just... I guess it all comes down to money, but still, you could charge slightly more for the seats without outrageous first-class prices. Or like a new airline company to come in as a competitor. Kind of like with Uber, you have like Uber XL or some of these things that could compete with like these crappy taxi cabs. Like you have luxury type vehicles, and like an Uber XL would still be cheaper than, let's say, a town car service in most cases. I haven't looked at the latest prices, but when they were first coming out, like a town, you have like limos, this super luxury, and then you have crappy taxis. Like, why is there nothing in the middle until Uber or Uber XL, whatever? And or Uber Black, like whatever. Why is there no such option for airliners? I mean, it seemed like airships were kind of, I mean, that was a good option.
Taking off on an airplane.
On an airplane, you're stuck. You've got 60 to 100 people stuck on this little plane. You can't travel that far with the tanks that they have. With an airship, you can travel very far, and you can travel with a lot of people. You could take mass amounts of people to these other lands that are much further than we could ever imagine.
The airships of Germany were touching down in Opelika, Florida for years. And Glenn Curtis, the man who opened up that Opelika airport, is a man embroiled in scandal. So if anyone's telling lies here, it's those guys.
Glenn Curtis was nicknamed fastest man alive for breaking top speed records on a motorcycle using gas engines. And he helped push gas as superior to steam and other techniques. He started slapping gas engines on airships too, and he helped get them off of other methods. Then he did the same thing with airplanes in direct competition with the Wright brothers. He tried to steal the Wright brothers' patents with the help of the Smithsonian.
Towards the end, they started filling them with dirtier gas, trying to get them to be gas propelled. That was not the case. Many of these were steam. In some instances, just like a submarine. They can try and hide this from us a little bit, but you, the viewer, can go and look this up for yourself. The blimps were a lot more sophisticated than we're told. And going back to the comparison between airplane and blimp, they can literally and metaphorically bottleneck the costs of travel by only allowing so many people on to this tiny little tube that's traveling so fast, so dangerous. We'll let this go by.
Speaking of modern day airports,
you can
Also, let's keep in mind all of the old stories, call it mythology or whatever, going back, and there's always stories about airships, ships in the sky. I mean, literally, airship, a ship. I mean, ships are usually in the ocean, but there are airships. It seems like every culture all over the world, and all of their older stories, there are always airships. Not necessarily traveled, with gods or any supernatural beings, just simply airships. I mean, there's paintings going back however long that have airships. There's stories of ships, literally like wooden they look exactly like the ships in the ocean, but they're flying in the sky. So does that mean they weren't direct first-hand accounts? Because the people writing the story didn't know? They didn't have a description? But in any case, is it possible airship travel is far older than anybody thinks? And maybe was even around not just before the last reset, but the previous reset, the reset before that, the reset before that. I mean, if there's nothing new under the sun, then perhaps every civilization cycle and every reset cycle has also developed an airship, and some more advanced than others, like the Vimana of ancient India.
only fit maybe a couple hundred onto an airplane, when you could fit a couple thousand onto an airship. Number one, it's graceful, but number two, you can fit way more people. You can have way more facilities on that. It's like almost like a traveling city. So the airships provided something that airplanes don't. They were safer in terms of the speed of travel, the danger of landing somewhere you're not supposed to.
To think, if your fear of flying is caused by open waters, in the case of an emergency, you would now have a way to safely dock on a boat. And a fear of landing could be comforted by a slow docking airship.
Things like the Eiffel Tower, which we were told was built for a World's Fair, but there's Eiffel Towers everywhere.
Well, not only that, but for water-based landings, couldn't they relatively inexpensively have possibly some kind of inflatable raft under the entire airship? Or multiple inflatable rafts, like of a very large size? Where in case of emergency, they could just inflate those and it would just be literally a floating regular ship.
This will give you an opportunity for a balloon to come in to your city and maul around, and you get straight out and it delivers you to the place. where you want to be. I don't think this is beyond the bounds of possibility. They actually did it. Hindenburg used to couple up to the top of the Empire State Building. The doorway would come out, gantry would come out, and everyone would climb out of the Zeppelin into the Empire State Building. And they've done it in LA, in Chicago. These balloons were the transport of the day.
Believe it or not, it was not uncommon for people to fly their airships straight into downtown New York City and to dock those airships in the steeples, in the finials, the towers, the spires of places like New York City, Chicago, major cities in Germany, England, you name it.
You know what else is really interesting? All of these tall buildings depicted in art going back however many hundreds or thousands of years is the whole purpose of a skyscraper for airship docking. Because not only are we talking about these ornate stone buildings in Greco-Roman style in these small towns with no populations, if these were made by a previous civilization during a previous reset, some of the super tall buildings, was that the whole reason for it? To be able to travel via airship across large continents from whatever, beyond the lands of Antarctica, if there are lands beyond. So all of these tall buildings and towers, even castle towers, these just gigantic castle towers all over the world, with castles and towers towering over everything, that would see, because if it's not for airship travel, I mean, I guess you could say maybe they would want to justify the cost, and the labor could be justified just because they look magnificent and they're tall, maybe. But wouldn't it be far more practical if the investment into all of these tall towers, from castles to Tartarian buildings, if it was all for the reason of airship docking? All of a sudden, that kind of sort of makes sense, doesn't it?
Airships were docking. They would offload people into the tippy tops of buildings.
I think that there was more than just airships. I think that the technology goes further than that. I think that these things were much more powerful, and I think that they went further than we can ever imagine, to lands that we're not told about.
Behind the scenes, they are still making these, but we wouldn't have access for making our own.
If you wanted to build an airship today, you can't, because NASA owns 99% of the helium. The tech back then was possibly even more than what we have now. There's videos in the 1930s, 1940s of hoverboards and portable scooters that ran off of electricity. They used to have self-parking cars.
Right when photography was invented, you have these electric trolleys running wireless around cities. 20 years later, they'd all be breaking down, then went on to wires, then went on to the slower Edison electric grid.
That's actually kind of hilarious. Like, this vid, this just highlighted the de-evolution of travel, didn't it? I mean, this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird.
Remember that they have much, much more than what they're giving us. They are slowly giving us back the technology that was once here, that they found from the previous civilization.
It's funny, right? Because they drop it back in doses, pretend like they're the heroes to reintroduce it. But meanwhile, that very thing that was designed to create freedom and creativity within humanity is now spun to be used for manipulation and control.
Who's the guy that was just on screen? Does anybody know? That was a very eloquent way of putting it. That was a very impressive, succinct theory demonstrated. Does anybody know who this guy was that was just on screen a second ago? Does anybody know who this is? He's extremely well spoken. I know that was only a couple seconds, but I was pretty impressed with that. Anybody in the chat know who this is? He's not dressed impressively, but he's very well spoken. Well, hopefully somebody watching this on a playback will drop the name in the comments, because I'd be interested in seeing more of his takes, because, I mean, I'm not often impressed, but that was definitely, definitely an impressive take right there.
Pretend like they're the heroes to reintroduce it, but meanwhile, that very thing that was designed to create freedom and creativity within humanity is now spun to be used for manipulation and control. But it's dropped in those doses where we just accept it, and the line gets pushed further and further and further, and people just sit back and they're just like, this is life.
Wireless energy.
Wait, does anybody know what this is from? This is
Dropped in
crazy
those
right here, this little video. This has to be
accept
from a movie or something,
Pushed
right?
further and further.
Not the UFO,
and
I've
further.
seen this before.
People just
The
sit
flying humanoid
just like,
coming
this
up.
is life.
This right here. This has to be from a movie. Is that some kind of jetpack? I mean, this has to be from a movie, doesn't it? Now, I've seen this one here. This one, I don't know, maybe that's legit. But the one right before, it
Those
looks
doses where we
really
just accept
crazy.
it, and the line gets pushed further and further and further, and people just sit back and they're just like, this is life.
This one right here. This one right here. I mean, this is pretty incredible. This is a flight test? Anybody got the guy's name? Is there any more context? I've never seen this particular clip right here before. Steve... Oh, wait, the other guy that was talking is Steve Caston? He's a fighter? Wow. Yeah, I just went on Tapology. Steve Caston is a fighter. Oh, he only has one fight. A grappling, he has one loss. Emerald City Invitational, November 5th, 2022, in grappling. Unless he has other fights. I mean, wow. I mean, that is one well-spoken fighter. Very interesting. Very interesting. There's a lot of Steve Castons out there as well. So he's a jiu-jitsu instructor also. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see if he has more stuff out there. Oh, wow. You did that all in real time, Beaten Track? Beaten Track in the chat said, saved screenshot of the video, did an image search on it. So you did all that in real time? That's cool, man. That was fast. Very talented people in the MINDSHOCK chat here. So, okay, does anybody know what the image on screen right now is from, what the source is here? Because, I mean, it looks so incredible. I'm just, it seems like it has to be from a movie. And in the chat, people are saying it is a test flight. K West says, not a movie, flight test. Is there any source on this video, however? I've seen the one after this, and the one after this actually looks, I mean, it looks very natural. Not that, I mean, this one could be real too, it just looks so extraordinary, and possibly older than the others. But this one looks more
Energy,
natural.
powered by the ether, existed way before.
There's also some photos. I don't think I could find it right now. I don't remember where I put it. There's a photo from the early 1900s of a boat with a motor, with an electric motor, that they were testing in a river. It kind of looks similar to this, black and white. It's black and white and really old. So, I mean, there's that, but
For big oil. We all know how dirty the oil companies are, but to think about the things we could have if they never existed.
An oil refining process was invented in 1854 by somebody in Pittsburgh. By 1870, John Rockefeller and Henry Flagler established the Standard Oil Company. And so it was like they needed to get a replacement energy source as quickly as possible. And they got it from this mining of resources.
Back in the 1800s, mainstream academia had 18 additional elements on the periodic table of elements, ether being one of those, right? And somewhere
this Steve Kasten guy is so impressive here. I mean, this guy's crazy smart. This jiu-jitsu grappler guy is extremely smart and well-spoken. He needs to have his own podcast.
along the line, when Albert Einstein came out with his theory of relativity and started doing lectures across the country and the world, that anybody that spoke about ether at that time was completely, like, their reputation was destroyed. They lost their laboratories, they lost their teaching jobs, like what we saw in 2020.
A lot of times they'll leave the breadcrumbs. A lot of times the truth is in plain sight. So with that, Benjamin Franklin sending up the key on the kite, that's essentially you, the average American, sending up their drone with a copper wire and harvesting electricity straight from the ether.
I think that the ancients understood very well that the ether is real and that there's ways of channeling atmospheric energy.
Justin Johnson in the chat saying the theory of relativity involved marrying your cousin. Oh, wow. Wow.
Earth energy, and I think that they built their buildings with this in mind.
If we had access to free energy, I mean, imagine if you could just walk into the forest anywhere you want, and you could just put up a little device and a resonator, and you could build yourself a castle, and just do it, levitate stones, and just create a kingdom. Well, that's not very good for Joe Biden. How's he going to tax you? How's FEMA going to work with you in that situation? And how, that's why it's so dangerous to them.
That doesn't work when you're introducing an electric system that is dependent upon a power source, a bunch of wires.
Beaten Track in the chat saying, guys, as we're all on a similar path, can I recommend you all become aware of Michael Tellinger's work? He is also a flat earther, but has some good ideas on how to evolve. Yeah, I've heard Tellinger's name thrown around a bit. I believe I've seen some of his stuff. Would be interesting to do a deep dive episode on him specifically. And Beaten Track said Dr. Shiva's work as well. You're talking about Shiva Ayyadurai? I've mentioned him on a few podcasts as well.
Meters and your output that you're having to pay for, where you become dependent on a system of scarcity. This old way of doing things was based upon a system of abundance and plenty, because there's no end of the energy that's all around us all the time. There's another way of doing things. We don't have to live in this way of constant crisis because of constant scarcity. We can break through it, and I think that we're on the verge of rediscovering this knowledge at a very curious time where the old system is actually falling apart.
Everyone knew there was an ether. Most buildings were constructed in that manner until they came in and started destroying things and indoctrinating us.
You go through and you start finding these correlations, you start finding how the free energy worked, what the power stations were, how all these places have got these certain buildings and fountains and certain copper top roofings and all the stuff for landing sites, for flying machines, and you start to see that all of this stuff is way too similar all around the world for there have not to been a single culture.
Many times these towers held old world technologies, such as bells, which would send out resonant frequencies.
Boggin says, I'm assuming you're referring to Tellinger here. Before, so he did One Small Town as his project, and Boggin said before that he found those ringing stones and was into Sitchin. I'm assuming you refer to Zechariah Sitchin, the Anunnaki theory, ancient aliens, ancient astronauts. I think he's moved away from that a bit. Yeah, maybe that's what I remember Tellinger from, because he's so familiar, the name.
Into the community beyond. So many photos of bells being rounded up all over Europe. We're living in a time where we're waking up to what.
And regarding the bells, make sure you guys check out the Reptilian Conspiracy Deep Dive on MindShock. Part 2 is coming, and it's going to be even more mind-shocking than Part 1 on the reptilian alien shape-shifting interdimensional theory
we so recently had.
The pipe organ is a healing machine. That's why it was integral to the construction of ancient Gothic cathedrals. The organ was the centerpiece of the church, of the cathedral. Now, around the building, up, down, around, beneath, you had pipes and essentially speakers blasting this music into the cathedral.
They placed these beautiful organs under these stained glass windows, which were treated with lead and specific properties. And these, they work like car speakers. They augment the resonance and the sound out into the ether outside. So everyone outside in the community is invigorated, is on a higher state of consciousness, literally being the best they can. And you can see it in the pictures of these people in the day. Everyone is healthy.
Anyone who's been around for a full volume, live, authentic pipe organ performance will tell you your bones rattle, your organs start to respond, your hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Walk into a well-made stone cathedral, hear the pipe organ, sit there and saturate in the healing frequencies yourself. Cathedrals are something beyond just a center for worship. They are healing machines. And the pipe organ of the cathedral is just one tiny little finger of this whole realm that we're talking about.
You've got star forts, which I call a gateway.
Globe Thrusters in the chat asks, have you ever done an episode on Egypt or the pyramids? So I touched upon Egypt and Hollow Earth in the Hollow Earth deep dive episodes on MindShock. You can check those out. I talked about the pyramids in a number of different episodes. I think we touched upon them in the Altered History series. Go over a lot of Atlantis, Mudflood, Tartaria on that series. I just did a jumbo premiere on that yesterday or the other day. And we went over the pyramids to an extent, and also went over them on random other episodes. But I don't think I ever did a dedicated deep dive on the Egyptian pyramids specifically. Perhaps that's a due as well. I have spent many hours researching that. Although I would say in the past few years, I mean, ever since discovery of Fomenko's new chronology and all of this altered history, I haven't really spent that much time on the pyramids. But just if you want my opinion, with probably several hundred hours at least of research into the Egyptian pyramids, I think that there was some kind of advanced tech used to put them together. And the power station theory might have some validity, because the mainstream narrative, I mean, how often is the mainstream narrative, the official narrative of the powers that be, correct? I mean, how often is it correct? So to think that they would build these gigantic structures, of which we might only even see the top of, Again, if you check out the Hollow Earth series on MindShock, there's actually an entire underground system under the Giza Plateau. I mean, it is vast. Vast. There are some photos from it from the early 1900s expeditions. So the visible part of the pyramids might just be the very, very top. And yeah, they probably used some kind of electromagnetic technology or frequencies to move the stones. That would be my opinion. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. But I mean, I'm sure people have researched it far more than even I have, but that's kind of where I left it at.
Topic, because the same structure exists all over the earth, have been given to.
And no, I am not claiming they are thousands of years old. I don't know when they would have done that. Possibly it could have been done just a few hundred years ago. One of my favorite topics was actually the Greek pyramids. Perhaps I'll do an episode on that. I don't think I went into... I might have gone over that on the Hollow... I might have mentioned it on the Hollow Earth podcast episode regarding Egypt. But yeah, ancient Greece, supposedly ancient Greece, they had pyramids too, and they're quite interesting.
As fortifications that were built for these different wars, which made them military targets. And so they have an excuse for why it was built in whatever location. And then they have an excuse for why it was destroyed.
So in school, we learn about one fire. We learn about the Chicago Great Fire.
In the case of the Great Chicago Fire, there was a lot of fanfare over Mrs. O'Leary's cow kicking over the lantern.
The legend is that Mrs. O'Leary's cow in a barn kicked over a lantern, and that caused the entire fire. And poor Mrs. O'Leary and her family had their lives ruined because of this.
We only learned about Chicago. And I remember going to summer camp, and we're sitting around the campfire, and it's one dark night when we were all in bed. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, Miss O'Leary took a lantern to her shed, and when the cow kicked it over, she turned around and said, "There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight. Fire, fire, fire." And we would yell fire louder and louder with each verse, and we do this like 10 times to where it was echoing back to us across the lake. And now when I think about it, it's like how many kids growing up in America were singing this song about this stupid story. What I realize is that it's like an incantation, and it's spellcasting. Where did this song come from? It's a story that they wanted the population to come to embrace and believe as part of the founding mythos of the country and who we are as a people. Well, lo and behold, as an architect with a keen interest in history, I come to find out only within the last few years that there were fires in every major city. And then I come to find out that it's not just wooden shanty town built out of matchsticks. We're looking at city after city after city with photographic evidence showing masonry buildings of the most exquisite type.
Philadelphia, New York, Boston. You come down to Florida, Jacksonville, Miami. Every major city at one point was burned to the ground. Believe it or not, these were stone cities. These were megalithic stone cities, ancient metropolises that were burned down as if they were made from wood. Very quickly. Now we can speculate as to what the source of that destruction was. From above, from below, arson, biblical destruction, you name it. Nonetheless, every major city in America, if not Europe, and the entire world, saw a great devastation by a fire.
We'll see pictures of people walking on the sidewalk like no big deal. I mean, that's subjective, but I mean, that's what it looks like. The pictures are strange. The sequence of events that are supposed to have taken place are strange. So, there's just a lot of clues, if you will, that these weren't random events like somebody wants us to believe.
If you look at photos of even the buildings that still exist of the old world, they always give a backstory for why they took them down. But it's just curious why so many towers are missing now. And so Pioneer Square is one of those examples. And this was built in the immediate aftermath of the fire in 1889. Is curious because it appears on a real estate map from before the fire in a fully and intact form.
In order for stone to burn down, it has to reach 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. House fire reaches the temperature of 1,000 degrees. That's half. It's impossible for any stone building to be burning down. The 1800s and earlier fires may have been fake. They try to explain away multiple buildings with fire stories and multiple courthouses built on the same site in just a year with the same architect, and they're just demolishing these buildings.
This is exactly why my fireplace right here is made of brick and stone, because it doesn't melt. You got to be an idiot to think that these forest fires are going to be melting brick and stone. Use your head, guys.
As they are busy dismantling it in the 3D reality that we experience, it was part of a program to dismantle the old world and shock us into an acceptance of basically the New World Order.
Wow, that's mind-shocking, to get mind-shocked into the New World Order from the Old World Order. And like I mentioned on part 1 of this watch party, I'm not sold on the Old World Order being good. They might have still had masters and controllers and all of that. It's just obviously the tech and architecture were different. And they might have even inherited it from a civilization from the previous reset. So, obviously, a lot of unknowns here in the chat. People are talking about here, Justin Johnson, the castles, cathedrals, and churches were batteries, generators, and resonators. Saddlebum says cathedrals appear to be huge power stations. Yeah, and let's not forget, the entire layout of cities seems to be like an electric grid as well. Like the overhead shots, the imagery. I mean, it almost looks exactly like a motherboard. I don't know who did the video on that. It might have been John Levi. He might have done a video where he actually compared not just modern cities and motherboards, but the remains of just old roads and cities in the American Southwest, I believe, in those desert areas, Arizona, Utah, Nevada. I can't find it right now, but for those that want, I mean, it almost looks like entire cities, like from above, look like electric power grids.
And that's why I wanted to speak to you today about the new world taking shape around us, about the prospects for a new world order now within our reach.
It's the new order, Babylon banging down your door. The war pigs hungry for war. We rally the troops and raise the sword.
Man, Hibbler really pulled out all the stops for this documentary. He's even got this soundtrack bumping. How many people are going to go out and get the soundtrack?
Once and for all, it's the new order. Babylon begging for your souls. They coming and they want control. Yeah, they coming. We burn their system to the floor. Once and for all. Listen, it's time to wake the fuck up.
So you had what I would call the reset of history.
And this, of course, is all fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
According to a very specific narrative, I mean, it didn't change very much. And using the media like they do today to publish it, print it, this is what happened. These are all the details. These are all the people involved. We got it down on record. So again, they're saying, okay, everything was built out of wood, like a
I just got something else. Okay, yeah, fair use from the World Fairs, fire, fear, fairies. Here's another one. For. What's it all for? For, fair, fire. For, fear, for. All of it has the same root. Fair, for, fire, fear. What's it all for? Before? And what happened before? Before the fair? There's also a forward or forward before a book. And there's also forewarned, a forewarning, a warning about the fair. Fair warned, forewarned, forlorn. I mean, this root, actually, we could do a 10-hour podcast on the etymology of for, fear, fair, fire, fairy, for. I mean, this is crazy. F-O-R-E also means the front part of something, especially a ship. And now we're back to maritime terminology as well. I mean, this is the most mind-shocking word in the history of English. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, D-Town Books has Pharaoh. 4 F-O-U-R. Pharaoh. Yeah, that's close. That's close. Wow. Yeah. Forgotten. There you go, Joyce. Forgot. You forgot about the fair? Or did you get something fair at the fair for yourself despite the fear? Oh, wow. Justin Johnson. Foresight. Yes, there's another one. Oh, man. This word, I mean, this kind of did my head in part one, but now, I mean, this is the most mind-shocking word we've ever analyzed. I mean, wow. Foreign, yes, Justin Johnson, another one. Foreshadowing, yes. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's the most versatile word I have ever seen. Fortune, yeah. Fort, oh, yeah, fort. Forte as well, your strength. Forum, yeah. Another one, forest. Okay, we gotta be done with this. Everybody's brains are gonna explode before we finish this watch party.
Hollywood movie set. Didn't hold up. It caught fire. So we came in and we built all of these beautiful structures.
Okay, I have to stop it again. For forever, yes. Forever, forever.
To make sure they wouldn't burn down again. And that is told.
Forever forgotten. Forecast for, oh man. All right, now we seriously gotta finish this.
Repeatedly.
You look at any major city, they suffered this same fate. And I don't think it's a simple matter of, oh, they were just so stupid. They didn't know. They put candles all over the place and let their cities keep setting on fire. The stone courthouses, the stone banks, into smithereens. Now in Jacksonville, we actually had a fire where there are first-hand accounts of people who were escaping the fire, and once they thought they had escaped to
Forefathers. Fairfathers. Forefathers. Okay, I'm done.
a safe distance, were watching the fire, because that's what people used to do back then. Wasn't much of a fire department. They just said, well, it's burning. Just time to take photos and watch. And what they actually did was they were sitting up on a hill watching Jacksonville burn. They said that things on their persons started spontaneously combusting. Pocket watches, buttons, things that were made of certain materials were combusting. This was happening back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Cities would spontaneously combust with no sufficient cause, no suitable explanation. But they're in a covered carriage. What happens? Materials on their body are still spontaneously combusting, out of nowhere, sparking into flames. Now, how could that be the case if this is a local fire spreading to anything that it touches? These people were hundreds of yards away, if not more, from the fire. There weren't embers falling on them that they couldn't see, because like I said, they were already in the cab. So this is just one instance in Florida, and you can go look up your own city, the closest major city to you, and you'll find this same fate.
You look at destruction from World War I, World War II, it looks exactly the same. So these weapons have been around for a long time.
The biggest factor to 9/11 was the erasure of evidence. Erasing the evidence of the wrongdoings of the government, the financial institutions, you name it. You had evidence being destroyed. What do they call it? Jewish lightning, for lack of a better word.
Eremias Ranwolf says the Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World Flat Earth video would make a great watch party. Best global time I've seen. Yeah, I was going to do a point-by-point logical analysis on that one, but maybe that would be better as a watch party. Yeah.
Insurance fraud, destruction of evidence. Those two typically go hand in hand when we're talking about buildings falling down out of thin air.
Seattle burned down, the downtown. 2 months later, Ellensburg, which was at that time a major city in central Washington territory, burned down. 2 months after that, Spokane, which was another major city on the eastern flank of the territory, burned down. And when I discovered that, I just went, hold on a second. Like, there's something else entirely going on in the backstory.
It's like they want to get rid of these beautiful structures, and some are still in use, but the ones that are inconvenient to the narrative, they just want gone. And there's also probably a component of the energy grid in all of this as well, because they keep what they can use, they keep what benefits them, and at some point they determine, okay, we don't need that anymore, for whatever the reason.
Part of the story of the fires is that the fire chief wasn't in town at the time. He was away on some conference. And so the command structure was broken. So the mayor at the time in Seattle was the one that was calling shots. And he was making decisions that they should go in and make what they call fire breaks between buildings, meaning actually bringing dynamite into buildings and blowing them up. And that's acknowledged. And that's acknowledged in Boston, the Boston fire, in city after city, what's called a tactic to contain fires. And then they often say, well, look back in retrospect, maybe it wasn't the best idea. Well, what was causing these fires and what was causing this type of damage in the first place needs to be examined. So when you have a broken command structure and somebody else is calling the shots, that's really curious to me, because that's the same thing that happened in Lahaina.
The wildfires that swept through Maui are the deadliest in U.S. history in more than a century. On social media, people are speculating about what could have caused the fires. One trending theory is that the fires started due to an attack from a directed energy weapon. They're weapons like lasers that use energy fired at the speed of light to damage or destroy targets.
It's amazing how many coincidence theorist goofs think it's an impossibility that these types of weapons could be used either intentionally or as some kind of accidental test. Again, humans are fallible. But coincidence theorist bootlickers who only believe what they see on the idiot box and only on MSM channels, they just can't. I mean, the mental capacity and mental strength is not there to grasp that humans are fallible and or corrupt.
According to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, many countries, including the U.S., are researching their use.
Yep, they flipped the police chief Pelletier, who was from the Vegas shooting. They made 10 emergency declarations all about Uncle Billy's and all about Banyan Drive and all this stuff.
I'm sure it's all coincidental, right?
And to believe it or not, the Sunshine Law, where they removed the Sunshine Law or suspended it, it wasn't in these 10 proclamations that they really promoted and really blew up all over the news. It wasn't in any of them. It was in this quiet little Affordable Housing Act on the side. Truly, it does look like only the places they wanted. Safeway didn't get hit. The gas stations didn't get hit. They knew what was gonna go where. It's either they did it from the top with the laser energy weapon, like others say, or it came from the bottom. But one thing was crazy is that over 24 hours later, they were still letting the fire burn. The fire was blowing so fast, the wind, it said it moved 1 mile in 10 seconds. I would think in my head could move 1 mile in 10 seconds. You know, some kind of boom one time, the whole place.
With the fires from Maui, I mean, I've got in my head, you know, these rows of cars that are just completely burned.
Honestly, none of it looks like a fire.
Yeah, I mean, there's even video and images of like complete engine blocks melted. I mean, a forest fire is not gonna melt an engine block. I mean, what?
It looks like it's been destroyed with like some weapon or something from an angle. Just completely destroyed by a direct energy weapon. Just buildings sliced in half. You have melted cars, you have melted everything. I mean, it just completely looks like a war zone.
Send a laser from a directed energy weapon against the community and then step back and say, oh, that was natural, or too bad, so sad. And all those people are left homeless and they don't get any help. And people aren't being allowed to get out of there. When it's happening, they're jumping in the water and poof, and everything looks like, you know, cars are burned out. And people are going, whoa, what's going on here? And they're not getting any answers. And the current administration also has the slogan of Build Back Better, which was the excuse given for these other great fires. Well,
Yeah, the way Lahaina fire, the fires disappeared, like it got black holed, like one of the most significant and devastating events in United States history. It's on the news for a week or two and then gone forever. Kinda weird. Kinda weird. Also kind of like the Vegas shooting. If you haven't checked out the Vegas shooting episode, I mean, it's just kind of weird. Out of all the shootings, the deadliest gets black holed. Just gets memory holed. And all the other ones are still spoken about ad nauseum.
everything was wood. So look what we did. We built it back with this solid brick. I think what we're seeing now was never supposed to happen this quickly. I think all of these things were supposed to happen without us even being aware of it.
I can only think, why else would you want to do that? You know, it gets rid of everything. There's no fingerprints. There's nothing. It's done. There's nobody to talk. They get rid of all the buildings. What stories is there to tell?
His story is what they're going to tell. It's what they did tell us. Distorting a timeline, laced with cover-ups and preventing public awareness of our own cities being destroyed. How powerful are these weapons? And when did they truly originate?
So this frog should have turned to ash.
It even has some ashes on the bottom. It's kind of gray. And it got a little bit on the edge of some heat, but it didn't contort it or anything. It's just perfectly symmetrical, petrified. And it seems mostly hollow, but the skin is totally solid and intact.
There have been a lot of people that have been talking about the subject of meltology. And my take on that and other things is
I wonder if they're going to go into Mud Fossil University here, because that's definitely interesting stuff.
That's part of it. It's not all of it. And what I believe is that there was a directed energy attack on the Earth's grid system that blew out the grids. And that caused swamps, deserts. It caused land to just shear off and fall into the ocean. And that would have caused melted buildings as well. A really good example on top of my head is a place called Red Rocks State Park in California. It looks melted. And there's other examples as well. So my belief is that there was just this massive surge of energy. So that surge of energy could have been from multiple sources and just went through the grid system and just blew everything out. When they came here, this was a destroyed and ruined landscape. And they even use the word ruins to describe things, but they push things far back in the past.
And for those that don't know, Mud Fossil University on YouTube covers, even DNA testing on so-called stone, whether statues or petrified stone of some kind, and it comes back as human DNA. Really weird stuff. I went over it a little bit on the Altered History series. Fascinating stuff.
Thousands of years or millions of years. And, that was so far back, we don't know anything about that. The Earth was terraformed by a highly advanced civilization. And so things we think of as mountains, like the Rocky Mountains and hills, are actually buildings.
Wow, Hibbler really outdid himself here. This is a very well-made documentary, and included some points and clips I haven't seen before. I actually haven't seen this particular theory that certain mountains were former buildings. Other than the Grand Canyon, the Egyptian temples with the Egyptian names. But as far as them being actual buildings, this is interesting stuff.
When you look at the city of San Francisco in the early 1870s, and not a soul around, vast emptiness with a fully intact city, and nothing's out of place except that there's no people. And so what it looks like to me is they went into a city that was already there.
Empty. Nobody around. So odd. Wait, wouldn't the Tower of Jewels be visible somewhere on this map? Remember, from the World's Fair in San Francisco? It shouldn't be, because that was 37 years after this photograph was snapped. Oh, yes, of course. It looks like it's already there.
You gotta love the receipts that are brought. The receipts. Because all the coincidence theorist goofs and authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers, all they can really do is ignore the receipts.
With the World Fairs, it does seem that the purpose of them was to provide us with a new narrative and bring the population to them, just overwhelm them with this fantastical realm that they were now going to internalize and then burn it down in almost like a ritualistic fashion to sear this into the consciousness of the people.
The populating of the Americas was not as authentic, organic as people might have been led to believe. There was a large system of what people have termed orphan trains, incubator baby farms. A lot of these were housed, hubbed.
The only thing really disappointing about this documentary is that it's not 20 hours long, where they actually do a deep dive into all of it, because it's so fascinating. All of these subtopics are so fascinating. And, I mean, obviously, you know, they're making a single feature-length documentary, but it would be cool if it was, you know, MINDSHOCK style with 20-plus hours, just so they can really expand on all this. But hopefully he'll make follow-up documentaries on each of these subtopics, because very, very fascinating stuff.
In World's Fairs, you had incubator babies at the World's Fairs. Buy an Asian baby, buy a Filipino, buy an African baby.
I think part of it was repopulation. I think part of it was early child trafficking. Premature children were in these incubators. You see pictures of these, you know, nurses in their uniforms in a room filled with baby incubators, with people paying admission. With our increased awareness today, you know, we've got things like Planned Parenthood and other things going on.
This also reminds me of the Mind Unveiled extensive videos on like the Cabbage Patch Kids babies and all of that. I think we're going to have to do some watch parties on Mind Unveiled as well. Yeah, Hibbler definitely needs to do Old World Order 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on these, yeah.
There are companies that mail kids. There's a bit on my business where somebody can place an order for a child based on eye color or whatnot, and they get delivered. That's not good. And I think it's the same idea, that there's this harvesting of humans going on without our knowledge and awareness, and unspeakable things happening to children that got its start very early on, because the same families are behind it.
And you would see this mass migration of orphan trains and orphan boats, and you're like, first of all, where are all these fucking orphans coming from? How many orphans were there in the 1800s? Why?
So everybody's learning this thing at this young age, and everybody has to go by these new set of structures and new set of rules. They have to learn this new history that everybody isn't really agreeing with, and then anybody that's not agreeing with, they have to go to the insane asylum. There's the orphan asylums for the children, and the insane asylums for the adults. Now all of a sudden, John D. Rockefeller comes out with the Board of Education, and all of the children are sent to a public schooling system.
Okay, he's getting into the indoctrination facilities known as schooling. Okay. So, I mean, even throughout all of history, even in so-called pop culture and pop literature, you have Oliver Twist, you know, one of the most famous orphan tales of all time. What is the twist? Is it the twist of history? Is history being twisted regarding everything to do with orphans and repopulation? But it does seem like a lot of these topics do overlap. So, I mean, that's what's one of the things that is so creepy about this. And I really do like this documentary just because so much is touched upon. Again, it would have been actually kind of cool to have a 20-hour documentary where it's not just touched upon, but, you know, comprehensive deep dives. But it does seem like a lot of these things really are related.
To learn their new history. What better way to trick a society than to take their children at a young age and teach them exactly what you want them to know?
If people just realize that if you don't understand the past, you'll repeat it over and over again. and it prevents people from going to progress in the future. And us as a collective species, we have to get to the nitty-gritty of what really happened, what our true potential now is as a collective civilization.
What is this clip from right here? Is this from a World Fair? I mean, how creepy is this clip? If you didn't know, it could be from a movie about ancient Greece, right?
And us as a collective
Like, let's watch this clip
species,
right here.
we have to get to the nitty-gritty of
Like, is this at a World Fair? I mean, look at those columns. Are those single-piece stone columns? And is this from a movie, or is this from a World Fair in the 1900s? Is this from a 1900s World Fair that looks indistinguishable from ancient Greece?
our true now is as a collective civilization. We can't rely on those people anymore.
What the heck is this? Ritualistic ceremony? This looks quite disturbing. It looks similar to what they do at CERN and even at the UN, right? There was some kind of weird ceremony at the UN. And also quite similar to even biblical painting depiction.
How does any of us know? And I would ask my father this all the time. I would say, Dad, how do you know you have a great grandpa? How do you know? None of us know. It's the truth, you know. Those are things, and you know, people can sit there and say, you guys are off your rockers talking about this stuff, but I mean, look who we're accepting the official story from. All I've ever known my whole life is that we don't know how we got here, and we don't know why, we don't know when. If Americans are sitting there one day and say, I don't know how I got here, I don't know why.
I had no idea that B.J. Penn was this free thinker, was this logical free thinker. I did not know this. I did not know this.
And I don't know when. Well, then you've been reset.
He needs to go on Jackson's podcast, Rampage Jackson. He's a flat earther. He talks flat earth sometimes. Him and B.J. Penn, if B.J. Penn hasn't been on the Jackson podcast, that would make an awesome episode.
Don't believe what we say. Go out in your own communities and do your own research. There's plenty of buildings that they left for us to examine. Once we can all wake up collectively, then we can come to realize what they have truly done to us.
Why does everybody think that they didn't destroy all the buildings? Was it because it was just too hard or too much hassle? I mean, look at the hassle they already did go through. I mean, just through the world wars and the direct energy weapon, all this and all the fires. I mean, they clearly went through a lot of hassle. Was it truly impossible to simply remove every single building? Or is this all part of some kind of Illuminati rule set where there has to be, there just has to be some kind of revelation of the method appealing to the subconscious of those they exploit, where they can't exploit human souls without their permission, and their permission, it could be subconscious. Is that why they didn't choose to destroy each and every building? Oh, Breek says the buildings still have use. Or yes, or there's some kind of use we don't know about, which is why they haven't destroyed all of them.
Shout out Hibbler Productions. Check this old world order stuff out. Here you go. A true gem. Firm Fam 2024.
Sift through the lies of indoctrination. Ancient civilization laid to wasting. More I scratch at the surface, more I'm facing. Hidden no world, advanced not cavemen. Free energy before the lives of the Masons. Flip the script and change the whole situation. Americans now not created. The tech of the colossal. What lies had they hid from.
Yeah, there he is, Steve Caston. And that's his Instagram there, Holistic Jiu-Jitsu. A Star is Born. I would definitely watch a lot of content with Steve Caston on all of this subject matter. Elaine in the chat says they have that karma rule about telling us, so leaving some buildings would check that box. Justin Johnson says they justify to themselves that they left the truth in our faces, so when they answer to the Almighty.
Us in plain sight, the power of the ethos to feed them free light. Structures weren't built by horse and buggies. Huge slabs of stone, masterful, not ugly. Old photos show marbles that's been there. Miles from quarries, not anywhere near there. Research the old world right now, I declare we taking back our world from those who feed fear. Yo, it's that old world order, the new world slaughter. Don't drink the water, raise sons and daughters. Teach them the truth, blessed from the Father, and rip the chains right off us. Yo, it's that old world order, the new world slaughter. Don't drink the water, raise sons and daughters. Teach them the truth, blessed from the Father, and rip the chains right off us. This is the age of Tartaria, massive mud floods and real history, not the chronicles and where the Tesla get his coil, sustained energy, not the rocket oil.
That's a catchy tune. Some interesting lyrics there. But yeah, this documentary was so much more impressive and professional than I thought it would be. I mean, because I remember Hibbler on some flat earth debates, and he just didn't seem all that professional. But this documentary is just really well made, a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like at least semi-amateurish, but it was quite professional. Could it literally air on the History Channel? And yeah, so definitely a very impressive documentary. Would definitely watch a part, however many parts he makes of this, because very interesting stuff and some new pieces of info there. Definitely some new pieces of info. Any final points here before we close out this part 2 of the first watch party in MindShock history? Plenty more to come. I mean, this was kind of fun, and I think everybody enjoyed it, so we'll be doing more of these, and it's a little bit less intensive and mentally exhaustive than exact point-by-point logical analyses where every single fallacy is counted. But there's room for everything on MindShock. So, yeah, thanks again, everybody, for joining us. I believe next on the schedule will be the analysis, the preliminary analysis, so I won't have utilizing the system is really difficult. I'm trying to actually implement AI, so it would be a lot easier. But we'll do more of an analysis-based watch party of the Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth Dave debate on InfoWars from recently. I believe that's next on the schedule. So I'll see if I can do that either I could probably do that Tuesday night. So I might not be able to get to that tomorrow, but we have that Tuesday night, and then we have to finish Witsit and Soy Lodge. We'll be getting to that within a day or two as well of the Alex Jones breakdown. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the MindShock podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're not getting the notifications, like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algos work. And if it still doesn't work, you can just go to youtube.com/MindShock. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.